All right,
computer
so
buttons.
you're live
Okay.
now.
All
Yes.
right. Nice. Um, First question here. Since both of you guys do partake in marijuana, uh, the first one is, can I consume marijuana? I have right hemisphere temporal lobe epilepsy, and I'm wondering if I can consume marijuana. I am on 400 milligrams of lacosamide a day, and I'm not talking about shady carts and bud bought from the alley. I'm talking about dispensary weed and edibles. Um, it's your body.
I
This
just
person was
finished
asked,
consuming some.
yeah, basically, it's your body. Are you asking me to suggest marijuana for you? Can't do that here. Um, could work, might not work. Yeah. One of the comments here says everyone's body is different. It just depends on marijuana is a huge trigger for me, so I cannot. But for others, it's a big lifesaver. Talk to your doctor about it and see what they'd recommend. You guys have any
Definitely,
recommendations? Go ahead, Toaster.
definitely talk to your doctor. But honestly, it's just going to take some experimentation on your part. If you want to
Yes.
see, if you think it will help you, then I think it's worth trying at least. That being said, if it's again, yeah, what that person said, everybody is different. And for me, it's a lifesaver. For others, it's not.
Um, yeah, getting other messages. Yeah, but there's also another one here about CBD and THC oil. It says, I've been without TCs for about 3 years, but I still do have auras from time to time. Last night I had one or two mid sleep, so fun to wake up to, and one this morning so far. So lucky my man was home to comfort me. Once I got my head back on straight, he'd see. Oh, he said he's been reading up on health situations and think it might be smart to try CBD and THC oil, which he's apparently seen has helped other epileptics and think might be worth a try. So I'm wondering, have any of you had any success where that's concerned, or any of you tried any of it at all? I already smoked pot regularly, so I'm curious as to the impact of oils. Mm, I don't think all oils help because I haven't smoked flower in a while. I just been smoking oils and vaping. So yeah, it's all what you want to do. I'm not sure what helps and what does not. So I never done the research. I'm just a user.
It, I've seen it said many different places. High CBD with a low THC is most helpful. I think when it comes to actual CBD, there's a strain, Charlotte's Web.
Oh yeah. Somebody told my mom about Rick Simpson oil. What is that?
I do not know.
Uh yeah, they suggested it for me. Rick Simpson oil. Um
Okay,
yes.
it's an oil that you take a little bit in a dropper, just like
Oh, okay.
just a
Um
little bit, and you mix it in some kind of food stuff, like could be a little bit of peanut butter or something like
okay.
that, and you just eat it.
Okay, okay. Yeah, my mother told me that someone suggested it to her when she told them I had epilepsy.
It looks like it's basically a concentrate.
I could tell my mom she might have got a good suggestion from someone.
RSO
But
contains high level of THC and other cannabinoids that in animal studies slow cancer cell growth. Well, I'm not sure how that.
that's some good stuff. Um, you all right, Jeff?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was.
All right. All right. The first comment here says everyone's reactions are different. Some people, it'll be their only fix, and some will never touch it again. I've only tried vaping concentrate, and I immediately felt the threshold drop and at a risk of seizures. I didn't enjoy my experience at all. Another comment here says doctors know a lot about this stuff since it's been studied. I saw one before and it helped. She had CBD with THC and CBD without from a small medical company, and it was dosage form. I use mainly hemp. Also, did you guys see that since you guys do both partake, I could say weed went from schedule 1 to schedule 3, which they said could help with the research of it. So the feds still don't look at it like
I was about to
legal
say, what
thing.
state?
It was on the news in California, so I
California.
say
Okay.
um yeah, so that makes it so they can study it more now, and that'll make it better in the long run. That'll help people if they can study it in certain states. They can get some facts about it that it's helping people, would help other states where you can prove that it's done some good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, I did see that. That was kind of interesting. I think I'll bring that up in the morning. Uh, but yeah, how you guys doing today? I didn't ask that.
I'm doing good. I think Jeff is still here. Okay.
Okay.
Jeff is still here. And
It is Friday.
Okay. Um, someone says it's suit up painful. My sister died at 16. Trigger warning. She passed January of last year. I was 22 at work and healthcare, so I can deal with the truth. She woke up at 7 a.m. in the morning, replied to a friend's message, then fell back asleep. My dad, 43, found her when he came home from lunch about 12:30, face down, laying in the gap between the bed and the wall with the sheets tangled around her. Also, my mom is quite holistic, and her sister, oh, and her sister's medication affected her mental health, and she felt it made her depressed. So when she passed, she was not on any medications. She has the occasional nocturnal seizure, and that's it, maybe 3 times a year. Was this a painful death? I just feel sorry if it was. Is there anybody who doesn't medicate? I feel like I've been holding judgment towards her for not medicating my sibling for a long time. Um, I say that's bad. Um, people just decide don't medicate. That's not good at all. Um, yeah, I'm sorry to say it, but that could be a reason why what happened. Um, thoughts on that, Toaster?
I feel very strongly about medication. I think that if it helps you, you really, 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 really should take it. And I think that this sounds like someone was not It sounds like someone who was in a very, very bad headspace and went off medications that when they weren't ready. I'm not sure what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I definitely think not being on medication caused that. Whether it was a painful death,
It
probably
was a
not.
death.
She probably was not even aware she was having the seizure.
Yeah. The first comment here is the person says, as I work in healthcare, obviously I support the use of medications. However, my mom is really very natural and organic, and I know that she must constantly feel guilty. And I ask herself, oh, she might feel guilty and ask herself 100 times a day if she did the wrong thing or the right thing by becoming unmedicated. Uh, Yeah, so the mother decided to go the holistic way with organic stuff. Yeah, that could
I'm
hurt as a
confused.
parent.
Was it her mom decided to stop her sister's medication? Did I get that right?
Yes. Yeah,
And in that case, this is totally on the mom for stopping her child's medication.
correct. And she was asking us as a sister, does it help? And it says she's a healthcare worker, so she supports the medications. Um, yeah. So my answer to the question is it probably didn't hurt. It's probably I'm not gonna say the easiest. It was probably just painful. Just went. She didn't know she was having a seizure, and yeah. But that's sad. People feel like that they can just try their own ways to do things.
I
But
mean, we
there's
have a
something
couple
here.
friends who are, but they're doing it with other type of medical intervention and with their doctor knowing.
Yeah. mm, Uh, there's a comment here. It says it's a light switch. The body might feel some pain, but as soon as a TC seizure starts, consciousness is gone. There's literally no faster or less painful way to die. You have my deepest condolences from a retired neuroscientist. Another comment here says, to anything. I can't speak to anything solid beyond this. The only way, the only time I feel pain from a seizure is when I wake up. So I'm so sorry for what you and your family had to endure. Yeah, that's what most of the comments are like. I'm going to answer this question. Someone who has died and been SE for a prolonged period of time. Um, no, she was seething. She didn't feel or know about the thing at all. It's the same as if she went to sleep and didn't wake up. The scariest part is the big seizures for me. Always waking up in the morning with my family looking all at me, just like I died. My memory is always cut off about 3 to 5 minutes before the seizure.
That sounds about right. Well, sometimes it's, yeah.
Yeah, I've never had any pain during. Wait, I take that back. Um, the conscious seizures I had, that's the only pain during. Other than that, I never feel it. You just come to and like then you feel the pain. It hits you like a truck. And I'm always
I don't
like,
think
oh
I've
my
ever
goodness,
had
this
an
again.
aware, not that I can recall right now, an aware tonic-clonic. Vocal
Mm.
awares, yeah, but
Yeah, I had
I don't
the
stop breathing for those.
I've stopped breathing twice, but I don't know if they ever told me anything about SUDEP or put the pieces together on that. They were just like, you stop breathing. All right, you're awake. You can go home. Yeah. Um, just kept going with life. Um, so I got something else here. It says, could it be PNES? So 6 years ago, I had my first seizure, and in the last 6 years, I've had three. It looks like TCs. I've done three EEGs, all come back normal. I asked my sis and my husband, who have witnessed all three, and this is the description they give me: sleepwalking in one of them, yelling and crying in one of them, seizures always longer than 10 minutes. Last one lasted 2 hours. I usually yell before collapsing. This I remember because when I wake up, it's like a dream, but the people around me says it takes place in real life. Well, while conscious, we'll have vivid dreams and start fighting back those who try to help me. I have an appointment on the 24th of this month, but I've been listening to y'all in here. So y'all in here about being my own advocate. So I've been reading and educating myself and would love some input. Uh, I don't exactly know what PNES is like to
It's
point out any
different.
part of it.
It's different for everyone with PNES. Some people will have um, seizures lasting longer than 10 minutes. Some people like me will last maybe, it will mimic my epileptic seizures, so only about a minute to 3 minutes.
Wait, you can have both?
Yes, you can have both. In fact, almost, actually, I know this one quite well. Up to 30% of epileptics will experience a PNES type seizure in their life, or psychogenic non-epileptic seizure.
Hmm, interesting.
So yes, there's a big overlap.
I need to learn more about that as well. Uh, well,
They're also called
obviously,
functional seizures.
okay, yeah, that's obviously something I'm not having because I got the TBI.
No,
Um,
it basically means a seizure without the electrical brainstorm
you
going
think
on
I
in
could
your
have
head.
those?
It's possible. I'd have to hook
Hmm.
you up to an EEG to really find out.
I was thinking like one day maybe they could find like something they can like put in our heads, some type of oil that just go in our brain and just heal it. That was just a thought. Just hopefully one day they just find something that heals everything. Just
Well,
like,
they're working on stem cell, um, putting, oh, shoot, I can't remember what that was about. I just remember that I didn't make the cutoff. Never mind.
mm,
Research to put brain um, stem cells in the brain to help stem seizures, the part of the brain that doesn't work.
hmm,
I can't remember the specifics, but it was uh, it was interesting. They had just finished up mice testing. I think this was a few years ago.
mm. Okay.
Sorry, I went on a tangent.
No, I was thinking about it, but I'll move forward. Um, got something here that says, I need help. Doctors doesn't believe it's seizures. I've been admitted to the ED 10 times, even though as in I work as I HCA. I often seem like I get hot, feeling with dizziness, and the room is closing in. Then I sit on the floor. I feel my eyes are closing and twitching. I seem to cry before as I have that feeling. I can feel my body stiffening and jerking and gunting and arching my back. I can feel my breathing is changed. I can feel my head turning. I don't understand. I have a team of doctors. Seen my team of doctors. Seen my doing this. Soon I go down to ED. They say it's not seizures, just fainting. One episode, I lost consciousness and I woke up with slurred speech and I couldn't feel my legs for hours. I've been told by cardio it's seizures, but still waiting year later to be seen by neuro. Is this seizures? Please help. I have I have a normal CT and MRI of my brain too. Um,
I have to go get Jeffy.
okay. Thanks for coming. This person's basically asking are the things that they're having as seizures, but uh the cardiologist says it's seizures. I can't argue with two different doctors when they're both leaning different ways. Um, did you hear what I was reading, Mark?
Only the end that sounded basically like they should just ask a neurologist or something. Two different opinions, two different specialties, I think. I picked up
Yeah,
one of them as a
basically.
cardiologist. I don't know. What was the other guy?
The other guy was the neurologist. The appointment is coming up with the neurologist a year after their appointment. So,
Well, I
yeah,
think the neurologist would probably know more about seizures than a cardiologist would, but
yeah.
I don't know. Not every not every neurologist is competent, and some cardiologists are just absolutely excellent even beyond their field of study. So, um, I don't know. You need a third doctor to come in and act as a tiebreaker, and then possibly a fourth doctor as a second opinion for your tiebreaker, right? But then you've got four doctors,
You need
and
five to
if
make
it's
the best of
even
five.
number, then you need a tiebreaker for the four. Yeah. So at least five opinions.
Yeah, best of five. That's a lot. Even get
Yeah.
one emergency room a visit, and you get their opinion.
Yeah, basically the entire ER. Um,
There's a couple comments here. One says, "Hey, I don't mean to seem rude, but have you looked into non-epileptic seizures? I've heard they can present very similar to this." And that is something to look into. I don't want to tell someone they're having seizures. So I told myself I'll stop telling them. It sounds like it could be, but I don't know if it's exactly a seizure. That's what I've been doing lately. Kind of walk that thin line.
yeah,
You could
well,
be
hey,
having a seizure.
we're always saying we're not doctors. We don't know.
It's very much possible. That's what I say. Um,
Yeah.
One more comment
Could
here
be.
says, I'm really sorry you're going through this. I'm not a doctor, but from what you have described, it doesn't sound like epilepsy to me. That said, there are non epileptic seizures and other conditions that can look very similar, and they are still serious. It's important to be cautious about taking conclusions from doctors who are not specialists in that area, since seizure like episodes really need to be evaluated by neurology. I hope that you get clear answers soon and that things improve for you. That's exactly what kind of Mark said. Get the advice from the neurologist, not the cardiologist. You don't think a cardiologist knows anything about that?
I mean, it's not fair to entirely dismiss the cardiologist just because it's not his specialty. He may be on to something. He may have picked up on something or ruled out something, with his exams that might make it more likely that the neurologist should pick up or should take a second look, you know. Um,
Mhm.
I don't know. Um,
Icebreaker for you is, what's the craziest way you ever made money?
Craziest way I've ever
Or
made money.
funny. We can go funny.
I don't know. Um, I don't know. I've never really made that much money. That's kind of
Right.
um
Me and Jeff were stuck on drugs. Uh and yeah, so drugs way long time back.
allegedly,
Nothing
allegedly.
allegedly. Hypothetically speaking,
Yeah.
it's not anything
Yeah.
to brag about, but looking back at the past, that was one of the crazy ways.
The statute of
Yeah.
limitations is over, so you can say whatever you want.
Oh
Mm.
yeah. No, I'm kidding. Like, well, since you put it like that, um, yeah. I got something here, and it says, "I'm just lost." Hi. Does my age matter? I don't know, but I recently was diagnosed with tonic-clonic epilepsy, and honestly, I'm just so lost, and I'm scared. This has only started happening in December when my dad found me in my car. Since then, they just seem to get worse. Is that just?
What?
I'm just, it says, there's no periods here. So
Mm.
it says, this started happening in December when my dad found me in my car. Since then, they have just seemed to get worse. I JS kind of need someone who understands what I'm going through. And it's just scared on how my life's going to be now. I had so many plans, and it's just like they're all on pause now, and I really don't know what to do about this like really weird feeling I always have. What do I do? Um, work with your doctor.
Yeah, there's clearly an issue with anxiety going on there. That's not a normal, like, healthy outlook uh on life, you know. Um,
Yeah.
everything seems to be triggering their fight or flight response. You know, they constantly seem to be in this tension of, or at least they maybe I should just say they were at the time of writing that post. They were in a state of fight or flight, and that was kind of coloring their memory of everything. Um, it's probably fair to assume, though, that that's what they're like, um, just generally. So, um, yeah, talk to a doctor. Um, get a referral for
yeah.
therapist or therapy.
I was gonna say that. Look for
Um,
further help.
yeah. Hesitant to recommend like psychiatrists, psychiatric medications, stuff like that, antidepressants or whatever, but
Might be
they do
necessary.
genuinely help people. Adding them on top of a whole bunch of anti-epileptic drugs already, though, might be a problem. I don't know if they were, I didn't pick up, were they like this before starting all of their anti-epileptic medications?
They
Because
didn't
if
exactly
not,
explain.
yeah, if not, if this isn't the way they've always felt, or something, this might be a medication side effect. And maybe they need to talk to their doctor about a switch in their whole med regimen, you know?
Yeah. Jeff, did you have something to say?
You're muted.
No, I
Oh,
didn't.
okay. Yeah, this person was just lost, and like Mark said, I just say go see your doctor. If you're lost and need someone to talk to, a good person to talk about it would be your doctor, and ask them,
That,
like Mark said, for a referral to a therapist.
that makes the
Uh,
most sense. You need to see a therapist if you're, so in such a bad shape that you're, feeling like that. And that's going to be
yeah,
the most helpful right now.
mm, yeah,
And
that's
even,
gonna be the
I mean, you don't even need your doctor. There's online companies that, you know, you can get therapy online.
Just don't go to an AI for it.
or
No,
Reddit.
no,
Yeah, or
yeah.
Reddit.
But when I was in California, I used one of those virtual therapy sessions, and my therapist was great. He was
They have
terrific.
BetterHelp. That's an app, I
Yeah,
believe.
yeah, BetterHelp. No, it was BetterHelp. And here they have Brightside, which isn't nearly as good.
Okay. Um, yeah. If you need help, good thing. I mean, good place to start would be BetterHelp. Or come here and just have somebody to talk to that has epilepsy. And this person's early in. If I had this when I started, could have helped a lot. Uh, yeah, find someone to talk to soon. One comment here says, got diagnosed at 17 with something like this. Feels like everything just flipped upside down, but you're not alone in this. I know it seems like all your plans are derailed, but once you find the right treatment approach, most people get back to living normal lives. It just takes some time to figure out what works for you. That weird feeling you mentioned is probably worth bringing up with your neuro, because getting those side effects or auras managed can make things a lot different and can make a difference in how you feel day to day. Mm. I feel bad for the people who are just starting. Um, they're lost and don't know who to talk to, because I remember those days. But
They have to come
yeah,
here.
yep, it's a good idea. Good place to start. Um, I got another one here, and it says sudden diagnosis. For years, I've struggled with random uh, syncopal episodes. I always assumed my BP was dropping. I'm a night shift nurse, and I was having these episodes at work while caring for my patients as well. I rarely completely lose consciousness. I just feel it coming on and grab onto something steady so I wouldn't fall. Then I take a couple minutes and go straight back to caring for my other patients. I'm heavily I'm heavily pregnant, and I was referred to a neurologist by my OB for severe migraines. I was having my 5 minute recovery time that I could spare one. Oh, recovery time that I could spare one after one of these syncopal episodes at work. And talking to my charge nurse, she recommended I mention them to the neurologist. Honestly, I would have never thought of it just because I assumed it was my blood pressure, as I've stated previously, thinking it wasn't a big deal. I casually mentioned it to my neurologist. He immediately took it serious and ordered testing. After talking to with the, After talking with the neurologist, he put a stat order for an EEG. I had the EEG and it revealed I was having multiple focal seizures every hour. Since then, I've started Keppra and I'm still having syncopal episodes that I guess are actually seizures. But I've not been on Keppra long enough for it to fully work. The diagnosis was sudden and I'm still not sure how to talk about it. My pregnancy has been high risk the whole time, and my OB and neurologist are working together to see if I should have a C-section even earlier than planned just because it's seizures. Did anyone else have sudden diagnosis and how did it make you feel? I think all the diagnoses were sudden. They came out of nowhere. There was no preparation period. Uh,
No,
how did I feel?
I knew I was having seizures for a while before they said epilepsy, so mine wasn't that sudden. But yeah, just
Mine was in class. It was quite sudden. I don't think I went to class if I knew that was gonna happen. But yeah, mine was sudden. How did it make me feel? Horrible. Having it around students. Um, yeah. Then you gotta worry about everything else. People talking about it and stuff like that. It's horrible, horrible feeling to go through school with. But I got over it. Um,
I'm a sudden, and it's at least a fun story that I opened the door to the landlady and I was naked, and then I fell on the floor. So
yeah, that's quite a funny story.
at least my first one has something attached to it. That's not just, oh, I had a seizure and I don't remember anything. I don't remember it, but I keep getting reminded.
Right. Um, yeah, that's interesting. Do you remember knocking on the person's door? Or
No,
that was just a
she was
story?
banging on my door
Oh,
because Liz couldn't get a hold of me. So she called
okay.
this woman to please come check on me. I think we lost Pookie there.
hmm. uh, guess he'll come back on in a sec. I kind of want to hold off on hearing the end of the story until he gets back. You know, he'll want to hear, but there we go. Okay.
I'm back.
Hey, yay. Nice.
Mm. My laptop died. I mean, my other device died, so now I'm on the laptop. Let me figure out how to turn the camera on. There we
There
go.
you go.
Um, yeah. Um, where's the other post I had? We were on the post about the sudden diagnosis. Okay, yeah, Mark, you said yours wasn't sudden and you expected it.
Not that I expected it, but I knew I was having seizures, so I wasn't surprised. You know, just, I don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry. 1 second. Um, 1 second, you guys. I'm sorry about that.
Well,
I'm here. Oh my goodness, I don't know what is going on.
Ah, no.
Right. Um,
Well, on the side, I guess, got in the mail today my pepper seeds for this year.
Recording in progress.
Oh, that's weird.
uh,
Need to mute one of them.
You're on twice.
okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I got dotile peppers, which are from St. Augustine, just down the road here. I got nagas, which are um one of the not Dorset nagas that I grew last year, just the normal nagamoric. But that was one of my most vigorous plants last year, so I thought I'd try that again. Uh,
Those
fr-
Dorsets were good.
Scotch bonnets. I didn't grow Scotch bonnets last year, so I thought I'd do them again this year. Sugarish stripey, those uh, striped um, fruity ones. Um, I think Z said they tasted like bananas. And then they gave freebies, this Kokomo bonnet pepper seeds. They said are hand pollinated by a guy. Another one just down the road, other direction now, West Palm Beach. It's a cross between a Scotch bonnet and a white Moruga scorpion. They said it's the tastiest new pepper they grew in 2025. Um, One of the tastiest grown ever. But I mean, of course, you gotta talk these things up in their little um, blurbs here. But fruity flavor, very productive, on par with famous Scotch Brain cross. So it's a really hot one. And then Hurt Berry, which is another super hot. That's like a super, super hot. The Hurtberry is a cross that started with Carolina Reaper. So, Jeff, if you wanted something super, 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 super hot, if you were hoping for a Reaper, this is gonna be as close as I can get to Carolina Reaper. Um, because
Hot
I
as they
don't,
come is how we like them.
yeah, it's a cross between Carolina Reaper, a jigsaw pepper, and a Moruga UV. So it's got a bumpy red berry-like appearance with a stingy, spiky tail.
Hmm.
So they should look pretty much like the classic Carolina Reaper. But you never know with these things. There's always variation with some of them. But um, yeah, we'll see. And then I got a few random volunteers from the I managed to pull out from between the cracks in the patio floor and stuff. Rescued some little random babies. So um, we'll see what those end up being having been. And one of my plants actually, maybe two of my plants actually didn't end up dying. So my fish pepper, the variegated fish pepper, the long one, is growing again. started putting out some new foliage. So that's kind of interesting. I'm kind of excited about that. I was not expecting
Nice.
any of them to come bouncing back. So um, yeah, we'll see how they go this year. But cutting back on the number of varieties because it was just too many to keep track of. I can do a couple plants of each type and just, you know, yeah.
Um, hey Andrea, how you doing?
Doing all right. How are you guys?
So far, so good.
Good.
Living life, you know.
Better now that you showed up.
Well, thank you.
I should have used that one. Um, yeah. In the comments, we're getting comments saying hi, Andrea. So yeah. Everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button, especially if you want to say hi to Andrea. I can tell her to wave when you say hello again. So
We could have a contest. How many
Hit
times Andrea can
subscribe if you
wave?
want to say hi to Andrea.
um yeah. So we got some hi Andreas. The icebreaker today was one of the craziest ways you ever made money. Um, and I think me and you went through like some random ones. We might have talked about these, but this was one of them. And then Mark said he never made any money crazy ways. So you could think of weird, funny ways to make money, some ways that you've made money,
I mean,
besides the regular way, just anything out of the box.
I
Go
did
ahead,
my
Mark.
downstairs neighbor's chemistry homework for him in college. He never
That's the
learned
crazy way to make money.
he never learned a damn thing.
You didn't help the cause.
No, I did not help him at all, but I made money.
Mhm.
Well, that's all that's
Yeah.
important.
Uh,
With him.
it's he was studying to be a physical therapist, though. They don't need to know any chemistry anyway.
Or
Probably.
another crazy way I made
Probably.
money is when the pandemic came.
Mm.
Um, we made masks and we sold masks for $10. Um, yeah. So that happened.
I can't really
Uh,
think of anything crazy I did.
I'm back probably
uh,
for as long as it takes for the herd of boys to decide they're hungry and come get snacks.
okay, I
So
got
like
something here.
two
It's pretty
minutes.
interesting. Yeah. I'm gonna read fast so Toaster can answer. It says the EM tried to arrest me. What do I do? So I went on my morning walk like usual, and when I got to the second block, I had a grand mal seizure and a private citizen called EMT. I was fine, but they still threatened me with the cops. I didn't get in the ambulance, but I was like basically home and didn't have my phone because my 5-year-old nephew broke it. I'm glad I knew my rights when I heard the cops. I just started walking like no one started walking home like still no one come knocking on my door looking for me like they said. I just slept it off and was fine. Can they do this? Uh I don't know. Can you just walk away from the cops when they show up and you just had a seizure?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, whether that leads to something else is another question, but yeah, you can do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, unless you've actually like been detained, unless they've verbally informed you that you are being detained or that you're actually under arrest, you have absolutely no obligation to stand and listen to, uh,
Anyone
tolerate,
really?
look at, or put up with any police officer bullshit. So,
Yeah. Mm.
yeah.
I
A
never
lot of
thought to just
police
walk away.
officers don't know that though, and think that you're doing something illegal by doing that. So that can cause problems sometimes, but those are like extreme fringe cases. Most police officers know what they're doing, like overall bulk. If you look at the entire country, um, there's yeah.
There's a conversation we could have there, but I'll move
Well,
forward.
yes, it's not uniform, but there's some um
Mm.
very good officers, some very bad officers.
You
But
rarely
I
hear about
think,
the good officers. You usually only hear about the bad ones.
yeah, I think if you take overall, like it would be more on the good side than the bad side, you know.
I'd agree.
Sorry, that's uh
I'm making I feel uncomfortable. You know,
Don't feel
yeah.
uncomfortable.
You don't feel uncomfortable. That's how you feel. You're
uh,
allowed to feel how you want to feel.
Thanks.
That being said, I do go to any discussion I have with a cop with a grain of salt.
Uh,
Yeah,
I just
yeah,
try to avoid cops.
I like your
yeah.
answer. Just try to
Um,
avoid them. I like that one. Uh,
yeah.
but like that person said, just walking away, that's not a way to avoid a conversation.
If
Uh,
you're post-ictal and you don't know that you have been detained, that can be a problem. You know, if the officer has told you that you're being detained, you're under arrest or whatever, for whatever reason, maybe you did something, you know, public
like walked in someone's
indecency.
house.
Right, or public indecency seems to be a common one with
I gotta take
um
my pants
for,
off.
for whatever reason. Yeah, it's important, you know. But um so if they're investigating it and they've told you you're detained for whatever and you don't know it when you boom and the switch is flipped back on and you just want to go home, you know, pull your pants back up and leave. Um, yeah, that could be a problem. In that case, you would have been obligated to stay there and not walk away from the police officer. But um, yeah, you'd have no way to know that. Neither would the officer, though, necessarily. So it's a whole, yeah, it's a whole mess.
I
I think
was told by the ambulance
police,
that I should go.
yeah, I think police overall, I think we've talked about this before on a couple occasions, but I think police overall need better training about seizures and seizure protocol and what to look for people who might not be
Themselves.
responsive. Yeah, who might be in the midst of a medical event rather than being, willfully non-compliant. So, um,
I mean, what they try to do is they try to just figure out, is this person a criminal or are they not? And
yeah,
sometimes you don't have enough time and they just assume criminal.
Well,
yeah.
sorry, memory spark. I had a seizure once when I was attempting community college and woke up handcuffed.
Oh,
Same
okay.
thing with my partner at the time. because he tried to explain that she has panic attacks because I hadn't been diagnosed.
That's rough. Your
Then my dad called.
dad called the police?
Well, campus security.
Oh, okay. Good. Yeah, the time where the cops came for me was a couple times because the walking at homes wasn't the best decision to make while you're post-ictal. Uh,
Or at all.
yeah, or at all. There was a lot of talking, and once I had walked out of the home, and of course the people were like walking me out because I was post-ictal, like holding my arm and stuff, trying to help me to the fire truck. Um, the cops pulled up after the ambulance did their checks or whatever. I lived a couple houses down, so someone went to go get my family, and then the ambulance was like, "You should go now." Um, like as soon as the cops were walking up to the truck, they were like, "You should go." My family helped me out of the truck, and we walk home. They never told me to stop, which is good because I never think just walk away when they're telling you to stop. Um, yeah, doesn't sound like a good thing to do. I got something here though. It says multiple auras a day. Hi everyone. 20-year-old female. I recently met with my neurologist who told me I'm probably having partial temporal lobe seizures, and I'm currently being tested to confirm. They have become a lot more frequent, going from once every couple of months to once a couple times a month. I recently learned that auras were, and I think I'm having multiples a day. So I just wanted some advice on if that's something people experience before I tell my neurologist. Today I was walking with a friend and got this weird feeling in my head, and then I felt like I was melting, going into the ground, and the world kind of zoomed out like I was fake or something. I told my friend and I just laughed it off. Then I sat down and were, I sat down, the walls were breathing, and I felt like I was moving even though I was sitting still and focusing on my vision. It only lasted a few minutes at most, but that was the second time today this has happened and probably the fifth time in the last 3 weeks. My last impaired awareness seizure, which happened in class, also had breathing walls and weird feeling, but it differs because I had an impending doom feeling, extreme heaviness, slumping in my right, feeling like I wasn't real, touching my face and hands, confusion, passing out, and trouble forming sentences. Can you have auras without the full seizure? Seizure super frequently. I've started questioning a lot of weird feelings lately that I thought were normal because when I tell my best friend, she says that sounds crazy in a caring way. She is great. So I'm just overthinking. Oh, so am I just overthinking this or is this the real issue? Does anyone have any similar experiences? You should get that checked out. Um,
Definitely
yeah.
tell the neurologist about that because
Yeah,
it seems like
ours
it
are
could definitely
seizures.
be, yeah, definitely could be some kind of seizure activity.
Then yes, you could definitely have multiple in a day. You can definitely cluster.
Mhm.
Yeah. Once I found out what a cluster was, I remember certain times that I had it, and I was telling earlier in it was me and Sailor Mom. I was telling her about them, but I read a comment here, and then I had something else to say about something else. The first comment here says multiple auras without full seizures is definitely a thing that happens. Your neurologist will want to know about the frequency change for sure, since that's pretty significant jump from monthly to daily episodes. And one more comment here says, yes, I often have this. It is partial focal epilepsy. I was able to control it through oh, hanging my lifestyle and finding the right balance of medication. Also, having a medication such as clonazepam to take small doses when I feel afocal can be helpful. What I was gonna say is, what was the name of the show? Oh, there was a show named
Body
Bizarre
Bazaar.
Body, Body Bizarre, or Bizarre Body, one of them. Um, check that out if you guys can. There was a girl on there. I don't remember what she had, but she had something where she had seizures as well. Um, and she had 40 a day. Um, yeah, I wrote it down and think it was like episode 3. I wanted to make sure you guys check that out because it was very interesting, even though I forgot what she had because every episode somebody's having some heavy stuff, some medical emergencies on those shows. If your stomach isn't ready for it, don't do it. But yeah, good show. And yeah, a lot of people need to watch those that don't have the. Yeah, you guys have to watch it. Season 8, episode 3. I think it's on Paramount. Toaster, do you know? I don't remember. Uh,
Um,
It's on Hulu, HBO
oh,
Max,
okay, yeah,
Discover.
I got HBO, so that's where I watched
yep.
it. Okay.
The Hulu, it says it requires the add-on.
Okay, just give it HBO then. Good show.
Yeah.
If you like medical stuff, uh, I do. But I got something here. It says TBI and epilepsy. How controlled are your seizures? What meds are helping you? Does anybody have a TBI here? Or is it just me? I think it's
I
just
think it's
me.
just you.
Oh, well, I just kind of put myself out there now. Well, TBI. How controlled are my seizures? Hmm. That's kind of a preference word. How controlled? I'd say they're decently controlled, but if you ask the neurologist, they wouldn't say the same. Mm, they're okay. I wouldn't say controlled. And what meds are helping? Lamotrigine. Um, yeah, it causes insomnia, so make sure you take care of that. Um,
Not for me.
um, it's a side effect. Insomnia is a side effect of lamotrigine, so watch out for that, I should say. And then yeah. Um, some horrible side effects. I can't remember all of them right now, but the only one that always comes to mind when I think of side effects of lamotrigine is insomnia. Uh,
There's also hypersomnia.
yeah. And then there's hypersalivation, where your mouth just waters all the time. I get that time to time. Um, yeah, check out the side effects because lamotrigine is helping for me, but know your body. It doesn't help everybody. Ooh, Toaster, I got one for you. Only reason I always have one for you because you're the only person I know who can explain deja vu and auras in detail, and you know your stuff. So this is for you. It says deja vu. Hi everyone. I'm a 27-year-old female. I started having moments of very unpleasant deja vu when I was a child, and all I could as explain to them as was these moments that I felt like deja vu, but I don't remember the experience they're linked to, and my head would hurt when they would occur. They went on for years. Oh, they went away for years. Then I was pregnant with my 19-year-old. I had more episodes of them in my third trimester. They disappeared after and didn't have them again until 2 years ago. 2 years ago, at 25 years old, I got pregnant with my second and had about two. weeks of these episodes, and they were very bad. I remember them being constant back to back, and this impending doom feeling with each and every one I had. I did see a neurologist who told me it could be TLE. She wanted me to get an MRI when I was no longer pregnant, but I never did. Well, fast forward to today, I'm pregnant with my third, and I'm 33 weeks. They started again today, and it's by far the worst I've ever experienced. I had 15 plus just today, but two of them were accompanied by extreme nausea to where I was gagging, and then this overwhelming warmth feeling came over. Horrible, horrible, uncomfortable deja vu that I can't shake. It's so hard to explain, but it's the worst feeling ever. I hate the feeling. These are the ones a lot longer than others and mentally hurt. After they are over, I feel very slowed. It's hard to form sentences or feel like I don't have a good train of thought. Has anyone else experienced this? Is there any triggers people have been aware of that maybe I can reduce? I am going to try and call the neurologist I saw 2 years ago to tomorrow, but really just need some advice. They are so unpleasant and they really make me tired and unwell. It's causing me a lot of anxiety.
Well,
That was a
my
lot.
yeah, it was a lot. My first take is that this seems to be linked to her pregnancy, which means hormones in balance, which kind of leads me to the catamenial.
Okay, I forget about that. Well, I mean, for obvious reason. Go ahead.
But she didn't mention having it any other time other than when she's pregnant.
Okay.
That being said, the catamenial epilepsy is about the hormone imbalance anyway. This could be very similar.
Okay.
In terms of the dejas, there's three main ones. The deja vu, normal. I've lived this before. Jamais vu, everything looks completely new, even though I've lived in this house for 30 years. And deja rêve, I've dreamed this. I'm walking into a dream.
Okay.
What
The
she's
part where you
describing.
Oh, go ahead. I
There's
interrupted you.
one that's linked to deja vu, but it's its own separate thing. Deja vu, if I pronounce it right, veku, meaning already lived. It's more intense than the deja vus, where it's not just, oh, I've lived this moment. It goes on for hours.
Hmm. The part where you said you can be somewhere that you already been and everything seems so new.
Mm-hmm.
How long does
Jamais
that
vu.
last?
It can be a moment. It can be longer, lasting several minutes. It depends on your aura.
Okay. Um, yeah. Can you cluster auras?
Yeah, auras are a type of seizure.
Okay. Yeah,
Wait, we just said
makes
this like
sense.
2 conversations ago. Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I forgot.
It's okay. I just remembered.
Uh, yeah, I was thinking, did we say this? Did we talk about this already? I was thinking it. I just didn't say it. Um, and yeah, there's some comments here. One says, I hate deja vu. Actually, I hate epilepsy and all the other vus as well. Another comment here says, for me, when I have deja vu, like it's hands down an aura that's occurring. I have spoken with my neurologist about this, and she thinks they are focal aware seizures. I'm so sorry you're experiencing this. And one last comment says, girl, please go see your neurologist. These could be auras, which are seizures. The fact that they are predictable in pregnancy shows there's something socio so um we gotta pronounce this word together. Um
I
P
would have to
Y
see it.
the PHYSIOLOGICAL. I know the last part is logical. Is it physiological?
Physiological.
Okay.
Physiological.
Yeah, you lost me after the PH. Sorry. I'm too
Yeah.
dyslexic.
I was wondering if it was physiological or yeah. I would have said it another way as well. So yeah, we'll move forward with that one. Um Toaster, when's the last time you had deja vu?
Yesterday.
Well, I
I
was
was
gonna say if you don't remember,
reading,
don't try too hard.
well, no, I know. But, you know, I, I just joined a writers group. And I was reading something someone posted, and it's like, I have read this before.
Um, I keep thinking to hold my thoughts until you're done talking, and then I just lose it. So,
That's
uh,
okay. That was it.
okay, well, I got something here because I wanted to ask Andrea some questions. Yeah, so get ready. We don't know because I don't know what's going on with me. It's asking about sleepwalking. So before you cut me off, we'll just read it, and maybe you might have something similar. Maybe not. But it says Lamotrigine and sleepwalking. After a very serious seizure, the hospital raised my dosage, and in the beginning, I would be sleepwalking and do weird shit when I was sleeping. Now, I did a very bad thing during the night a couple weeks ago. I came to waking up and I was strangling my wife. I had no control over it. Luckily, my wife was really understanding. It was horrible. I hated myself. Apparently, it's relatively normal to sleepwalk, etc. when you first start lamotrigine to raise the dosage. Then it calms down, which which it has now, but still I'm disgusted with myself. I know that I had no control or choice, but it doesn't take away the sickening feeling that I still have, but I keep that to myself. Just need to vent and ask, has anyone else sleepwalk when starting or raising your lamotrigine? Um, I think I have. That's the reason why I brought it up. But you're also on lamotrigine too, Andrea. Any signs of sleepwalking? I mean, you're not strangling anybody because you're home alone, but
Not,
me
I
either.
don't,
One thing about mine is I would wake up in the bathroom or stuff like that. I'm using the bathroom in the middle of the night, and I'm like, I don't remember the walk here." That has happened, and maybe within the last 3 to 4 months. But it was in the middle of the night. So,
I don't think I have. I remember my mom telling me that I would sleepwalk as a child, and I remember my dad sleepwalking, but I never have that I'm aware of since I started the Lamotrigine. So I don't think
This,
that has
okay.
anything to do with it.
this is a weird comparison. Could this be like a weird? I know it's lamotrigine, but kind of a Keppra incident, and you just don't remember it
Mm,
until you snap back into the world.
I checked the video, and I looked like regular me. I got up, I went to the bathroom, I came back and laid down. I remember being in
No,
the
I meant the
bathroom and
guy
going back to
strangling.
lay down. Oh, for him, yeah, I didn't strangle anybody. So, um,
I mean,
yeah,
but I understand the disgust. I can definitely sympathize with the disgust. Anyone who has had cap rage probably can sympathize with the disgust. If you're not a violent person and then you've just done something you don't do, it You will be disgusted with yourself for a long time, but you will come to terms with it. Now that I've
Just
said
have
that,
to
I'll
rem
mute myself.
just have to remember that that wasn't you. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Um, you guys done anything to someone that you don't remember, but it happened? They told you? Done anything in postictal stages that you would like to tell me about, or that you could?
Worst thing I ever did in my life was Keppra incident, and I don't remember it. Not really. It's kind of this veneer of flatness to it. But something was happening. I was angry. We were in the kitchen and I shoved my daughter, pushed her hard, hard, hard. And at that point, she was smaller than me, like an actual child. Not it
Yeah,
felt disgust at myself for a long, long time.
understandable. Um, to everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button so we can get Mark to come back. Um, or just press that thumbs up button just because you want to. But I got some comments here for the guy strangling his woman. Uh, well, that wasn't the post, but that's what I remembered from it. From the post about Lamotrigine and sleepwalking, here are some comments. It says, "That's terrifying, mate. The guilt must be eating you alive, knowing it wasn't really you. Had similar weird episodes when my dose got bumped up, but nothing that intense. Mostly just found myself reorganizing the kitchen at 3 a.m. Wow. Another comment here says, OMG, I didn't know this was a thing. I'm on the Lamotrigine as well. My doctor never warned me about this. Now I'm scared I might hurt someone. I'm sorry. I hope things get better." One more comment says, "Therapy may help you get through what happened and to forgive yourself. I would want it after that. Chin up." You guys ever had anger after a seizure?
Not that I recall. I'm usually just really, really confused and finally piece it together that I must have had a seizure.
Yeah, the situation where it was twice, it was one where I woke up and I don't exactly know what had happened, so I didn't point it out as a seizure, but it's a possible. But I'm taking my beats well. Shout out to Nature Made. So I thought maybe this isn't a thing where I'm having a focal and walking. But that was something I looked at on the camera a couple of times, and I still have the video because I'm so unsure about what happened because I 100% don't remember walking to the bathroom. But I looked totally normal, and like I said, I remember coming to lay down like afterward, so it just looked normal. Like,
Maybe you were still just kind of sleepy, so it didn't register.
so you saying don't point it out to my mom?
I'm not saying you shouldn't point it out to your mom. I'm just saying maybe it was more of just like a you were really, really tired because you never sleep. So you were in a really deep sleep, but you needed to get up and go to the bathroom. So you did, and you kind of actually woke up more to where you remember it while you were in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Because I know there's a lot of times that like I'll wake up and I just have my like morning routine of like, I get up, go to the bathroom, take my pills, then go get a cup of coffee. And there's a lot of times where I'm like, I don't remember taking my pills, and I'll go back and look. And yeah, I took my pills, but I have no memory of taking my pills. I think it's
Okay. It
just
is, of
habit, but it
course, a
doesn't
habit.
really register because I'm not really completely awake yet.
Okay. I was hoping someone would say that. Make me feel better.
Yeah, I would say
But
you were just really sleepy and not quite
hoping
with it
so.
yet when you got up.
Yeah, the only thing is it was twice. That's the only thing that I thought might be something to point out. Yeah. Very random, but it did happen twice that I can remember, and I have both videos, and they both look like regular person. Like I couldn't see too much in my eyes, but I got up all normal. I didn't stumble after getting up. Yeah, I'll show you guys the video one day. But I have a post here. And it said, I had my first seizure yesterday and I'm scared. After a sleepless night, I went to see my family doctor yesterday, and after receiving an IV, I suddenly had a seizure. They took me straight to the hospital. I hardly remember the seizure itself. They did an emergency TC scan of my head to rule out anything serious. According to the doctor, the CT scan was normal. But since I've read that epilepsy is pretty rare in your 20s, I'm 28, I'm naturally terrified that something was missed on the CT scan, a tumor or something similar. Can you reassure me a little? I still have an ER coming up, but I'm just so scared. Um, uh, they're asking for some reassurance that maybe a tumor was missed. And you just hope that it wasn't a tumor there. Go with what the doctor said that it isn't a tumor, or
I can't
yeah,
imagine they would miss something like that. I mean, all of my head CTs and MRIs and stuff, they've never seen anything abnormal on mine, yet I still have epilepsy. Epilepsy is not visible with a CT scan or an MRI.
right. Uh, yeah, that's a hard one. Go get a second opinion if you don't like that neurologist. But there's some comments here. One says there are many things that can trigger a seizure, not just epilepsy. A severe lack of sodium, for example. It could have been, hopefully, something else.
It sounds
Another
to me
comment
like
here.
she's almost hoping that if she has a tumor on her brain, that they
That's
missed,
what I was thinking.
like, how could they miss that? I mean, instead of hoping that it's nothing and you just had an incident, you're hoping for the worst.
Right. Um, yeah, that person sounds like they're just hoping it's something else that could have caused the seizure. Yeah, I like to know the cause of
Well,
things, so I
well, I have
understand the
your
person.
permission. I have to leave, so I will see you later.
Good to
All
see you,
right,
Jeff.
well, we are live on YouTube, so check it out. You know that, of course.
Yeah, right.
Anybody, anybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button, uh, and we are gonna keep
I'm
going.
I mean, I'm the same way where I like to find the answers and the reasons and causes for things, but sometimes there is no test and there is no defined reason something is happening. Sometimes there's
Yeah,
just nothing defined.
yeah, that's like a lot of people's epilepsy. It's just nothing to
Yeah,
find. You just have epilepsy. And that sounds like what this person might be going through. They just don't have like a specific reason pointed out. So now they're thinking the worst.
yeah. So it seems like to me.
So what I can reassure you is go talk to your primary about talking to somebody about some therapy. That could be a good thing to talk about when you're thinking about stuff like that, especially because they didn't say was it their first. I think it was their first. So um, go get that checked out. Ask a
Yeah,
neurologist that you're having
yeah.
some anxiety problems about what it might be. Hopefully they
Maybe,
get you somebody to talk to.
get a referral to a neurologist for further evaluation.
Right. Um,
But don't be surprised if their little 1 hour EEG doesn't come up with any answers either. Because
Right.
the little short ones are very common to not catch anything.
I lost my vape pen. Save the day. Got one here that says looking for input. So I've been on Keppra for a while with periods of success. However, it does not seem to be working well enough for a full seizure freedom. And I'm on 3,000 milligrams Keppra and 5 milligrams of clobazam. I have been scarring on my frontal temporal lobe. I'm interested in whether or not other have had success with different AEDs for a similar problem, as I'm looking to speak with my neurologist about changing the meds to hopefully find better success. If you wonder why I was reading it like that, there's no period in this one. There's commas every now and then, but yeah. Anybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button. We need a lot of thumbs up by the end of the night. If you want to see me and Andrea back here, do some thumbs up and we'll be back. Yeah. So input on the person's success with their meds.
Meds are really just kind of a trial and error type thing. You try it, see if it works. If it doesn't, you try something else. You know, maybe they need a higher dosage, maybe they need something else added in, and everybody's different. Did they say something about scarring on their brain?
Um, yeah, it says I have some scarring on frontal temporal lobe. Interested in whether or not other have had success with different AEDs and a similar problem, as I'm looking to speak with my neurologist about changing meds. Talk to your neurologist. Coming here, you might get some help. You never know. I don't suggest getting input like that from Reddit, but you can get it from us, I guess. Talk to your neurologist. You're looking for seizure freedom and you're already on 300 milligrams of Keppra.
Well, and if they
Yeah.
have scarring on their brain, there may not be complete control of their seizures found with medications. It might not be
Ooh,
achievable.
that's something that didn't cross my mind. Yeah, I have scarring on my brain, and it's called encephalomalacia, soft brain tissue. And they just basically said there's no healing it. They didn't give me an aftercare plan. They're just like, you have epilepsy, take this. Uh, but they
It's
are sure that I have epilepsy because of the scarring or the place where it hit my head.
well, and seizure freedom isn't really I mean, I suppose some people may find it, but I don't think that it's really something that most people achieve. I think that seizure management is more of an appropriate term. You manage it the best you can, but that doesn't mean it's going to be cured or you're never going to have seizures again. Because there's
Right.
been so many things of people that have gone, years without seizures and then they have to start having seizures again. So it's
Right.
it's really just kind of something to manage.
Manage
It's
it,
not
eat
going away.
well, drink well, sleep. Yeah. One comment here says I took about 4 different medications in the past 15 years. None of them could make me seizure free, although the Keppra helped the most. But now I'm taking a new medication called cenobamate
That's
for
Excopri.
three oh for 3 weeks. Yes, it's short, and I didn't have a seizure, so I'm getting hope. That's something I was thinking about. Is a neurologist said that Keppra might be good for me. And this was the second neurologist who has told me that Lamotrigine works better with Keppra. What do you think about that? That I should try it?
I think you should, but
I was
I
thinking
mean,
that.
if you know, I don't think that you should be not taking the meds that your last neurologist gave you, and that
Yeah,
you're
I know how
not
you feel about it.
right. So yes, of course, I think you should try it. It might help. I also understand your hesitancy since of the way it was prescribed to you, with him just like, oh, we'll take this. I get that, but it's still worth a try. And just because I know you're afraid of more side effects, but you may
It
not
has,
have additional side effects from it. It may actually help the side effects you're having from the lamotrigine. You never know.
oh man. Yeah, that has been a thought, is to actually take in what the neurologist said at the emergency room. But yeah, like I said, this is the second time I heard someone say it, so it did catch me when they said at the emergency room. The last person that said it, she said that to me in an appointment, um, and she was also asking to do brain surgery in that same appointment. So after she asked for brain surgery, I just forgot everything that she said.
Well,
The
they
brain
start throwing that.
surgery, the brain surgery
Go
was
ahead.
not going to help the epilepsy. It was not for the epilepsy. So I was just like, no. She's like, you're too young for your memory to be this bad. I have a way we can help. And I'm like, hmm, we can look into that. So I went and did like little memory test or whatever. They did so many pages, and then they would go back a few pages and see if you remember that. And I told them, you guys are asking the wrong person, because I'm not gonna remember this. You guys are testing me on some stuff I could just tell you is this bad. But uh yeah. Uh I even forgot what I was talking about. That was that much.
But when they start throwing the word surgery around when it comes to your brain, it freaks you out. I mean,
Very much.
they said that to me many years before I even agreed to transfer to the place to be assessed for surgery possibilities. And I was very happy the day the doctor came in and said that I do not need surgery. I was like, that's good, because I really don't want you to cut my head open.
Yeah, she was telling me, oh, she showed me the picture of the brain they had, and well, a picture of my brain. She said that this little dark space right here, and this little dark space right there, and then there's one right there, one right there. We can just put a needle in and take out whatever it was. I don't know if she said air, but she's like, we can do that and remove what's in that pocket. That should help with your memory. And by then, I'm like, I've been taking these meds for 17 years, and you're telling me that this surgery is what's going to help my memory? Second opinion. Then my
I
second opinion
understand.
was horrible. So third opinion, yeah. Eventually, I'll do the third opinion. For now, we're good. I'm expecting one any day now. As you guys know, they're every 3 months, and 3 months would be in 2 weeks. So I'm gonna say
I
I
feel
can
like
last till then.
I think I just always expect that it could happen anytime.
Yeah, I never thought I would think about it so often until I thought about a question that I had asked someone else. It's like, do you always think about your seizures? Like, do you think one could come? And I was sitting thinking about it one day, and I was thinking, I'm pretty close to one, and that does cross my mind quite a bit. It's coming, regardless if I want to or not. But
That's why I don't
yeah,
worry about it, because if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. and there's not a damn thing you can do about it.
What I'm trying to do is like pay attention to every little thing in these days leading up. So then I could say this might have been or this might have been. But I also was thinking that I'm gonna have to have two or three to actually get the sign and point it out. I can't just say it was a sign after one seizure. So yeah, testing on myself. Hopefully I'm gonna make it until June without a seizure would be nice. At least June, that'll be 4 months. So if I can get to 4 months without a seizure, maybe I can make it through this year with only 3 to 4 seizures. Last year, the only reason I made it to 5 was because um, I had 2 on my last one. Otherwise, I could have said I had 4 seizures this year, and that was better than last year, 5. So, yeah. Um,
You'll get there.
Mark, how you doing?
Good.
Is it good? What you're chewing on?
He's eating his Starburst.
Candy.
Oh, all right. Yeah. So I got something here. It says, "Have you failed a medication? I failed Keppra, Lamotrigine, now Excopri. What's next?" Long story short, I was diagnosed with multifocal seizures in 2020. Started with Keppra and basically just felt like the Hulk. Some showed some small thing would just turn me so angry, and boy, would I not let anything go. Switched to the Lamotrigine, which I thought was working okay, and I was still experiencing some breakthrough seizures. When we went to increase the dosage, I ended up with some twitches and ticks that wouldn't go away. My eye was twitching a ton, and I would be making these weird throat clicking sounds. Sounds like sounds like it is rather rare side effect for the lamotrigine. I can't get a good read on it, but I know that the twitches stopped when I got off of the lamotrigine, and that was the only thing I changed medicine wise. So not sure what else it could have been. So I switched to Excopri, which has been wonderful. I've been seizure free for over a year, which is the longest I can say I've been seizure free since the diagnosis. That being said, I am always tired and like not a little tired, more to the level of I choose sleep over anything. Most days I feel like a bit like a walking zombie, just kind of zoning through life, but can't help but think this is not sustainable long term. I feel like my doctor is pretty much trying to get me to just accept that this is my new normal in one breath, but then in the next breath will tell me there are tons of drugs out there to try. So I'm kind of at a loss to his hesitation to come up with a game plan that doesn't have me continue taking a drug where I'm failing to sleep or falling asleep at work or dishing out on events that were made 2 years ago would be ecstatic to go to and choose instead of sleep. No joke, 20 hours a day. Has anyone had any similar experiences? Any ideas? What's next for me? Next medication and something to deal with the drowsiness. Um, 3 medications. You're still doing good because I'm on my third. I don't say that's too far in, but they call you med resistance once you try more than two, once you've been switched more than 2 times. But I don't think I'm med resistant because I moved medication by choice. Or would I still be med resistant? Yeah, they say to be med resistant, you have to be switched over twice.
I think the word they use is intractable.
There we go.
Um,
Angel
and
uses
yeah,
both words.
it's when they've tried you on two or more and you have not been successfully controlled, I think.
Mm.
So if you're on your third or you go further, I
I've
think.
been on 5 total.
Yeah, I think we're all intractable here. We
Okay,
should start a club.
Yeah.
but hold on one second. But I didn't get the second. The doctor didn't put me on the second medication. I was just like, I don't like this one. Switch me to this, or I don't
Oh,
like this one. Find me another one. It wasn't
oh,
like you should take this and you should take this. It was like take this and take this. I took the second one that they said for 4 years, and I said I don't like it, and then I decided to move on. So should I still be med resistant
no, you get kicked
because I'm
out
on
of
the
the club
third?
now. No, man.
Anybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button and keep watching. This shit's hilarious. Mark is hilarious. Star of the show.
I'm the
Um,
star, man. You're the star.
You're the one eating
man,
Starburst.
there we go. There we go, Andrea. You're on my side.
Is that? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. The star first. Then, yeah, took me. You see, because it takes that much of my brain power to chew, so it slows me down. Plus, not drooling at the same time as chewing in front of the camera.
One thing I
I'm
notice that
focused.
I do is I snore even when I'm awake. Like sometimes I'll
Okay.
just be editing videos and then I'm breathing and then it'll be a inhale to where I snored, not just an inhale to where I, yeah. Um,
Hey, James.
Does anybody snore
Hey,
while they're
Kate.
awake? Come on, can we just say that's not just me? Anybody snore while they're awake? Just like notice you're snoring. Because sometimes I'm doing nothing but editing, and then I hear a snore out of nowhere, and I'm like, "Oh, that was me." No, it's
You're
just
just
me.
talented.
Yeah, multi-talented. I can snore while I'm awake. Um, the
I
icebreaker
can
for
fall
Kate and
upstairs,
James.
so
That's another topic. Uh, that's a whole
Do you
nother
mean
thing.
just falling while you're upstairs? Because
no,
I
like
could do that
going
too.
upstairs. I'll just fall.
Um, I looked at a video and I actually saved it. I was gonna post it, but I want to go through it in my head first and tell you exactly what happened before you see it. So what had happened was I was standing straight up, and then the next thing I know, I was falling. When I looked at the video, it looks like my upper body started to fall first, which is really funny. Um, so that's hard to explain. My upper body started falling, which threw my balance off, is what I think. Um, but I don't know how my upper body started falling. But there's the story I have, and I have the video because, of course, I put these cameras up so I can see when stuff happens. And been pretty successful catching
Well,
things happen.
the upper body is where the bulk of the overall mass of, the human is, the torso. The legs aren't really that much of your overall weight.
Like you can
So
never tell half the women in this earth that they are top heavy. I
no,
promise.
it's just like humanity.
That depends on the woman.
You're
You
going
know,
to tip at the hips.
no, my ass stay grounded. Sorry.
No, like this is just
I know there's
physics
science.
of
There's science behind it, bro, for sure. But
the stick figure,
mm-mm.
the stick figure, the A
Enough said. Enough
asexual,
said. Your stick figure
agendered,
battle might relate, but
non-binary stick figure um
I'm not
has
into the
has
labels.
a has a hinge at
Yeah, I heard
a
that before.
a certain focal point above
Oh, fuck,
which
it's Freaky Friday. Go ahead, go
the
ahead.
the overall center of mass will want to approach the ground.
That's what she said.
Seems like my head always wants to approach the ground first.
Mm.
My
Right.
face. Always land on my
It's
face.
Go ahead, Mark.
no,
What I was gonna say is basically feel like I'm top heavy. That's exactly what the video looked like. Like I said, my upper half started falling first. I started going like this, and then my lower half I started stumbling towards the direction my feet were moving. And yeah, I laugh at it
Ever
every
felt
time
the
I look at
difference?
it.
When
have
I
you
had my
ever
hair cut,
weighed?
like my hair would block my vision or kind of be more if I ever have it like parted and my hair is like blocking my head this way, it seemed like when I had seizures, I would turn my head towards the eye that was already like more likely covered. Because sometimes when I have the tonic-clonics, I'll turn my head really hard either way. It's not always the same way. But lately, the this past week, I had two focal aware seizures. The whole time I was aware, like, okay, I can't comprehend what this person is saying to me. I can't respond and say anything. My right side is getting kind of tingly, but I'm here. I'm aware and I'm here. I can blink if I want. I can move. I can, I'm conscious. And that's something that now, as long as those keep happening, I can answer some more questions
Mm.
of just like what's going on. Is it always going to be the right side on? Because this past week it was one on Monday and one on Thursday, or maybe Sunday and Thursday, something. But yeah, both times it was the right side that went tingly, but I was aware. So
That join the club now, right? The
yeah, now we can.
tingly
Now I
on the
can
one side or the other side.
understand.
Yeah, and
So how is it for
when I
you? Is
had
it
my
always the same side that seems to go? I mean, what is it? Is it
no,
tingly or is it numb? Like, can you feel?
it's like it's not numb, it's tingly, but it's not. I mean, the closest analog or not analog, the closest comparison would be like if the arm fell asleep, if I
Yeah,
was, but it's not like that
yeah. I'm
either,
not going. I'm
you
not
know?
going like this to wake
It's
it up.
not like the
Yeah.
arm is asleep, but there's tingles there. So it's kind of like clearly neurological in the same way as so I feel that, and one side or the other side, not always the same. And when I
But it is
had
always unilateral. Like you're saying, it is always one side.
sometimes when they build and it gets stronger and stronger and it has spread to both sides.
Oh,
And
okay. So
then
you can get the tingling on both sides.
sometimes when it goes and it spreads from one side to both sides, that's when it has built and gone full blown tonic clonic.
Oh, okay. So by the sometimes if it goes by if the tingles go bilateral on you, it's most likely generalizing.
It's on its
Oh,
way to
that's when
going.
you know
It
it's a
might
clear.
be, I mean, I don't know. I think probably that the sensation having gone to both sides, it has generalized at that point. I don't know. Um, I don't know. I don't know a lot about um the intricacies of the focal to
Yeah, as it
um
progresses.
uh, yeah, but the fact that the this sensations exist on one side And that's the side, or that's the opposite side that the seizure is happening on.
Oh, so you've been able to compare these on EEG. Like when your right side was numb, you got on EEG that the activity was on the left?
Oh, no.
Oh,
No.
okay.
That's the assumption.
Got it.
But I mean I have had the focal to bilateral on my right side spread to my left side, and then full tonic clonic while I was asleep. So I don't know what um, what sensations might have
Oh, okay.
happened if I was awake during that time.
Right.
But yeah, I do know that that those sensations happen during the daytime when I'm awake. And that's um, linked with the focals. So, um, yeah. Do you get like a roller coaster stomach drop sort of sensation with it too, or is it just the
And
tingles?
the notes are really vague. It just literally says it felt like my hand was falling asleep, and then it progressed from hand to leg both times. Like it always starts, it seems like in my hand, and then kind of progresses. It goes up to my shoulder, elbow, and then leg.
So like hand up and
Yeah,
then
but
down.
that's weird. It only goes up. It never goes up to my shoulder, only up to my elbow. And then I
Oh,
started writing how it was weird. Like when I just kind of like rested my arm on my side, that's when I started feeling it from like all quads. And I know this was not from the workout. Like this was not at all from like muscle soreness, but that's exactly where I felt it. It was like if I was doing a lunge and held that lunge for like an hour and then it went to sleep. Like, yeah, that's what it felt like. And no, I was not anywhere near as sore as I would be from a tonic-clonic. So yeah, did nothing to do with the muscles, but it felt like it. So that was the weird part too.
yeah.
And that's something obviously like I could have never verbalized in the notes after the fact because I don't know what the fuck is going on and I'm still not making sense for like a good 15 minutes after. So now I'm just thrilled that I can remember. It's actually this is a sensation that I'm describing that I'm like I can feel, and no, that's never happened. I have not had focal aware seizures ever documented, and now that's what's happening. And this was the bad week. This was when the bad ones like technically should have happened. And if this could be like my milestone of how as bad as it's gonna get, I can fucking work with this. I can manage this now for real. So
Good.
yeah,
Good.
good news, and no medication. Another total milestone.
Nice. Very cool. Glad to
Yeah,
hear
Right.
that.
yeah. So you're all about B12. I'm all about RNS at this point because that's what I have to give my credit to.
Shout out RNS.
Here we go.
Who makes that thing?
NeuroPace. I don't know who's in charge. They all make money. Whatever. They're all taking my data.
Shout out to NeuroPace. Um, yeah, got something here. It says, I'm getting more stupid each year, and I'm afraid I'm about to lose my job. I'm now 29 years old, epileptic since 7 years old. I'm also diagnosed with severe ADHD. I remember being very smart until I was 25, but now I notice significant decline. I'm having a nice corporate job, which I'm having a nice corporate job, which requires logical thinking and connected the dots. I got around half a year ago, but I now see that I'm making a lot of small mistakes. I feel my manager don't trust me as much as others. I'm making mistakes even with things like counting days. It's crazy. I have a master's degree in science. I was very good with quick thinking. I was doing advanced math, integrals, and derivatives. Now I feel like I'm not even reliable at work, which is not that complicated. I often forget things, confuse things, and rules. Today, I woke up to someone pointing out that 420 and 4, oh, the date 420 and 424 is 4 days apart, not three. I was counting yesterday, LOL. I'm trying to just accept it as it is and think of it as it doesn't define me as a person, but I'm really worried about my future. Just looking for advice. I'm not sure if this is ADH thing or epilepsy or both. Um, I wouldn't say you're getting stupider at all. Might have some memory issues, but I'm not sure
exactly
if
what I
people
was
lose
gonna say.
knowledge. Like what you know is what you know. I mean, you might forget what you know and it'll come to you, but if
My
you know one
wonder
plus
was,
one, you're not losing it. So I don't know. Go ahead.
I was just thinking, well, it makes me wonder if they're on more medication now than they used to be, which is why they're feeling the effects of the additional meds, which they didn't say, but I feel like the more meds we're on, the harder it is for our brains to function.
I'm with you there. Um,
Just
yeah.
refresh.
You guys have any
I
advice for this
don't know.
person?
What was
What
OP talking
if
about
they
on this one?
were,
They were having a
did
problem
they,
after starting new meds.
Mm,
They just said they're feeling
no.
like they're getting stupider.
hmm They've been dealing with epilepsy for 22 years and they're 29 years old now. Um, they have severe ADHD. Um, is this an ADHD thing, an epilepsy thing, or both? I don't exactly know what ADHD is to even tell you that it's part of something. So as of right now, I say for epilepsy, it doesn't make you stupid.
well, I mean,
Now, there's
here
a
we
spectrum
can,
for everything. There's so many people on that ADHD, with the diagnosis. I don't know enough about it to obviously say anything like, conclusive, but it sounds like a self-confidence thing to me. We can have a lot of shit fucked up and not feel stupid. So, who knows? Maybe read a book, get into something like that, accomplish something, like set a goal, accomplish something, make like a
well,
achievable task, and that might
that's
make you feel better.
that's the thing though. The issues with ADHD are problems with planning, with attention, with focus, with, well, here, I mean, I'll just, um, key symptoms, inattention, because, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. So the attention part, difficulty sustaining attention in tasks or play, being easily distracted by unrelated thoughts or stimuli, making careless mistakes in schoolwork or work, appearing not to listen when spoken to, poor organizational skills, including losing items like keys, wallets, phones, procrastination, and failure to finish tasks or chores, the hyperactivity side, um, fidgeting, squirming, tapping hands and feet, inability to stay. Um, well, yeah, fidgeting. I don't know if you see right now, knee's been moving, rocking this whole time. Inability to stay seated in a classroom or work settings, feeling constantly on the go or internally restless, um, talking excessively, difficulty engaging in quiet activities, impulsivity. Um, well, impulsivity is another part, blurting out answers before questions are completed, difficulty waiting for one's turn, interrupting or intruding others' conversations or games. Um, Emotional and cognitive symptoms include emotional dysregulation, so oftentimes quick to anger or quick to frustration. Anxiety and depression are common, um, and significant difficulties and trouble managing one's time. Um, so, um,
In-depth analysis on, summary of ADHD. So if somebody's got all that going on, it seems like it might be really easy to feel stupid, but take it one step at a time. Like it sounds
right.
like you're going to need a pretty solid support system to help you analyze what is the first thing you can work on. Maybe just take it back to the situation. What incident actually made you feel stupid? Was it not being able to check out at the register? Going through just like a day-to-day task or something like that. You couldn't remember your PIN number, so you wanted to run it as credit, but now you have to push the green circle instead of the red X, and you end up with a declined payment. But it happens. It doesn't make you stupid. Like it
I
kind of
don't
helps
know.
support
I
system
mean,
that.
the advanced math that they were talking about is I don't know. It's different from just it's not I don't know. Once you get past um algebra and geometry, trigonometry, and you get into like yeah, beyond trig into calc and further mathematics becomes not not really even about the numbers anymore in a lot of ways. So what they were talking about the um, trouble with integrals with differential or what did they say? Integrals differentiating. So that sort of math is basic. I mean, it's abstract reasoning, not just like holding the numbers in the head. So they're having trouble, well, like cognitive decline, sort of more so than forgetfulness issues. Um,
Okay, so I mean, once it gets documented, I guess it's kind of hard to deny or just move on from.
it's I mean, well, and when the answer or the treatment for the best treatment, most effective for ADHD has been um, strong stimulant medications. So amphetamine, um, um, uh, and friends,
Strong stimulant
you
sounds
know,
like all those uppers that we weren't supposed.
right.
Yeah, yeah.
Everything that epileptics are not supposed to touch.
Yes, exactly.
Um, so there's not really there's only one really that I'm aware of. One ADHD medication treatment that is not a stimulant. So that might be a good attempt. See if they can um, get a prescription for Strattera. Um, I think that's the trade name. I'm not sure. Um, but yeah, if your doctor won't prescribe the traditional ADHD meds, trying to function in an office space that requires performing advanced mathematics, um, with untreated ADHD is like it's I don't know. Kudos to
So
them
this
for
one, I mean, definitely needs a good support system. And if you have the test saying that you got a higher score last time, I mean, maybe I'd hate to say, like, in my opinion, I would try to focus them on, like, don't worry about it. This is not something that's going to, steer your life essentially. So focus more on how you can use your knowledge. Like maybe the information, like the I don't want to say like the capacity, but like what you still have is just going to be better off focus on, some new hobby, find something else to do. What should you really be focusing your time on? And like, I don't know. I hate to agree with my high school daughter that like a lot of the stuff that in these tests doesn't seem worth it, but
Well,
if
yeah,
they're
that,
basing all of this like disappointment in themselves on an academic test or an academic achievement in general, I would really try to just kind of refocus them on you're still good, even if you're not A plus. Like, yeah, you don't need all that.
Mm. Yeah. So,
Mm.
um,
yeah, well, I don't know.
But that's coming from the mom side of me.
The performance evaluations do matter, though. Grades don't matter. High school grades don't matter once you get in the real world, but high school grades matter for college entrance, right? Um, College GPA doesn't matter, but your first job out of college, it kind of is looked at when you don't have a work career established in that field.
So maybe this is somebody
So
younger. This is
a
like
lot
high
of
school,
the,
college, like early 20s time is like hard to deal with anyway. Sorry to interrupt.
yeah, well, I mean, they said like they were what, like 30 or something, 28, 29. So, yeah, performance evaluations, they're not going to get fired for, you know, slow cognitive decline from ADHD or whatnot, but um, bonuses and raises are, um, you know, tied to these kind of things. So um, it it could have a significant impact on them all the way, all the way down. So it's, I don't know. I would really see about or encourage them to try to get the ADHD addressed in some way. Um, because if they can feel that feel an improvement in that aspect, that probably give a boost in their confidence, reduce their anxiety, all kinds of uh, like downstream um, improvements that would even help with their seizures if they're less stressed about this kind of stuff. So yeah, I don't know. That would be my suggestion. Um, or try to, aim the career path towards management. The more the higher you go in the management food chain in corporate America, the less like actual math and actual work you have to do. Um, or at least that's what I've seen. Um,
I got something. Everybody can relate to this, so open your ears. It says, "What experience do you have with changing pills? I've been taking Keppra 1,000 milligrams and Lamictal in the morning and evening, but now I have Briviac instead of Keppra. Dosage of Briviac is 75 milligrams, but I'm afraid it won't change enough. I was okay with my previous dose, but they changed it because of the side effects. I had different pills also before and different kinds of doses, and it wasn't good. I feel like a lab rat, and more they change my pills, the more I'm scared I'll get a seizure. I want to know if any of you had at least a similar experience on changing medications. What was your change of medications like? My change of medications were in my childhood, and I did do it the safest way. I was always cold turkey to the next. Yeah, bad thing to do. I don't suggest it, but how was you guys' experience switching meds?
They've always either done the cross taper where you go down on one and up on the other one at the same time, or they just added one and then would adjust the dosage afterwards. But I mean, anytime you're messing with your meds, I can understand the increased anxiety of having a seizure because things are changing.
Yeah.
That's how mine have always been too, is like tapering off one, tapering onto one. Other than just because I was, there at the hospital for the EMU last week. Other than that, it's always been, slowly going off one, slowly starting another. Never just like a cold turkey type of thing. But I mean, as far as how it's gonna be or how the person's gonna react. I mean, there's a million different scenarios. It depends what medication you're going off of. It depends which one you're going on. It depends how quickly they, taper the two. There's too many like open-ended questions to really give a solid answer to that one, unfortunately.
Everybody epilepsy is
Yeah, I
different.
remember. Right. I remember switching medication, and I think the only reason I didn't like titrate in between Keppra and Lamotrigine, uh, I had a very active life at that point, and I was just going here, going there. So I didn't want to take that time to start at this pill, break this pill twice, and take this one. I just was like, oh, I can't do all that. Take this one pill and switched over, and I always paid attention. Did not have a seizure because of those switches. That was never my problem, switching meds. Yeah. Um, Kevin, how was your experience with switching medications?
I went through the usual changing cocktail of medicines. Uh, I didn't have many through the years, but um, the one doctor assigned me one that it was the best. I added to pyramid Topamax that really helped actually. Uh, that really controlled the myoclonic seizures. Topamax in addition to Depakote, and um, and then my most recent addition was Clovamax or Clobazam. Yeah, I always pronounce that wrong still to this day, and that was also helpful for the myoclonics. So yeah, it was uh, to help over the years. They all perfected. Yeah.
So would you say eventually they found your perfect balance, like that perfect little cocktail?
Yes.
And that's
Exactly. Yeah.
part
Mhm.
that they go to the go-to practice for epilepsy, unless
Right.
you're on something, it's working, and every 3 months it's dead.
Yeah.
Then you earn that drug-resistant diagnosis, and you either decide to continue playing this game of meds or start talking other procedures, other forms of treatment besides medication, and that's kind of not an option for a lot of people. But that's still how epilepsy goes.
Had to get more
I
precise
heard
over the
someone.
years.
I heard someone, well, not I heard someone say, I was having a conversation with someone, and he told me that his brother only had seizures when he tries to get off of drugs. So he's on drugs and doesn't have seizures for big breaks, like 7 months to a year every now and then. And then he was like, last time he wanted to get clean, he started having seizures back to back all day, clustering basically. Um, and I
Is
know we don't
he
have anybody here going
epileptic?
through that. Yeah, he's epileptic, but he hasn't had seizures other than the times he's tried to quit in the past 2 years, I think
So,
he said.
what are you sure he's epileptic and not just going into withdrawal from?
This is something I was told. The person said he had him as a kid as well. So
Okay,
I don't know if he was on drugs when he was a kid, but that's hearsay. So
unlikely, I would assume. Hopefully, unlikely,
hopefully.
but yeah. Because yeah, there are some, um, you know, yeah, some that can cause seizures, and um,
I mean, yeah, last week when I just got cut right off the Keppra and started the other one, that night I had two seizures.
Mhm.
I mentioned before I didn't get any sleep the night before, just with all the beeping and nurses coming in and all that stuff. So, that probably lowered the threshold and added a little bit too, but it just happened to be the same day I went off of Keppra and started a brand new one, just
It's like
cold
that's what put you
turkey.
over the edge. Maybe your
Yeah,
threshold is lower, but
there wasn't any tapering off of one, starting another. It was just stop one, go right to the other. And that evening I had two seizures overnight. So, yeah, sometimes going from one to another right away, yeah, it might cause that. That might have it definitely, like I said, it might not have been the only reason I had those two, but come on, it added to it, right? I
yeah.
mean,
It
yeah,
always seems like that perfect little like trifecta of, well, I guess I did only have like 3 water bottles, and I might have been a little more stressing about that one thing, but yeah, it always seems like the trifecta for me with for the
yeah,
come out
it
of
it for
nowhere.
sure adds to it, right? It might not be the only reason, but yeah, it definitely adds to it.
And that seems like it's getting to be more of a thing when as we get older. Like the longer we live with this, we have the same triggers a lot of times, but it seems like it gets more like sensitive to a point. Or I don't know. Like when
No,
a
yeah, it might be
nowadays,
becoming
I feel
more
like
like what we always talk about, like medication resistant. Whereas,
mhm,
a decade ago, that medication might have, helped out and been, keeping
exactly.
you safe. But now, 10 years later, it might not be doing the same job as it was.
But
And
the doctors still want me on it. Good
yep.
God, they still want me on it.
Like, oh,
Just no. Like, oh,
you
I
took it
got
15 years ago, so it's definitely going to do the same job today, right?
if anything, they're gonna start me at a higher dose.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, I
Um,
have to work hard to be professional at this next RNS visit. If they try for the meds, we'll see. We'll see. Apparently, I'm not supposed to fuck around in Knoxville. I don't know.
um,
Yeah, we'll
oh,
see.
James, I was watching TV and you came to mind. Watching TV with my mom, and they have this. I think it might be a museum, something like that, like not rock and roll museum, but they have a lot of, let's say, artifacts. They have like a guitar from someone. They have Biggie Smalls' jacket, and then someone had 180-year-old pocket watch, and I
Ooh.
was like, oh, my friend likes pocket watches. Mom's like, who are you talking about? And I'm like, oh, well, you wouldn't know
Man, you started
because
saying rock and roll museum. I thought you were totally going for the beard.
no, they had a bunch of stuff they're selling. They sell them, I forgot for what, but trying to raise money
do,
for
you,
something.
do you know whose
And
it was? Like who it belonged to?
No, the only memory I retained was that you like pocket watches and someone was selling a pocket watch. Other than
For
that,
sure.
that's
I
all I
was curious.
remember. The little story, the story to where the pocket watch came from. All I remembered was 180 years ago. Uh, yeah,
Nice.
yeah. It was. I was thinking you wouldn't want to buy it. It was like $8,000 or something like that. I mean, then again, I
Yeah,
don't
that's too
know
much
what
for
you
me
would
for
buy
sure.
or how much of a collector's item you want a watch to be. But yeah, it was someone important because it was someone who did something with music. There was a bunch of guitars for sale, all
Nice.
kind of stuff. But the pocket watch, you came to mind, definitely. Because I don't know anyone who likes pocket watches as much as you do.
I don't really either as far as like in person goes. Like obviously I know about like collectors online or whatever, but yeah, nobody I know personally like wears them or has them.
Yeah.
I really don't even remember how I got started on them. It was just like once I had a couple, it was just like a I don't know what you call it, like an addiction. I just had to keep getting more and more.
mm,
Yeah, maybe a
Just being a
habit.
mechanic too, I love where I love kind of playing around with them and working on them and adjusting them and stuff too. So
did you
Hey,
have one in your pocket today?
I pretty
say,
much I almost always have one on.
Is there anything in particular you can tell us about that one?
Not not really. This one's just kind of a more of a normal, like a regular everyday one. Um, it's from the 1880s. I mean, most of them are. Not many places currently make pocket watches still. Most companies went out of business. This one's kind of nicer, but not. I mean, I have ones from the early 1800s. I have a quarter repeater, like one where you press the crown down and it chimes for like the time, so you don't have to actually look at it.
That's
Mm,
pretty cool. I didn't
That
know
is
they
neat.
made
yeah.
I didn't know they made those.
Bought one
Yeah,
from
kind of
Macy's
like
in
a
high school.
what was that?
I think I bought one from Macy's in high school.
Yeah, they have
I never.
like the like quartz ones now, but like as far as like mechanical ones go, you're talking about spending like thousands of dollars for like, some fancy high-end company that does it, or just getting, yeah, one of the older ones.
Quick question. You said you're a pocket watch collector. Did you collect these from like people or stores?
No, the companies that like originally made them are for like the from like the 1800s to the like early 1900s. Um, you can still buy like them from stores, but they're just like your cheap like, Timex brand like quartz, like battery powered ones. Like the mechanical ones that you can actually, work on, switch the cases and all that stuff. You're talking, yeah, at least 150 years old, somewhere in that range.
So the one that's from the 1880s, I think you said, where'd you get that watch? Was it like passed down or bought from a company? Like, how
Uh,
did you get this watch? And
this one I think might have been from eBay. I've gotten them from like antique stores. I've gotten them from other collectors on a couple different like watch forums that I'm on. People will sell them, will exchange them. Exchange plus a few bucks depending what the watch and stuff is. Like I said, I have the one from the early 1800s. I have a couple of like really rare ones that I spent too much money on. Probably should start selling a couple of them, but
What's too much money?
um like a couple grand. I mean, we're not talking like Rolex prices or anything like that, but
I can get a decent Rolex for $2,000.
yeah, but they're not, 140 years old and a pocket watch, and I don't know, to me that's
Right?
cooler than just a plain like wristwatch. But I mean,
Mm.
that like everybody that collects something, right? You love it more than, something else as,
I think
as a
it's an
version to
accomplishment
collect
to
or
have
whatever.
epilepsy, be a collector, because it's like you hold on to that value, that genuine, like, what it means to you. And that's something that I swear I'm like friends with more normal people now, and it doesn't work the same. They, remember things from now that we're getting into 30s and 40s, like they can remember something from a long time ago, and it's way more than the facts. It's actual, like, you can tell it's just like totally different kind of memory. And it's, I don't know, I want to say it's like bittersweet, but I want to feel like the more kind of long-term friendships and like relationships we get into, you can't look at it the same way. Like, even though, we've
Yeah.
friends or been talking for this long, don't expect me to remember about like why we're friends. Like, and that's something I'm getting a little bit, kind of face the facts, tell them up front. Like, yeah, don't let that kind of fact reveal itself thing. And yeah, seems a lot easier to just lay it all out on the table and don't, set the expectations right away. But this doesn't need to turn into that kind of therapy. So, what you got next?
I was actually like legit interested in the pocket watch conversation because you said you bought these pocket watches from someone. Like, did they give you any history on the watch? Like, I got it from my grandpa, or I got it from another collector, or you just took his word for it?
um it just depends on the person and the watch. Like some people I have gotten like a little bit of background story, like where they got it. I don't have anything that's like super cool, like my great 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 grandfather handed this down and I need the money right now, so I'm selling it. Like nothing, like
Dramatic.
nothing that, yeah, that nothing like that cool. Like I've gotten like one I have a bit of a background story on. There's a company called Elgin. They went out of business in the 50s, but they made over 55 million watches during, their business. They started in the 1860s. So each one has a serial number. So like I said, over 55 million. Um, I have number 4855. I have like one of their
But
earliest ones
that, yeah,
from
I
like
was gonna say that's early, isn't it?
There's
yeah,
no like great
yeah.
story of like uh, a man who shot another guy over like a borough, said I'll kill you, and he won a pocket watch, and it was passed down. The story of the man who shot another man over a borough, and he won a pocket watch for it.
That would be
There's
nuts.
no
There,
great story like that.
I can't remember what museum it's in right now, but the pocket watch that Lincoln got after the Gettysburg Address, and yeah, he was wearing it when he was shot, and it's in a museum right now. I can't remember what museum. Probably one of the ones like in Washington D.C. or Virginia or something.
Yeah, like Smithsonian or
But it
something.
maybe it is the Smithsonian, but yeah, it's known where, where it is, and like the provenance and everything behind it, the story. Obviously that one will never be for sale, and if it is, it's way more than I would ever have. But so
Yeah.
it's not like I'd ever own it, but it's still like
Yeah.
super cool to have, yeah, to know where it is and the story and everything behind it.
I know with there's some people who collect dollar bills for the serial numbers. They look for particular like interesting number patterns in the serial
Oh well.
numbers. Is there something like that with those pocket watches with like 15 million of them, or like, 10101011,
I mean,
or
maybe yeah,
however
there might
many
be some
digits?
people out there that are into that. I don't really care about like the me personally. I don't really care about like the specific number or something behind it.
Yeah, like
Like if it
number
has like a
one would be pretty
that,
interesting.
yeah,
Yeah,
that would be cool for sure.
yeah, or the very
But yeah,
last one that they made.
yeah,
Uh,
certain ones, I guess, if it has like a 0000 at the end of it, might be kind of cool to some people or whatever. But
yeah, well, hey, yeah, I like numbers, so that would be, yeah, that'd be something I'd look at.
but yeah, like I never know what like model that might be. Like, sure, it's number 10,000, but if it's like the cheapest model they make or something, I would just be like, meh.
Yeah,
To me personally, at least. But like I said, I know there
easy to afford then, easy to get.
might be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of easy to afford, um, there's this album right here, Quincy Jones and Marvin Gaye, and they are made in the early 70s. So they're older than all of us. Some vinyl that my grandmother left behind, and some that the lady who lived in this house left behind. Uh, it says 79 cents. This was made
Yeah.
in the early 70s. Uh, got some Isley Brothers. I even got Anita Baker and Whitney Houston made in 76. Uh, yeah, these are older than my time. I wish I could renew them, but this looks like a collection from back in the day. They probably listened to these and probably stood around and danced to it.
That's crazy though. 79 cents. Like probably
Whitney
can't even
Houston.
get like a pack of
It's
gum for that price.
Do you think this Whitney Houston album is it's brand new. 69 cents from 1985. Uh,
Brand new, like unopened, still sealed.
and the plastic.
Wow.
Damn.
Uh, Whitney Houston.
I wonder if Whitney Houston has a following enough to make a sealed album from 1980 something worth something. I don't know.
Yeah, there's some from the 70s
Oh,
and 60s in here because I don't know all these people. Uh, James Brown. Know how old that was. Oh, that was 69 cent. Uh,
I was gonna say
Marvin Gaye
probably the
live at the
60s.
Palladium, the London Palladium. Mm, when was this? 1977. Mm,
That was the year I was born.
okay. London, I mean, live at the London Palladium. Um, Marvin Gaye. Yeah, so it's like these ones, I know where they came from because those people are now dead. I mean, the people who own them are now dead. So it's like I just picked up someone's collection. There was no fight for it. I didn't have to pay for it. Um, it was either going in the garbage or someone who wanted it wanted it. No one thought much of it because they were just some vinyls, but a few of them are still in the cases. And yeah,
Funny.
now they might be interesting. I always thought back like eventually these are going to come back. And these might be worth something. But as of now, they just have tags like $1, 69 cents, 79. Haven't seen much more than that. But there's a lot of vinyl right here, and a lot of the people I don't know. A lot of them you guys knew from when we did do the morning show interview with Jeff. Um, but yeah, I'll do my history on those.
I'm sure
before our
Jeff would
time.
know a lot of those.
Are you calling
I
him
mean,
old? Because he might be watching. No, I'm just
what?
kidding.
No, he's that was like his time.
Yeah, gotcha. Um,
My parents have a ton from like when they were kids, like in the 60s and 70s and stuff like that. And I
should ask
used to
them, do they
listen
want to
to
give it
them.
away?
They do both have we have like two copies of some stuff because they each had one before they got together and everything. So we have two of a few like Beatles albums, I think some Jethro Tull, Led Zeppelin, some of the bigger stuff from like late 60s, early 70s. Because my
Yeah,
my
I think
dad
these
was
are
born
open.
in 51, so he's by the time the 70s hit, he was an adult. So he had a pretty good collection of stuff, and then my mom had a few as well, and yeah, still have all of them. Haven't given any of them away. Some of them have like limited edition, like fold out posters in them. I know there's a big ass Led Zeppelin one, like I'm not exaggerating, probably like 5 feet wide, like a just huge one that came as like a special edition copy of like a a 2 disc album, and some other stuff that might not seem crazy to some of you, but like to me, I was just like, holy shit! Like by the time I was a kid, like cassette tapes were already the mainstream of media like format. So still playing like like vinyls like as a kid was just kind of, I don't know, interesting to me.
Um, I have some newer vinyl. If you don't know who The Weeknd is,
Oh yeah,
uh,
definitely.
and there's this one, my favorite. Uh,
Oh, who is that? He looks familiar. Who is that? Is that
it's The
Weekend again?
Weeknd. Oh wow, said who is that? Um, another one too. Oh, there's two more. There's one that hasn't been opened because it says collector's edition, but the other one said collection. Actually, two other ones said collector's editions, but you want to listen to it. So that was the thing, is I wanted to listen to it. So I was like, I'm gonna open this one.
There you go.
This is the 5-year anniversary edition. That Ash was just like, I guess I could have listened to him on YouTube and kept it closed, but that's no fun.
Exactly.
So
It just sounds
now I
You
have
a
got
little
some.
yeah,
different when it's on vinyl. It's yeah.
you got to be careful though. Get a um good turntable so that you don't wear them out, wear them down. Not like that little Crosley with the arm, like with the speakers in the base right there inside of it. The vibration
Um,
of the speakers will
Did you play it
paralyze
backwards
you.
and find out what the hidden secret message said?
Never thought of that.
Mm,
How do you go about doing that?
I don't know. You've never heard
Why?
that before? Like with the old like vinyls, like if you play it backwards, there's a secret hidden message when you play it in
Well,
reverse.
that's with
That's like
the
in the 60s and 70s, and people
the
were like
heavy
freaking out
metal,
about it, like,
the
oh, it's like a
evil heavy
demonic
metal
message,
ones
and
when
like,
I don't think that was the 60s or 70s. I think that was like the 80s with the heavy
yeah,
metal.
And now you know
People
how
like
many
speak to
like
Satan.
headsets in, and it's like there's so many more ways you could theorize about like how our brains get like infected every second we step into like anything we do. But yeah, we've been giving up our information for a long time. That's for sure.
then remember ELO, Electric Light Orchestra, when they
Oh,
purposely
what's
put
that?
like up they put
No.
purposely like a bunch of stuff like backwards at the start of the song
Oh wow.
just to like play into the stupid rumors about it.
There
They're
you
like, all
go.
right, fine, we have stuff that goes backwards. Okay, here you go.
I'm sure they were
Um,
plenty of them probably did it
one
for fun.
second, I put this earpod
Say I
away.
told So
Just to annoy people.
yeah, right. I still can't get over that one thing that I'm surprised I never like got more answers for. Why, after they installed this thing for the first 2 years, was it not like okay, the way they explained it is that the neuropace, the RNS device had to learn about the seizures before they could turn it on, like before it could work. And it was literally 2 years of just recording data. I had to record and transfer data every night for 2 years, and then still go to every 3-month appointments and talk about it.
Wow, that's great. My doctor
was-
said it would take a little bit, but he said like 6 months. He said it would only take 6 months to
Hey, they must
like
have updated the software program or something.
activate it or something. Yeah, or I don't know, maybe just whatever he saw with my stuff there made him think that. I don't know.
Oh, that's what I like. That's what makes you think like the data that we're sending them is actually making the robots smarter.
Kevin has one too, right?
You still do
Yes,
data
and all.
transfer every day?
Yeah, I got a VNS.
How long did it take for them to like, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, activate yours or have everything going smoothly?
Uh, it was activated right away. Um, took about 2 years to work, I think. Yeah, sounds about right.
I got something. It says threw up after taking medication. I've been sick, so I've been kind of out of it. I realized I forgot to take my medication yesterday, which was 250 milligrams of Lamotrigine twice a day. This morning, I knew I was going to sleep a good 10 plus hours and missed the night dose by a few hours after I take this NyQuil. So I took 400 milligrams and was going to take the other 100 later tonight. I know I probably shouldn't have done this, but I'm scared of having tonic-clonic since I'm only 29 and I live alone. And the most recent one, I literally almost died. So I'm really nervous if my medication becomes out of balance. About 45 minutes later, I threw up so much. I don't know if I should retake a little bit since I missed both doses yesterday. What do you suggest?
Call the pharmacist and or your 24-hour nurse line.
Have you ever tried to catch up? Have you ever double dose trying to catch up? I have, mistakenly.
I don't fuck with my meds.
Well,
Hmm.
it depends
I
how.
just got the pill type thing, and yeah, now I know what days I do and do not take it. But once upon a time, I didn't have it, and there was one time where I was about to take it. And as soon as I got ready to drop it in my mouth, I remembered the last time I'd taken it. I remember the exact way it happened and everything. And I was like, oh, I just took another one and just watched out for the whole day. Nothing happened to me with the overtaken thing. But somebody did say that's dangerous to do that. So don't do that. Some of the
It depends
comments.
like what med it is and like how far of a time difference before I finally notice it. Like if it's a medication that I only take one pill of and I notice it like 4 hours after I was supposed to take it, then I'm probably not going to take it. Or I'll use like my pill cutter and cut it in half and just take half the dosage. So then that way, next time I'm supposed to take it, I don't have like a way higher level in my system, if that makes any sense. Like when I had the Keppra, it just depended. Like there's, for example, if I was supposed to take two pills at the specific time and I notice it a few hours later, then I would just take, one, just so I at least get a little bit in my system, but then that way it won't be, a super high dosage in my system after the next time I'm supposed to take it. So that's really hard to answer because it depends on when you notice it, how much you're supposed to be taking. There's kind of like the other one I mentioned earlier, there's a ton of different variables in that, so it's hard to give like one specific, answer to it.
I think they said they missed last night, and they took their dose this morning, last night's dose this morning, then they threw up. So,
Is that like just a once a day med? Is it a twice a day?
twice a day med, a morning and night.
Med?
They missed last night, but they took the morning, but then they threw up the morning and last night, basically. Or, yeah, they don't have.
I mean, by the time they noticed it, it sounds like it was already time to take the next dose anyway, and you generally don't want to take, double your dose all at once.
Okay.
But yeah, especially if it sounds like they were throwing up, then that probably a good indication that their body isn't liking the extra dosage of it, all at one time. So yeah.
To this post about throwing up, one comment here says, I'm not a doctor, but 45 minutes should have been enough time for the medicine to settle. I don't retake unless I actually see the medicine come out of my throw up. Another comment here says, when this happens to me with Lamotrigine, I am also scared and I don't want to go without it. So what I do is take half a dose to make up for what I missed and then continue as normal. I always have to take it with food or something, or something substantive like a smoothie. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe take it with some food, or if it happens, a couple of times, you could also ask your doctor for like a nausea med. Those will help me out once in a while. I have them because of my other health issues. It's not anything I got like through the seizure medication, but if you tell your doctor you're having, regular nausea or dizziness or something like that, they probably should be able to just give it to you without any problems. It's not like it's a pain killer or some narcotic or anything. It's just medicine for nausea. There's probably even stuff you could get over the counter too that may help. It's hard to say what'll work in that person's body, obviously, but there are plenty of options out there for like nausea, dizziness, vertigo, whatever you want to call it specifically.
All right, I got something here. It says, do you guys smoke weed? Hello, I'm taking a high dose of Lamotrigine, 600 milligrams. I haven't had a seizure in 4 years. However, I drink alcohol on the weekends. I've decided to stop drinking as I understand how bad it is for my health. I still smoke weed, and I'm wondering if others have had bad experiences or is it beneficial? I've seen online that it isn't best. Please let me know your personal experiences, not how bad it might have been for others. Personal experience? No bad experiences with weed. Some people will look like, oh, yeah, that I have had no bad experiences in 36 years. I mean, I wasn't smoking the whole 36 years, but yeah.
It depends on your doctor too and how open-minded they are, I guess, per se, on what advice you'll get. Like, had my first seizure was 20 years ago, and 10 years ago or so, before it was legal here in California, I go into the ER and say like, okay, they ask if you, and they'd be like, "Oh, do you drink?" And I'm like, "Yeah, once in a while, but I smoke a lot more often." And they're like, "Oh, well, you know that smoking can cause dizziness and can cause all of these things, blah blah blah." And now if I go into the ER and say, "Yeah, I smoke weed," they're like, "Okay, yeah, that can help out sometimes." I'm like, "What the fuck, dude?" Like, just because it's legal now and now you can say that instead of talking shit about it? Like, yeah, it just depends on your doctor, probably what state you're in, several different factors to getting some real advice about it rather than just the doctor rambling off some bullshit.
Yeah.
At least that's the experiences I've had over the, 15-ish years that I've been smoking.
The main question here is, will it help or has it been beneficial for you guys?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's beneficial pretty much to everybody that's on here, but I'm saying is what you're going to hear from like doctors' words. It just depends on their mindset or probably whatever state you're in. So this would be the one thing I would say, don't exactly take the doctor's words as gospel on it, because they're most likely doing what they have to say to protect their job or something like that.
Mark, how about you? Has it been beneficial?
You're muted.
Hey, Mark, can you ever give us information or knowledge on like what you grow or how you grow? What are your like? Maybe we'll make that an event.
Oh, you asked about that, and yeah, I meant to give you
Hey, guess
some
what? I
info.
don't remember.
Okay. Well, hey, cool. I shouldn't have said anything then. Um, hold on.
You're
Yeah.
experimenting with stuff that's less than like 0.5%.
Yeah. Hold on. Uh, little
Okay. I don't think we can hear you.
little babies just starting this year. So got my little. Those are my crack plants. Those are
Okay.
seeds that fell into the little lines between the pavers here, and I managed to pull them up by the roots, and they seem to be taking it. So I have no idea what those are, except just peppers. So we'll see. Um, but um, yeah, I can. I don't know if you want to do a whole event about it. I don't think I have that much info to give. I just, um,
I'll send you a message. We'll talk more about it before maybe like the next mod thing on Monday or whatever.
yeah, yeah, okay.
Okay. I got something here. It says, anyone else have incredible sense of terror out of nowhere? During seizures, I always get this suffocating sense of meaningless horror, and I feel like running away, but of course I cannot. Anyone else get this? And how do you manage it? Um, incredible sense of terror. That's a time to time thing, and it wouldn't be an incredible sense of terror. Does anybody get the sense of terror? Hey Jeff, how you doing?
Good. Hey, everybody.
How you doing? Oh,
The
I have asked you how you were doing today already, huh?
You did, and I'm doing okay, thanks.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
Are they asking whether they get the sense of terror before or after or just
During, it says during, I always get this suffocating sense of meaningless horror. and I feel like running away, but of course I cannot. The running away thing I can relate to. I had that maybe a couple months back, but it was because I was stuck inside of a car at that time. I couldn't run away.
Yeah, it sounds like a panic attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And definitely the kind of thing you can rule out happening during the seizure, because maybe that's kind of follow up on the aura if they're kind of newly diagnosed or don't know what's going to happen, but you know something's up. Then when you first start getting seizures, if you can feel them coming on, I could see that easily being a trigger for some like deep sense of terror. Because this shit is not the same. Definitely not the same as like your, how you feel going up and down like an elevator or a roller coaster or something. So yeah, that could definitely be enough for panic attack.
A couple comments here. One says, yes, it happens a lot. A strong sense of impending doom. Another comment says, I sometimes feel it upon waking up. My mind is getting so full so fast and so many thoughts, and it's going to explode if it doesn't stop. One more comment here says, yeah, the terror part is brutal. I get this overwhelming dread, like something catastrophic is about to happen, but there's literally nothing I can do about it. The helplessness makes it so much worse. Your brain is basically hijacked and you're just along for the ride. Always along for the ride. Does anybody drink here? Because that was one of the questions here. And if nobody drinks, we can just pass by that one.
2 cups of cheap wine in the last week, no problem.
Okay, well, you could relate to this one then. It says, guys, do you drink alcohol? I was diagnosed about 2 years ago, and I used to have a normal social life, and that includes drinking beer. I just had 2 seizures in my life. They are very controlled, and my doctor said I could drink 1 glass per week. It's a stranger feeling because I'm 30 years old and all my friends can live normal life without have to be worried about having a seizure. I don't know. I just want to know about you. Have not drank since Easter of last year. I think it might have been a year by now. So I don't know. Easter hasn't come this year. But yeah, I don't drink. James, can you? This person was asking, they just want to hear about your experiences if you were listening.
Well, no, I was listening, and I mean, what feels so wrong of telling this guy is like, you don't know until you try, but that's how it was with me. Obviously, any medical professional or doctors, if they see you've ever been prescribed AEDs, and that's the thing, if you're on medication, drinking is either going to counteract that and just, I don't know, make it like ineffective, or even worse, like be the trigger. Because I feel like the slow extended release, any of like the carbitol that I was on for a long time, extended release, I know I had this feeling like when if I ever had like a shot or some wine and any of that, I felt like the extended release, if I took that within like 3 or 4 hours, was just like void. It was like totally null if I had any kind of like tipsy thing going. And yeah, you don't know until you try, especially because like you guys know there's a lot of different kinds of alcohol out there, and it's all different, especially when you're on the meds. So
I was gonna say, and there's a lot of different types of medication like out there too. Like some where they already tell you like take this right before you go to bed because it's gonna give you sleepiness or drowsiness or whatever. Like obviously, if you're gonna pound some wine or a couple of beers before you take a medication that's already supposed to make you feel drowsy, then it's gonna add to that effect or that feeling, right? So you probably shouldn't then be out with friends or be driving a car if you're going to be doing that, right? Obviously,
Right.
that I'm just giving a
yeah,
big
don't pull this one
example.
when you're babysitting.
But yeah, so there's lots of different types to it. If you're going to have it, in the middle of the the day you're out with some friends and it's been 5 hours since you took your last dose of something, then it's probably not going to affect you if you took the dose and then you were washing it down with a beer or something. Right? There's extremes to every situation. So it's tough to say, but yeah, like Katie was saying, it's going to be, you don't know until you try, but I would say at least be semi smart and responsible about it. Like I said, don't, wash your med down with a beer. Don't take it immediately after you take it or something, time wise where you're supposed to be taking the meds as well. And don't, kill a 12 pack, have like one or two or something.
Do people do that? Like kill a 12 pack by themselves?
I
Heard
yeah,
that.
I don't know. Like
Well,
the other examples I was giving, I'm just going to the extreme. I mean, there's probably somebody out there that's done that at some point, but that's not something you should be doing on a nightly basis while taking seizure meds. I was just trying to
I
go
used
over
to,
the top with my example, that's all.
I used to kill 12 packs on a nightly basis, at least a 12 pack.
I've definitely
There's
done that a
people,
couple of times while in my
yeah,
young 20s. I'm not gonna lie, but but it's
yeah,
not something I would do tonight or tomorrow for
not,
sure.
not recommended, but yeah, it's
Yeah.
something people do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't do it. I don't like beer. So that helps too. A couple of comments here about the drinking. It said, I was told it increases your seizure risk when the alcohol is coming out of your system 24 hours later. Never heard that. One says, I drink only because it's not a trigger for me. If it were, I'd absolutely avoid it. Another comment says, I used to drink, but I don't anymore. I'm a recovered alcoholic, which is my main reason. My epilepsy is a good motivator to stay sober. Yeah. Just not drinking because I can't try to be an example and be drinking. Yeah. Actually, one more comment here says, I drink socially but not excessively. But this summer on my festival tour, I drank nearly every day to excess and was fine. I think this is only because I am on a meds combo that finally worked after 30 years of trying it. Like anything dealing with epilepsy, every person is going to be different. Do what is right for you and be careful. Is there anything that you can do that you notice doesn't bother your epilepsy but may trigger others? I'll just say why I said that.
Stress. Some things that stress people, some people out, really don't faze me anymore.
Maybe getting very little sleep. Like I was saying earlier, that may have been part of what triggered my couple ones last week. So, and I've heard from other people that that's a trigger. That was one of the reasons why they tried to have me get no sleep, for a night or two last week, was because that is a trigger for some people. So that stress, we were just talking about drinking. Those would probably be the biggest three that I've heard in the past. Maybe others have some others that they've heard, but
Yeah. I got something here. It says, why do focal seizures get dismissed so much? My neurologist doesn't seem interested when I talk to my family. They act like it's not a big deal. I have one friend who I met on this sub last year, and she's the only one who understands and shows an ounce of sympathy or concern. My head hurts so much from the stress of the main pillars in my life, acting like it's no big deal when it is. who wants to feel like they're fucking passing away. On, off for an hour. Every time you open your eyes, you slip back into another feeling of your dying, having to lay completely still with eyes shut for an hour until you feel like it's safe to open your eyes again. I hate having focal epilepsy. I hate people not understanding and brushing it off because my seizures are silent and not full body convulsions. I have tonic-clonic seizures too. I am not comparing my focals to TCs because I know they're completely different in the danger sense. But my personal experience with my focals have been much scarier for me and wiped me out more than what my TCs have. The only thing the TC has that fucks me up is brutal tongue bites. Am I the only one who has to deal with the focals getting dismissed? No, I just found out I was getting focals, and when I finally told my doctor, it was our last appointment before he retired. And when I found out I was having focals, it was on Reddit. So I had been having focals for maybe 10 years before I found out it was an actual focal and it wasn't just me tripping and blanking out. I don't know why they get dismissed as much. I know that PNES seizures get dismissed a lot, but I don't know why focals get dismissed a lot. Anyone have an answer for that one?
Just
I think
human
it's gonna be
nature, I guess.
but they're not priorities. It's like they're not
Right.
priorities. If you're having tonic-clonics and focals, the priority and like mission is to get the tonic-clonics under control, get back to one of those 3 months or 6 months appointments and have you say, I'm not having them anymore before they'll even start talking about focals. It seems like the tonic-clonics are always like, if the doctors are just programmed not to even think about anything less severe. That's my experience.
Okay.
I mean, I think we've talked about this before, like different like medications that are advertised on TV and just like different situations, right? Like you roll into an ER and you don't have a foot and you're sitting in a wheelchair, you're instantly going to get helped and have, everything ready for you. But if you just have, certain types of seizures, doctors just dismiss it. I mean, both people in a sense are disabled, but one, because it's visual rather than mental, you just get, tossed off to the side, right? Like we were talking about this like a couple weeks ago. There's 20 commercials for weight loss drugs, but how many times do you see a commercial for any seizure medication? One is the way that somebody chose to eat, the action that they chose not to, go work out. But here's 25 medicines that were advertised on TV. Somebody's born with epilepsy that they can't control. Nah, get out of my ER. No medication for you. Again, I'm overgeneralizing and going to the extreme, but you know what you guys know what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I'm there with
This
you.
is the one place where that's the only tone that will accept that story. So yeah.
No, I know.
Uh,
But
Well, I
it's
mean,
just
I
a
always
frustration,
assumed
But
that
that's exactly how we can tell you're legit. Like you're not genuine. If you have epilepsy, you've been living with it, you've been to the ER visits, and you can genuinely say, the medical system really takes care of me. Like, fuck off. You're high on something. You're right.
Kevin, what'd you say?
I was just, hold on. The, there's no seizure meds on TV because there's no demand for that. I mean, because they just it's a necessity that has to be mean, we
Yeah, but so are some of the other commercials for medications that you see. It's just like,
fat
until I
people
saw the
drugs
commercial, I
you
didn't
don't
even
need
know
them.
this was a thing. Like,
They're what are they? Uh, all those other medicines, you don't need them to live. That's the thing.
Yeah, they're
All the
yeah,
vanity
allergy
drugs.
medicines and
or like ones with that, like,
diabetes.
like skin conditions or something like that. It's like, why are you advertising this? The only way I would need this medication is if I have the condition and my doctor prescribed it to me. I don't need to see a commercial. I'm not going to walk into my doctor and be like, "Oh, can you give me, blah 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 type of medicine?" Like, no,
You
because
know,
you don't have that condition. Why are you asking for it, sir?
the
Like,
United States is the only um, developed nation that allows drug companies to advertise directly to consumers on television.
I think there's one other.
Somebody makes enough money
Uh,
off.
I think it's
uh,
like New Zealand or Australia. Maybe.
oh, well,
that wouldn't surprise me.
I don't know. Yeah, it's still, it's, I don't know.
Yeah, it
For
is very.
like life-saving medications, yeah, the doctors should be prescribing them directly to the patients already anyway. And the others are just they're just vanity drugs,
Yeah,
basically. They're like
because if it's something that's
diabetes medications that are being given to people in order for a side effect of the diabetes drug to give them, you know, some bad look thing. But the sample size or the market for that is much larger. Um, they can sell it to anybody who's insecure, and they can make anybody feel insecure. Well, almost
yeah.
anybody, you know. So,
Because yeah, exactly. It's not
how
like you're
many
going to be rushed
people?
to the ER and it's like, sir, you're having a heart attack. Which brand of drug would you like for us to save your life? Like nobody's going to say that. They're going to give you what's there and what they think is best for you. There's not, it's not like, oh, do I want Coke or do I want Pepsi? Like,
Mm. Um,
But
if
that
you
is how
guys,
picture. That's what they want us to think is important about the
yeah,
old system. Like you need to know not only what's best for you, but what you can afford and what you want to afford. So if this ever goes on sale, you will sacrifice a little. To get it. Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it's getting to
I
be at
just be
the.
like, whatever makes it cheapest through my insurance, that's what I'll take.
No, that's what I'm like stressing over because that's what it seems like it is at the dispensaries now. I'm going to on websites and can't go in person and don't get like the genuine perspective of like somebody who works there or somebody who's like tried this stuff. And yeah, it's definitely it's different. Shopping online for everything is different, but that's today's world and we have to like be prepared to ignore all the marketing that comes at you to distract you from what you're even shopping for. That's annoying. And it's everywhere. But yeah.
and then to online dating, I'm just kidding. Um, I got something here. It says, I had a random grand mal seizure. Let me stop real quick. To everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button, subscribe, and continue to watch. And onto the post. It says, I had a random grand mal seizure. I want information from people in Florida. Only person I know in Florida is Mark. And Kate, you just left, so you might be able to help a little. It says, I had a random grand mal seizure. My family has zero history of seizures. I'm relatively young. I'm 17. And I got into the hospital to get tests done. They said nothing was wrong with my brain, but there's electrical activity going on. So I was put on medication because it was an isolated seizure. Will I be able to return to driving in 3 months? Uh,
No, not in Florida.
I was gonna say, isn't
Uh,
it sick everywhere?
it's
mm,
yeah. Well, now I'm not sure. I was gonna say 6, but once you said that, I'm like, I can't. Is it actually 12? I don't
It
know. It's definitely not 3 months, but
yeah.
the government doesn't have or doesn't require the doctors to automatically report anything directly to the
Oh,
DMV
really?
about it. So it's kind of like Scout's honor. Um so I technically still have a valid driver's license. Um for whatever reason, which is a good thing because a lot of places, there was even the dispensary recently gave me trouble and they wanted only my driver's license. They didn't want to look at my medical card. It made no sense to me at the time. They didn't, I don't know, but whatever. I'm thinking about just renewing my passport and just bringing my passport everywhere with me.
Why not just go for the
What
picture
people
ID?
think about
I
that.
remember when I was in Florida, the picture ID was always a lot cheaper. Like the passport adventure was going to be $300, but the picture ID that wasn't, a license, but it still came from the DMV and it was valid
Mm,
for everything I've had a problem with. Sweet dreams, Jeff.
Hi,
yeah,
Jeff.
but
Hi, everyone.
yeah, but if I have the passport, then I can bug out of the country on a moment's notice.
Oh
So
yeah, that's true. That's
yeah,
true.
yeah,
If you can save up for that and get whatever like 2 or 3 forms of ID they need to process that one, then go for it.
yeah, yeah.
there's always good things. The
I mean,
good
I have
things
my
with
old
passport.
passport. It's only recently expired, so I don't know if that will count. But yeah, it's I'm I don't know. I
California
might
is weird
actually,
with.
this conversation might actually push me over the fence and got me. Like, I think I'm gonna actually go do this now. Um, we'll see
Does
what.
anybody trust themselves enough to drive today?
No, no, no.
Not
I
unless
mean,
it's a life-threatening situation.
I
I
haven't
trust
had a
myself
seizure.
enough to like move a vehicle around in the driveway position. I gotta move a little bit away from the door here.
I mean, if it was a crazy
I can park
situation and
the
I had to
cars
get like,
better than my parents can. Both parents. I can put them exactly where like down to exactly where the wheels are. I could, but my dad's all over the place. Yeah. Oh,
and
yeah. It's
and California is weird about that too. I showed you guys my ID picture one time. Because I've never had to renew my driver's license, they continue to just use my photo from the last time I had a driver's license, which was taken a couple years before my license was taken away. So the picture's from 2009.
oh
So
wow.
it's utterly pointless. I have no facial hair. My head hair is about halfway down my back, and I have like an extra like 40 pounds of weight on me as well. It's completely annoying. Thankfully, I'm now 40, so obviously nobody's going to be underage and get a fake ID that says that they're 40 years old. So it works pretty much everywhere, but they're like some places like, oh, I just have to check ID, and I just joke with them. I was like, well, it's not going to help you out at all. And then I hold it up, and they're like, that's you? I'm like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. It's like they never ask me to come in and take a new picture, and who the hell is going to ask to go into the DMV and ask to stand in line for a new picture, right? So I've never
Eventually,
done it myself.
you
I just say screw it.
hate to tell you, but eventually you do. You set up the appointment online, so you like don't talk to anybody until you absolutely have to. But eventually, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
And
I mean, eventually it'll get renewed and I'll have to go in. So I just figure I'll just play out the time. Because like I said, people then look at the date on it and they're like, okay, you're 40 years old. Yeah, okay, go ahead. You can buy that weed or that drink or, whatever. So it's
ID.
annoying.
Before this is one of the things you asked about Florida. Is it 6 or 3 months? It says in Florida, the standard requirement is 6 months seizure free to become eligible to apply for or reinstate a driver's license. You must be under regular medical supervision and submit a medical evaluation from your physician to the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. So yeah, Mark can drive again. Wait,
No,
actually, no.
I've
You got
never
2
even
months.
gotten a full month seizure free. So no.
All right.
And I just ratted myself out live on YouTube, so I can't even try to sneak by.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I've gone 6 months without one now either. It's had to have been like a handful of years at this point for me, at least. I don't remember anymore.
hey, but on the bright side, on one of the benefit of having these devices is that you actually have data to back up your alleged proof. Because as of right now, the only proof we have is a physician backing us up on saying, yes, this patient is seizure free and recovered or whatever. But when you have the RNS, you have to be able to provide that data that shows no abnormal brain activity indicating a seizure, like enough to indicate a seizure. Because that's the other thing that's pissing me off is when we go to these RNS appointments, I'm like, yeah, it was a good week. And they're like, no, it wasn't. Like they say, well, you were zapped like 10 times on Thursday, and it's like, but it was chill. Like, oh man. So some stuff that we were out like on vacation doing some like I think it was Sunfest. Yeah, we were doing Sunfest, and it's chill. It's not like a big roller coaster thing. It's a little like walk around and listen to music festival. But apparently I was having seizures all day, and it's like, no, I was having fun. Like, so I don't know what these electrodes are picking up on, but yeah. See,
Is
like, who knows?
fun
Maybe I'm getting
fun
zapped
your
right.
trigger?
Say that again.
Fun is your trigger?
Oh wow, that would suck.
Maybe that first team that was just trying to cause me to go brain dead. All right, hey, let's look.
I remember a girl coming on here and saying that she can't have more than 1 gram of sugar a day.
Uh,
That's the
Dang, how
worst
do you?
taste I ever heard.
Wow, yeah. I thought I had to eat like super strict with my pancreas, but that's crazy. That's really hard to do. Like that little of sugar. Damn.
yeah. Wow. That's
I
tough.
suppose that would be
Not sustainable.
the diet, but what's it called?
Like eating.
Keto.
Yeah, keto. That would be for her.
Not even that hard. Because keto, like it lets you have bread, for example, and like the like the bread that we buy anyway, that like honey wheat stuff, nature's stuff. I don't know. You'll recognize it, but like even
I was gonna say, is sourdough is sugar free, right?
I would not know.
I
I've
would
made
just think the
some
main
bread.
ingredients, like how many dairy, like how could you get dairy that's
But
completely like just
yeah,
food group by food group, and that's gonna be hard.
that's tough. That's tough. Dang, I feel bad for them. That's really hard to do.
Yeah, you just got to watch the podcast. You'll see it. I do not have time to go back and watch but I did think about it. I thought about going back and watching every video and get a list of people who came and people who actually had seizures. There was at least 5. Well, no, there's at least 4 because James, Kate, and me are here.
What?
Yeah, there's been quite a bit of some seizures, but yeah, I just wanted to make a list of the people who have came, but I'm not gonna go back and do all that. But I got something here, and it says my brother randomly started having seizures. Me and my brother was on a hunter safety team for our schools on the way to our district tournament, and around 5:45 he went to sleep. Then at 5:50 he got out, screamed, and started to compulse. This might be a child writing this, or anyway. It says he got up and started to compulse and screamed. We rushed to a hospital and went to my grandma's for about 30 minutes. And my dad asked if I wanted to go to a tournament, and I said yes. When we got there, everybody was worried about him, and my team got first overall. 8 days later, 2 days ago, 8 days later, which was 2 days ago, we were going to burn wood since we got our trees cut out of our front yard. Around 9:45, he stopped responding to us and was pacing. Uh, He was in the dining room at the table, staring at the window. Then fell backwards and hit his head and his elbow, and he screamed. Then he started to compulse. We called EMS around 9:57. Since we live by the fire department, someone got here fast. The ambulance came after the fire department guy was analyzing. I went to my grandma's again around 3 p.m. His doctor says when he doesn't respond and paces, that's called an absence seizure, and that if we see this, to get him to the ground so he doesn't hit his head if he was to fall. One thing I noticed that both happened in a dark place with a bright light, for example. The second time, the window was bright, but that might just be me. The doc says these seizures are caused by sleep deprivation and stress, which on the night before the tournament, he didn't get much sleep. Apparently, they're called granny seizures. If anyone knows anything or what might cause these, please comment. Since his seizures, I've been scared at night and to sleep, I need the light on. I'm afraid, and I don't know what I'm afraid of.
How do they spell grainy seizures? That G word.
That's why I said I think this might be a child talking about a sibling.
Yeah. Between
Some-
compulsion and all the seizure names, it does sound like, definitely somebody that's going by what they hear, not seeing it in writing.
Right.
So maybe that grand one was just, referring to grandma.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I
they're
was
just
thinking.
asking for advice. As a child, I'd say you can just live your life. Don't let this bother you because it's another sibling. I mean, put yourself first.
Yeah, this is not taking them away at all. They're
Good
still
to
they might not
be.
sound the same or look the same or act the same, but they're still there. Go ahead, Mark.
it's good to be aware and to look out for your siblings, so, like that. So,
Yeah.
I would say good on them for being so concerned. Um, don't dwell on it though. It's not um not very common at all um for it to be hereditary and for both siblings to have it. So if that was an anxiety source, kind of, I don't know. It's easier said than done, but don't worry about that. Um, and yeah, other than that, um, watch out for the absence seizures, like they told you, and um, um, congratulations on getting first in that school tournament. Seemed important for them to mention, so it's good. Congratulations, really.
Okay. Yeah. Congratulations. Um, okay. Another one for me and Andrea because it's about Lamotrigine. It says, um, Lamotrigine, good experiences, words of wisdom. Newly diagnosed temporal lobe epilepsy here, I exclusively experience clusters of focal aware seizures. After a recent cluster, I got diagnosed based on symptoms alone. Going to the EEG soon. I don't know, though the neurologist isn't optimistic, it'll show anything since I tend to go long periods in between clusters unless I have a strong trigger. That said, I have an active and independent life, and we're wanting to reduce the risk of me having an unaware generalized seizure, so I opted to start low dose of lamotrigine. Could I get some positive stories about this med? Anything you wish you knew, especially for those who have focal aware seizures or no significant cognitive symptoms? I have an anxiety disorder and work in a very cognitively demanding environment. So my main concern is whether it will change me as a person or dumb me down. I have had multiple bad reactions to the medication in the past. Turns out those were just focal aware seizures. So I'm nervous about trying a new medication. My doctor warned me about the rash, but told me that other than that, I shouldn't expect much besides drowsiness. I will be ramping up to minimum dose of the XR form. The question there was basically any positive stories, anything I wish I knew. I wish I knew that it had a side effect such as insomnia, because that would have been nice to know. But I didn't go read it 10 years ago. I didn't go Google it. Google it wasn't a big thing 10 years ago. So,
Yeah, it was.
well, I mean,
Yeah.
to just go to someone and say Google it, it isn't as popular as it is now. I wasn't saying Google it a lot back then.
Well, you weren't, but everybody else was.
I'm behind. I must live under a rock. Yeah. Uh,
I don't know where else I would have gone 10 years ago to get it. I mean, what? It was only 2016. That was all. YouTube was already paying people, and advertisers were getting stuff interrupting
that tells you how much I
YouTube
was paying
videos.
attention to stuff like that back then.
You know, Reddit had already been going strong for several years at that point.
Yeah.
It was right at the verge of mainstream. Maybe had been a little mainstream. was getting enough mentions on Twitter.
Wait, James. James, you take Lamotrigine, don't you? James? I don't know if you can hear me. Oh. Andrea, how about your
But
Lamotrigine? Something you wish you knew.
I can't really think of anything I wish I knew, but anytime they prescribe me something new, I get online. The first thing I do is get online and look it up just so I know the possibilities of what to look out for. Um, I think that it probably it slows your brain down, but all AEDs do. So I don't feel like I'm quite as sharp as I was, but I don't think that I really had any bad side effects whatsoever from going on Lamotrigine. That was the second one I was on because first they prescribed me Keppra, which was horrible, and they took me off of the Keppra and put me on Lamotrigine, and I was just so happy because I was like, "Oh my God, I'm me again," and I wasn't having any issues with it. So I love it, and it does not give me insomnia like it does you. I'm not sorry
Lucky
that it.
you.
Yeah, I wish it didn't do that to you.
I'll live. Won't sleep, but I'll live. No, I'm kidding. Got something else here. It says, is it weird for a partner to use your epilepsy or seizures in general as their excuse to take off work? Really not sure what flair to use for this. It could fit for a rant, a question, other. I really don't know. So I found out recently.
Dirtbag motherfucker. That's the one.
So,
Oh, bro, I tried to get
sounds
my
like speaking from experience. But give me a
It,
second.
it depends
It's
on their reason behind it. Are they just wanting a day off or are they coming to take care of you because of something related to your epilepsy? Because
I
I
mean,
know
Are
my
they
partner would straight up like, I gotta go. Andrea had a seizure and just leave.
mm,
So, but he was coming home to take care of me because I said, hey, I think I had a seizure. And he was coming home to watch me and make sure I didn't have another one or, start having clusters or something. So in
yeah,
that sense, I don't think it's bad. But if he's just saying using it as an excuse for a day off work to go fuck off, I agree with Kate. That's
mm, okay. I'll read the post now.
sorry.
Um, it's okay. I'll try to remember what you said. Unlikely, but I'll try. It
I might
says,
remember.
so I found out recently that my husband has been using me having epilepsy as his default reason for when he requests time off of work. I'm not gonna try to laugh, but oh man.
Kate's already shaking her finger at the camera.
Kate has personal
girl.
experience with this.
If you start this comment by saying my husband is using, stop right there. Listen to
Okay,
what you're
let me get
saying.
through the post. Let me get
Think
through it.
about it. Okay, yeah. Please, please, please.
Okay, it says, I'm not talking about full or half days. I'm talking about a couple of hours in the morning because he's struggling to wake up or his stomach is giving him trouble. He's just looking for extra time to get to work, or he just doesn't feel like being at work for hours. He tells his boss that I've been having seizures or something and he needs to stay at home for a couple of hours until he thinks I'll be okay on my own for the rest of the day. Him staying home for a couple of hours because I've been having seizures is rarely actually what's going on. Now, if this had happened only a few times, I honestly wouldn't care, but it's been going on for the last couple of years, multiple times a week, some months, and I just found out. I only found out because one of the last times he requested time off in the morning, I asked him what he gave as a reason for why he couldn't go into work his own shift, and he started saying he just told his boss that I'd had some seizures the night before and he wanted to make sure I would be okay on my own. Then I asked how many times he used my epilepsy and seizures to get out of work, and he told me that it was his default excuse. It had been the way since we moved. I'm not sure why, but it kind of pissed me off and upset me at the same time. I almost felt like the only thing I was good for was giving my husband an easy, guaranteed approval excuse for getting out of work that his boss couldn't question. Basically, his get out of jail free card, if that makes any sense. Again, if this had only happened a few times, I probably wouldn't care. It's how long and how frequently it's been happening that really bothers me. Has anyone else had to deal with this? Be it a partner, a family member, or someone else that you know really well. If it's happened to you, how did you feel about it? Any thoughts are appreciated. I'm starting to question if I'm overthinking or overreacting, or if it's actually weird to use your partner's medical condition for your own benefit.
That's fucked up.
That
Yeah.
is.
That's just fucked up. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's my default answer for excuse for
I
work.
mean, at least he was honest about that, though.
To her,
Mark, you are
Right.
not
Yeah.
saying one positive thing about this piece of shit.
No, I think it's interesting that he admitted that. It
Okay.
doesn't sense how he was in trouble there for all of that. It's interesting. Yeah, that
I
is
really want
messed
to.
up. They
I really
must
want to
think
hear
that
Kate's full explanation of why she feels this way.
she's
Yeah,
like
because
a bedbound invalid or something.
Yeah,
It's so insulting.
wait till they go to
And
the
for that
Christmas
to be
party.
the goal of somebody you love,
Well,
portraying you like that helpless, like worthless little piece of shit that needs you to put off your job and everything that you do
well,
for a living to stay home, that's a red
he
flag.
won't he won't be
Okay.
able to go to the Christmas party because she has a seizure.
That's true. But if she
Yeah.
got a chance to go to the Christmas party and talk to his boss, and that could
Yeah.
be a world of hurt for him.
Oh, you know that girl would have to hear it from him all fucking night. Oh, you saw Dave. He was talking to you and looking you all up and down, but you let him go right ahead. You wanted to tell him about the weather and our vacation. And oh, yeah, he had something to say about that, I'm sure. So yeah, there was
You got
that
some
part.
history here, Kate?
You think? A
I
little
Sounds
was
bit,
like
just,
you might.
a
I
little
was
bit.
just starting to read who wrote this. It is it isn't true though, but
Hey, really hope she catches this episode. And
oh
this
man,
talk wine not that bad.
hey, we're live. Hopefully someone sees it. Um, everybody out there watching, we need some more subscribers. People out there watching, press that thumbs up, press subscribe, and all that good stuff. If you're just watching, watch.
Now you want to branch off of Reddit? Have we branched off of Reddit for getting people to click the link? Because there's got to be
Um,
epilepsy groups on everything. I mean, I
um,
don't know how like Instagram and all that work, but I know there's got to be something about epilepsy on there where we could just drop this one and they might not ban us right away.
um, the risk of getting banned does not sound fun.
I don't really care. I'll go for it. So I don't know. Send some links. Put it. The chat to put it in, and we'll make that a goal to just get back to posting. I think we did this sometime last year, but it was all on Reddit. But now that we're live on YouTube, that can be just a link to anywhere, right? Like like the poster for tomorrow. Was
I
that
have
all somebody
no
needs to
idea.
get to the show? The YouTube link.
I have no idea at the moment.
Okay. All right, we'll figure it out.
There's a post here. It says, Is there any such thing as public transportation anxiety? Taking the bus with my daughter and constantly worrying about having an episode while we're out by ourselves is really getting to me. The whole not driving thing is already frustrating enough, but then add this layer of fear about being stranded somewhere if something happens, and it just makes everything so much harder. Anyone else deal with something like this and some kind of anxiety when you're out with family members? Not always, but it's happened before. And yeah,
I mean,
just
especially when
try
you're
to
with a
stay calm.
child. But every city I've lived in has medical transportation. Some of them will transport to other places. In Florida, you could get on a special bus, but there was a lot of restrictions. Like they would take you to the grocery store, the gas station, but it was only to places like that were within 10 miles, I want to say. And up here, it seems like they have medical transportation, but it's only for medical appointments. And that they'll just send you an Uber. It's not like a separate bus line or something. So it really depends on where you live. But if it's to something medical, even for anxiety, you should be able to get a ride. But if it's like taking her to school and stuff, I haven't ever seen any programs in East Coast anyway that would offer transportation to anything other than a medical appointment.
Do you get anxiety being on public transit?
Not at all. After you live through it in DC, you can do it anywhere.
There's no public transit here for me to get nervous on.
Yeah, I'm right in the middle of the suburban area. Yeah, there's public transit close, but then my mom also told me about this one thing where it's like what Kate was saying, it'll take you somewhere. I'm not sure if it's through the healthcare or just through the city. I'm new here, so.
Mine was on the state. It was part of the Medicaid food stamps application where you show proof of income and proof of disability. And then they just ask the questions. I think this was on all the applications as to just what you need. If you would need transportation to employment or medical appointments. And then in the states that offer it, it would just be an extra little checkbox of, do you need transportation to, I think they called it like necessities. They take it like laundromat, the grocery store, gas, stuff like that. So it's just, you gotta end up probably just like better off calling DCF, the Division of Children and Families, or whatever they call it in that state, to really find out what's up, because they change this stuff a lot too. So yeah.
No, James, you take any? Oh no, you bike everywhere. No public transit.
Yeah, I've never taken public transit
Is there
before. I
any
just
anxiety of being in public?
No, I just find it
That was another
way more of a hassle than hopping on the bike that's in my garage 2 feet away.
I can't believe they don't have some kind of program that offers like reimbursement or like incentives for providing your own transportation like that. Like how is that not a thing yet? That would get a lot more people off the bus.
Yeah,
That's
there's an
true.
electric
There's a
car
lot more
tax.
people outside and exercising, and yeah. Like before work, I got up early this morning and I was just bored, so I was just like, all right, fuck it, I'm going out to Coyote Hills, and I did an extra 11 miles before I went to work, so I did almost 20 miles today.
Hold up.
Going to
So
and from work.
just like the total impulsive thing was 11 miles. You can
Yeah.
handle 11 miles with just like no thought.
Well,
Like,
that was just like the, I don't know, extra part of it. It's about 8 miles to and from work on its own.
good God.
That's really, that's not that much for me.
But
Like
how
tomorrow's
long?
probably gonna be tomorrow, since it's a weekend, is probably gonna be like 30 to 35 miles for the day. I don't
You
know.
do
It's just not
35 miles on the bike in a day on a routine basis.
Wow.
well, that long isn't a routine basis, but on the weekends it gets, kind of longer. But like a minimum, if I just went to work and right back home, that would be 8 miles, and that's my everyday thing. Just on that. I I
I
don't
think
know. I mean that's like mostly the only exercise I get. Like I don't go to a gym. I don't like sit and pump weights or anything. Like just cardio and riding my bike is my exercise.
I think a lot of places are different than where we're from, James. Every place I've gone
Yeah,
to,
yeah, for sure.
there's nowhere in the world like the Bay Area. I've been away
Yeah,
from the Bay Area
yeah, you know
quite a
where I'm
few
at. Like the
places.
creek trail is like the easiest thing. So I just hopped on the creek trail, rode out to like Coyote Hills, rode around, and then my work is only a couple miles from that. So then I just got back on the streets and then rode to work, and then yeah. I mean, definitely very fortunate where I am, how close I am to the creek trail, but it's still, yeah, just how much riding I do on a normal basis. That's why, yeah, last week sucked so bad. As not only could I not get out of bed even without having a nurse come and walk me to the bathroom, but like I couldn't ride my bike. That was the thing I hated the most about last week. I didn't care about like the crappy, situation of laying in bed all the time
We
or
cared about
just
not being
watching
able to ride a
TV.
bike.
I just,
But
yeah,
that's the
exactly.
fucking inspiration that people need to know. Like, don't think that you can be any less, like, have that kind of endurance being on these epilepsy meds. Like, you're on like one or two of them, right?
Yeah, to Vimpat and the Keppra,
Oh
whatever that
shit!
new
So
one's
you're
Like
on one of
called.
those,
comfort?
yeah, one of those
Excopri.
controlled substances too, right?
Yeah, it was
Yeah, I
Vimpat.
think for
Wait, hold
comfort
on, I
was
got
one
it
of
right
those
here. It's
schedule ones or something.
yeah, Ficompa. That's what it's called.
Yeah, they put that on one of the controlled substances. So
Yeah,
yeah, like you're on that shit when you take your first dose. You
but I
know you.
take that like right before I go to bed. So like I don't know, like 10, 11 o'clock. So by the time I wake up in the morning and I'm like ready to go and leave the house, it's like 10-hour difference. So it's already like in
Gotta
my
listen to it.
system.
I asked him about pizza, the one in the fridge, and ordered it. He said no.
Downstairs, he's got the leash over the top.
Okay.
So, I don't know. That's my only exercise. Like I don't really leave the house all that much other than just to work or, out for bike rides. So it just makes me focus on it, I guess, and do it. It's yeah. And like I said, I haven't had a driver's license since 2011, so I'm used to
Yeah.
just using that as my transportation and my way around. So it's not a crazy thing to me, but
Yeah, that's because, like I said, like nowhere else is like the Bay Area, like shape wise, and you could ride your bike anywhere. Everywhere else I go, it's not exactly like that, especially in other states I've been to. Uh, so us saying we can go like over 10 miles on a bike is that's common out here. It's not so common everywhere else. These
yeah,
towns,
there's,
it's like
yeah, there's
small
not
towns
like the
connected
in.
to each other.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's not the infrastructure and bike lanes and like some like rural like farm middle of nowhere type of towns or anything. And I'm not
Right.
trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying that like the infrastructure isn't in those places. Yeah, I realize I'm lucky where I'm at and have a bit better like transportation to get around, but
Healthcare.
yeah, but just in general, it's not, yeah, like 10-15 miles isn't like a long distance of a bike ride for me. So, but I'm also skinny as shit. So, so I don't like I said, I don't lift weights. I'm not, building up muscles. I just have a different type of exercise than other people do, like going to a gym or something like that. It's just, yeah, same amount of like working out being done, just a different type, I guess.
You're fit. You are considered fit. You're riding a bike every day to work. You're doing better than a lot of us. Like, when's the last? I'm not even trying to jinx you or anything, but when's the last time you had a seizure on a bike? Because you do this every day. So,
I have never had one on a bike, thankfully. They've happened like
nice.
at home. I've had one at the place I work. I've had one when I was with my family at Disneyland. I've had them in random ass places, but thankfully I've never had one on a bike. And that's what people always say to me all the time. I'm like, oh, I don't drive. I think like that's dangerous. So I just ride my bike everywhere. And the first thing most people say is like, but what if you have one on a bike? Isn't that dangerous too? And I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? Just sit in my room every day, all day, and not leave anywhere? Like I have to have some mode of transportation. And unless you're gonna pay for my Uber, then I'm not taking it. People just think like, oh, well, just take an Uber, just do this. Like it's not that easy, my friend. It's not that easy.
Everybody out there watching, press that good old thumbs up button. And thanks for watching. It's quite a few people. Angel said grand mal seizures, good workouts.
That's
Yes.
true. I do feel like I've like ran a marathon and worked out at a gym after I have them.
Anybody who's not subscribed, subscribe now. Yeah, but the last post we had, it was talking about public transportation anxiety, and that was a nice story, James.
Out at a gym after I have them.
It says sleep. I time my sleep during the week, but on the weekends, usually once a month. I'll stay up late and only get 3 to 5 hours of sleep. I'm especially scared I'm gonna have a seizure because I'm on my period, which also causes seizures. What do y'all do in these situations? I didn't read this ahead of time. Now I'm not sure if it just relates to men or women. But let's say it does.
I mean, you and
I don't sleep
I was
well.
gonna
I have
say,
insomnia.
yeah, you and I, Pookie, we've talked about neither of us sleeping well. So that's kind of
Yeah.
the same time schedule I'm on, is unless I'm just like dead tired, kind of dozing off, sitting here, then I usually don't go to bed until like midnight ish. And then I end up waking up usually between like 6 and 7. Like most people would consider that not a full night's sleep, right? Like 8 hours is considered, like a full night of sleep or something. And I usually only get around 6, 6-ish.
I
And so
the insomnia, I haven't found anything that's gonna stop it. I don't know if they want me to eat something. I haven't gotten that deep into finding out what it is. But oh man, I lost where I was at with that. With the insomnia,
you were saying you didn't think anything's gonna help out with it, and then that's where you kind of stopped.
yeah, basically
Your
that.
thought.
I had it and don't know anything that's gonna help out with it, so I just kind of take it as it comes. It's like epilepsy. The rest of it, you just take it as it comes. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I don't get any more sleep than before it, but I do feel it's kind of easier for me to fall asleep since I started the new medication last week. And they told me it was supposed to make me drowsy and tired. So I mean, I guess it does. I I feel like I'm able to fall asleep a bit quicker, but I'm definitely not getting any longer in any more sleep than before. It's still about the same amount of time. It just takes me a little bit shorter to fall asleep. if that makes sense. But it yeah, I don't
Um,
know. It's still a pain in the ass because I feel like if I go to bed at like, 10, 11 o'clock, then I'm gonna wake up super early. It's gonna be dark. There's nothing to do, or then I'm gonna end up being tired even earlier the next night, which then makes me wake up again even earlier. So it's like I want to stay up until, the midnight time or whatever, just so when I wake up, it's not stupidly early in the morning.
I could do it like a insomnia live stream. I swear I could do like a 22-hour one, uh,
we
just without
we
even
could do,
trying. 22
yeah.
hours.
I told you, I mentioned before, I'm, super into like auto racing and everything. Sports cars have 24-hour races, like 24-hour Daytona, 24-hour Le Mans. I regularly every year I plan a little bit around that time to stay up for the entire race. Probably since 2016 or 2017, I've watched the entire 24-hour of Le Mans every year. I'm just start to finish. I stay up for 24 hours watching cars go around a track.
Are there more accidents in those towards the ends of the race when people start
um,
getting tired?
it yeah, kind of. It depends. Each team has either 3 or 4 drivers they have to switch off. So when the guys aren't driving or whatever, they might go and take a nap, go
Take
and
a nap?
rest, eat a meal, something like that. So generally, it doesn't affect too much. There's been crashes all throughout the race at or certain time stamps, at the beginning, at the end. Doesn't really affect too much since they have guys always swapping out of
It's
the
a
car.
team.
Yeah,
But I mean, it's the same car driving from the beginning to end 24 hours all the way through. So there's um wear and tear on the parts. So
Yeah.
correct. Yeah, but not only do they have to be fast, but they also have to make sure everything's reliable and everything. That's why you have like actual car manufacturers doing it, not like a specific race team. Like there's a Toyota, a Nissan, an Audi, a
Audi,
Mercedes. So they test like extreme parts and like highly performance parts and stuff like that, and then eventually over the years it trickles down to like their road cars and making sure that the stuff is reliable for, well, not you and I exactly, but for for people who can drive for their cars, to make sure that they're reliable and everything like that.
I got something here.
yeah, durability testing basically for their future products
Um,
in
something
certain
else.
weird roundabout ways.
Mark, what's Rick Sampson oil? Is it Rick Simpson oil or something like that? What
Rick
is that?
Simpson.
Uh, it was suggested. My mother suggested it, I think. Oh,
So
okay.
what it is basically the whole plant. They take not just the bud, to get the leaves and all of the like chlorophyll and plant lipids and everything included with that. And then they do an extraction using a polar solvent. And then as they're um, purging the solvent, they use heat to evaporate it out of the oil that they're extracting. And that heat process also has a, byproduct of decarboxylating it. So it's orally active. If you stick it in your mouth, you can eat it and it'll work. Um, but it's topically effective also. I've never used it that way, but um, purportedly the man who invented it, or whose name is on the product, he was diagnosed with skin cancer, I believe, a form of skin cancer, and he grew his plants himself. I think he's up in Canada, grew his plants and came up with this extraction process, and he putting this oil um
Skin cancer.
yeah, it apparently cured it. That's what that's what I recall from the story there. So um yeah, it's a little bit different than a lot of the other extracts. A lot of the syringes that they have are distillates with the um, um, terpenes added back into it. So they take everything and fractionally extract it out and mix it back together according to a recipe that kind of emulates whatever strain they're supposedly selling. And then there's the fancy extracts that they offer for dabbing. That's like a whole other conversation there. But those are done particularly with the flour alone and without extracting the chlorophyll or the lipids or anything, because all that stuff is super, super bad to inhale, you know. Um, but ingesting it is um, that is the way. That is good stuff. Your mom is on to something if she's suggesting the Rick Simpson oil. Um, yeah.
Yeah. Um, yeah. So now I know more about it. Of course. Of course, I'm going to ask you more. We'll talk about that later or tomorrow. Uh,
Yeah. Anytime. I'm gonna
I was gonna
probably
say, Mike,
actually.
you gotta get yourself a calendar. You got me for the horticulture talk, and now Pookie for something else, bro. You got a clientele.
Oh boy.
uh,
Oh boy. Um, Man, I've never had to keep a calendar sorted out. Not really. Well,
Hey,
no,
as somebody with
doctor's
epilepsy that
appointments.
doesn't need a
Doctor's,
calendar, that's impressive
yeah.
too.
Yeah, I never had to use a calendar for anything except doctor's appointments. So, yeah, well, there we go.
I don't even pay attention to what the day of the week is, but better yet, the day of the month. If there's an appointment, then I keep how close we are to an appointment. But we're just talking about every day.
I will know 1 week before, 2 days before, 1 day before, 2 hours, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 15. Yeah, that's how it goes for me.
I was just gonna say I never use the calendar on my phone
And I
except for
live
doctors
on it.
except for doctor's appointments. I use it for that just so I make sure it
I
gives me
use
like
that
the
for
update and like
everything.
the time. But that's it.
Oh no, I'm supposed to expect a call from Jen about tomorrow's trampoline day, and yeah, no, I use calendar for
Well,
everything
see,
now.
I'm just not that important to have that many things to do, so that's probably why I don't use the
No, bro, but
calendar as
that's the
much.
stuff you're supposed to remember, right? Like if you're supposed to get this like, never can do, like, we can't drive, we can't go anywhere. So some friend offering to take the whole family somewhere, like that's some shit that doesn't happen. You would think I remember. No. I got the reminder like 30 minutes ago and I was like, oh yeah, Jen's probably off work now. She's gonna, like, yeah, that's the kind of stuff that doesn't stick for me still. But, it is what it is. Glad we have the apps.
Okay.
So anything else we can do to popularize this live stream at least? Because it seems like we do have more like new viewers on the live days. Am I just noticing that this week, or is this, last week, or is that something consistent? Like, do we usually have more viewers noticing the podcast on YouTube or Reddit? I'm
I
still
don't
listening.
know. We usually don't talk about it when we're live, so I don't know. I can't give
Well,
you that information.
if anybody can check in, feel free to add your input to the comments or jump on and tell us in person. But what's the best way to get it out there? Spread the word that this group exists and how much fun we have every Friday.
Someone told me pay something that starts with a P.
Is that another app?
Yeah, another app. I forgot the name of it.
I know it's not PayPal.
No. That's what it was.
I found out about it through Reddit.
Yeah, me too.
At least,
Me
but
too.
I check in on the podcast ones on days we aren't live. I watch a little bit of it, like as I'm getting ready for work or whatever, something like that.
Yeah.
So I check in on both.
So it's enough to get a subscriber on YouTube. You assume like once they find the Reddit, they would be a subscriber.
Hopefully.
What I don't do.
I mean, I'm subscribed on there, and I'm still here on the live part too. So I mean,
what? You unsubscribed?
No, he's saying he is.
I said I am subscribed, but I also go on the live, obviously, right now. No,
Right.
No way, man.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
Aren't you the moderator? You could probably look at it.
Please ask him to do all that at the same time and the editing. Bro, Pookie runs the show here.
I know, that's what I'm saying. He could probably see who's subscribed. He could see I'm on there. I'm not bullshitting.
Right?
Yeah, in due time. But I got something here. It says, I feel different after a big seizure. Has this happened to anyone else? I had to go to the EEG that my new neurologist wanted. I've already had brain surgery on my right temporal lobe back in 2019. I recently started having some new types of seizures, and he's worried about my seizures might have moved to the left side of my brain. So he wanted me off all the meds and a week-long EEG. Soon as I get to the hospital, I start having these big grand mal seizures. After they finally stop, I am starting feeling like a different person, like I'm more depressed and less in touch with reality. I just want to go back to feeling how I used to. I cry so easily now. Has anyone else had to deal with anything like this? Yeah, the big seizure. Yes, you do that. I'm not saying do that all the time, but yeah, I know what that's like. And how do I deal with it? There's no specific thing, actually. I just continue about the day. Yeah. Go smoke something to feel better.
Yeah, I mean, what they just say, I get like super emotional over stuff sometimes. Last week I did the week-long EEG that you just mentioned. It's just certain things got to do in the situation. I don't know how to like give you exact information or advice because it's going to be different for everybody, but you just gotta, I don't know, hang in there. And plenty of people have gone through it. You're not the only one. I'm not saying brush it off and don't think it's a big thing, but I'm just saying that lots of others have gone through it, and you're gonna be okay. Just kind of relax a little bit.
Great advice, James. Mark, feelings
I
after a big
forgot.
seizure, and basically, how'd you cope with it?
Okay. How do I cope with after big seizure?
Yeah.
I get a nice blanket, um, and then I flop over on my side, and I just lay there and hopefully sleep the headache away. Um, Sometimes the TV's on. Best case scenario, the cat comes and curls up on top of me. And that's 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 my ideal post-ictal seizure, for like the next 6 to 8 hours.
Mine after is usually a chill process, and I'm usually like laying down around people because after that, I'm usually want to be around people, so I'm laying down somewhere. And yeah, I'm either like smoking or watching TV, just trying to bounce back. It's not hard though. Kate,
What I
what you
know.
missed is feeling different after a big seizure. This person is feeling different. And they're just asking, has this happened to anybody else? And how'd you deal with it?
Feeling different after a big seizure. Same night, feeling different as in I'm not all the way back yet. After the first time I sleep after a big seizure, I wake up and it's like I literally just don't have like the last 24 hours of my life. So feeling different, yeah, it's more about the memory for me because the physical stuff just doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't faze me as much because it's like your muscles and your headache is going to go away. But whatever you missed during that amount of time is not going to come back. All you're going to have is somebody else's perspective on your life for the last however many hours. So that's my version of feeling different on tonic-clonics. And it's all mental, not physical, because I know the physical stuff is going to go away. For me, a lot of other people have like secondary conditions, and yeah. Obviously, if you hit the wall hard enough, then sometimes these bumps stick around. Yeah.
Or if you are in the hospital, it's smoking is not an option, unfortunately.
You still smoke cigarettes?
That's the RSO
No, I
is good
mean,
for.
I've never smoked a cigarette. No, I mean marijuana.
Even in California? Damn.
You can't do it in a hospital. No.
Bro, I swear the reputation of California and the rest of the country is like you can do whatever the fuck you want anywhere.
Really?
I mean, I probably could have had somebody smuggle me in some gummies or something like that, but
I was
You
gonna say some
see?
edibles or
You see, they
something.
got fucking dogs at the hospital all up and down the Treasure Coast, and especially here in the little Tri-City area. Yeah. There's fucking dogs looking out for you.
I could have like tried to have somebody like hide something in for me, but not smoking. That would have definitely
Hey, that might have caused a seizure
no.
though.
I couldn't even get out of my fucking bed without a nurse walking me to the bathroom and watching me. So there's no way I could have smoked a joint while there.
Crazy though. Like what if one of your triggers is, some intimacy time and like, you want to see if that can be on the EEG, that the nurse would still be there all in your face? You think?
I know I really
It'd
just
be on
wanted to
camera.
I just wanted to
You
stand in the
know?
middle of the room and start like jerking it because I knew I was on camera. Just be like, you want to watch me the whole time? All right, here we go.
Yeah, stare straight into the camera the
Yeah,
entire
just look
time.
right up at the camera and
Unblinking eye contact with the camera.
that's great.
Oh my.
That
I bet you they're causing bets on like you think he's gonna say her name. You think he's gonna say something?
I just start moaning the nurse's name, right?
Oh my goodness.
Yes. Oh, you're gonna get another referral.
Yeah.
Go for it, bro. You'll be the one that they talk about for a long time.
Okay, I
I'm
got
pretty
something
sure
for
they
you.
are from some of the things I said post seizure that one night. But
Oh shit, you remember somebody's name?
well, I remember them telling me the next morning. I don't remember myself saying it.
That's
I don't remember what you said. I think I was the one who told you
no.
about it.
No, I yelled at them for trying to hold me down after the seizure, and then
Oh, that's
apparently
what
I
it
told
was.
them I was like, "Oh, this is bullshit. I'm leaving a 1-star Yelp review."
Yes. Hey, but that's how you know they're telling you the truth.
Apparently, that's what I told them, and I can't refute it because they probably would have been like, "All right,
You want the proof?
I'll bring the video up. Here it is, bitch."
Yeah.
All right. We are live on YouTube.
That took a deep twist there. My bad.
It did.
We can prepare you for an inpatient EEG.
Yeah, press that thumbs up. But yeah, I got one for you, Kate. Yeah. Says experience with the RNS. I got the RNS device implanted in August and have been getting adjustments to the device around every 2 months since then. I'm still experiencing major issues and major seizure activity, grand mal seizures 2 times a month. If anyone has had any device for longer than a year, what has your experience been and how has it helped your epilepsy change?
Device has operated as expected. It hasn't changed my seizure frequency for about 30 months. It took a little over 2.5 years to actually reduce my seizures. But I do still feel confident that it was functioning the entire time because I was making the data transfers, going to the appointments. They were acknowledging the data that I was transferring. So again, the machine was effective, but not responsible for controlling my condition for about 2.5 years. So it's a process, but it is effective, or it can be effective.
Got some comments here. One says, I got the RNS in November 2015. It has helped me some. It isn't a cure. It took a while to see the benefits. The biggest change was I used to get tonic-clonics fairly often. I still get seizures quite a bit, but I don't get the tonic-clonics anymore. Don't get seizures where I collapse and go unconscious. This is an improvement. I tried about 10 minutes at a time, and 10 minutes at a time. And none of them were able to get rid of the tonic-clonics. Overall, glad I did it. Anybody's cocktail more than 3 medications?
I was on 4 at once, but that's the most I've ever done.
Yeah,
The only
I'm
time
on
they had
that.
me on 4 was when I was titrating. So I was on Keppra, clobazam. I keep wanting to say UltiPro, but I know that was like my clock in, clock out thing at the job. Yeah, either way, it was like the 2 long-term meds, and they were titrating 2 new ones at the same time. That was the only time I was on 4, and the accident waiting to happen, total disaster. Started having grand mals within 2 days of reducing 2 medications at one time and introducing 2 medications at one time. That was my 4 med story, and holy shit, why did I trust them?
Okay, I got another one here. Good one. Actually, I don't think I asked Mark about the last one. But oh no, he didn't have the RNS. My bad. It's a reason for not asking you. I got something though.
Just
It
not
says
worth asking. Yeah.
asking about the RNS.
Yeah.
You can't be helpful more than I would be on that one. But I got something else here that you could relate to. Well, actually, I don't know if you relate to, but I'll read it.
Oh.
Memory issues getting worse. Anyone else struggling with this? So I'm a 26-year-old female. My memory has just been absolutely terrible lately. Like I can barely remember being a kid, and tons of major life moments are just gone. Not sure if it's from the tonic-clonic seizures or all the head injuries I've gotten from falling during them over the years. Could the Keppra could be my Keppra too, maybe, right? Question mark. There is really freaking okay. I'm reading it as it is. There is really freaking me out because I'm scared I'm gonna forget the people who matter most to me. Does anyone else deal with this kind of memory loss? How do you cope with it? I could really use some advice on what helps or what I should be doing about it. Any input would be amazing. Thanks, everyone. Yeah. Everything I was told to do it to help the memory, I didn't do. So I didn't help myself.
But even if you do it, it's still bad news to this question, because a lot of times your memory does fade. The people that do matter most, especially that are newly introduced to your life, you got to spend some serious hours talking to them day after day, like a typical, in my case, it's got to be like a typical 1 or 2 hours a day, like face to face talking to these people for them to really stick. Otherwise, the family you live with will be obviously in your memory. You'll know your day-to-day stuff because you get a chance to talk about the past. And I know that makes a difference because it triggers some kind of, whatever you try in your brain to remember long-term versus just, the casual coffee talk, like small talk, whatever. So yeah, again, like introducing new people into your life after you start having the memory problems with epilepsy is not easy for a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm there with you. It's not easy. And how do I cope
For
with
a
it?
while too, it's like you feel like they remember you, like they know you better, and it's like, actually, how did we meet? Like you start asking stuff like that, and it's like
there's some people to where I just see them and they start telling me stuff, and now I'm wondering, what have I told you about myself?
exactly.
There's been those times.
Like I didn't think I wore that outfit for anybody else. How the fuck do you know that? Yeah. Whew.
I don't have an outfit, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I feel like that too a lot. I mean, this is the, 5th year I've been working at the school that I'm at, and there's, dozens and dozens of kids that I've seen, every day over the last, several years. And there's even, other adults, teachers, coworkers that I've worked with that whole time, and I'm just like, fuck, what's their first name? What's their first name?
Hey, what
Like
subject do they teach?
I can't remember. Like I just remember like Mrs. So and so, Mr. So and so, and I'm just like, fuck, I can't remember their first name. Or like kids all the time, they'll come up to me and just be like, "Oh, Jessica did this or something," and I'm like, "There's literally over 600 of you here. Do you expect me to remember one kid's name? I don't even remember my own name half the time. Like, not that bad, but it's like, yeah, you just." Like, there's hundreds and hundreds of you guys. Why would you think that I remember every single person's name? Even if I was just a regular person with no epilepsy, like, why would I remember that many children's names when I'm there for a couple hours a day? Like, come on. So it gets frustrating. And I feel like it got way worse, after I started the Keppra, but maybe that's just, hindsight, right? You're just telling yourself certain things, but I feel like that played a part in it. I don't know how others feel about that specific med in taking it, but yeah. So hopefully now that I'm off it, I might be able to remember a couple people's names. But we'll see how it goes. The school year is over in about a month, so next, in August, it'll be a whole new wave of kids' names to remember again and what classroom number they're in and a bunch of other crap. And just by the time at the end of the school year that I remember it, then it's time for the school year to be done and everything to change again.
Oh man. Yeah, back to the post about memory issues. There's a comment I'll read. One says, I get a bit, my epilepsy is with TBI, so I know I'm at a pretty good risk. I'm just trying to do whatever I can at this point to bolster what I got. I play and learn music and recently took up learning Spanish in addition to my vitamins and all that. Any of you guys think you'd be up to learn a language? It's just learning.
Yeah.
I don't
Learning
think
new
I've
things these
retained
days.
I want to learn ancient Greek.
That's what I was going to say. You're trying to learn ancient Greek?
I want to. I need to actually take any step towards that. I have yet to do that. So I don't know if I really can say that I want to. Well, no, actually, I've looked at what sort of curriculums there are to learn. So I have taken an initial step towards learning ancient Greek. So yeah. Who knows how much follow through I'll actually have though.
Anything with low sodium, you guys? Got something here. If you don't, there's comments. I'll read it. This person's asking for advice. It says, I take oxycarbazepine, trileptal for my seizures, and it's making my sodium low. Doc says as long as I manage my sodium to make sure it doesn't drop too low, things will be fine. Too low and it can be dangerous. Obviously needing to ingest more sodium unless it isn't common medical advice, but I suppose I'm the exception. I've been drinking V8 since it's absurdly high in sodium, but I'm growing sick of it, and I don't want to take it anymore than I already do. How do you manage or include more sodium or supplements into your diet? Oh, I could say this one. I
Ramen.
got the Nature Made gummies, you know? It's easy to take the supplements and
I
yeah.
actually was on oxcarbazepine early at one point in time, and they had me come in and do blood tests to check my sodium levels, but I'd totally forgotten about it. And basically, they just told me they're like, eat some potato chips every day.
I
They
was just
just
gonna say any type of like sauce, barbecue sauce, hot sauce, like marinades.
hot sauce is
All
a good one.
sauces
Like
have all sauces have hella
Tabasco's,
sodium in them.
yeah, Tabasco's got is basically vinegar and salt and cayenne pepper, or Tabasco peppers.
Yeah.
But I ate a lot of ramen.
Salt is easy to come by.
Yeah.
Mine was vitamin D. I got really low on D vitamin on the meds, and I hate to admit it did have an impact, but I tried not to even like write that stuff down and just started taking another vitamin. That got old. But
Yeah.
like
What's one more
V8,
pill, right?
yeah, right. And drinking V8 though, like hell no.
Spicy V8's good.
It's just me.
Spicy
I got
V8.
so used to water. Like I drink like water and wine now.
I,
Can you
I
make your
try
water
to.
into wine?
Oh no, that's orange juice. That's sparkly
Um,
shit that I had just now, the Snoop Dogg one. That's not bad.
you said spicy V8.
Yeah.
Yeah, spicy V8. It's good.
Was it like Tabasco in it or something? What? That
No,
doesn't
it's
even
like
Can
sound
imagine.
appealing.
it's kind of like a Bloody Mary, but to me, it's what it tastes like. But I mean, it's just V8 juice and it's got some spice in it. It tastes way better than regular V8, in my opinion. If I'm gonna drink
You know,
it,
this crowd's gonna have to try it to know because we did not get like heavy bar time.
it's
So
not super. It's not super spicy, but it's just got a little bit of spice to it.
I can't
I,
even comprehend what spice in a
that
drink would taste like. I
disgust.
usually drink something after eating something
Me
spicy.
either.
I don't
Right.
know.
Like you
I
drink
Fructose.
think I'll
something
just
to
make
cool it
myself.
down, but
Yeah, I
It's
was gonna
not
just
say I
that
think
straight.
I'll
hot.
just make myself throw up. That way, I won't actually have to taste the V8. I'll just get the throwing up out of the way.
Okay,
Oh
enough said.
man.
Any comments or something?
That sounds terrible. Like
Um,
somebody just like fart in my mouth.
what the fuck
Sounds
is
like it would
going
taste
on,
better.
man?
Did you really have to say that right when I'm taking a big drink?
Okay,
James, come on,
so
we're on YouTube. You know some sick fuck is gonna like that.
anyhow,
There probably is some fetish about that.
James, we're gonna move forward for whoever might be watching.
Let's go.
That
Let's go ahead
was
and yeah. Let's go to the next subject.
um, the first comment on that post says, "Yep, exact same meds did it to me. Never dangerously low, but the doc always kept an eye on it. Mine gave me sodium pills. Literally chunks of salt. Could always ask for that. I'd recommend a powder like LMNT, liquid IV, etc. over a V8. The sugar-free in particular. Better tasting and not downing all the pointless sugar the V8s have." One here says, I had this issue with carbamazepine. Grabbing half and handful of salted peanuts every 2 to 3 hours seemed to help. And one last one says, I just ate potato chips and salty snacks. I love that I could do that, basically have no impact on my blood pressure. That's the only thing I miss about oxycarbazepine. I had some of that prescribed, and I never ended up taking it. But that was 3 years back. Yeah. Why can't I remember things that are being told to me? It's so frustrating that I can't remember what I was told 5 minutes after being told. Can't get my way around stuff. Can't get my way around stuff. Can't get my way around a new building. Those are right next to each other if you're wondering if I was rereading it. Can't get around stuff. Can't get around a new building without getting completely lost after a few days of being in it. I feel like I'm going crazy. I write stuff down in my notes and I still get lost in basic stuff that I shouldn't get lost with. It's all right. That is okay.
That was going to be my first suggestion is get a little pocket notebook or something you can keep with you and write it down. But damn, it sounds like they're already writing stuff down and still forgetting it. Sometimes I do that too when I write stuff down. I'll just make like a shorthand little like note about it. And I'm just like, oh, okay, those like 2 words, that'll make me remember it. And then like 3 days later, I'll look at it and I'll be like, what is that note supposed to mean? That doesn't even make any sense.
Get the list. Add the stuff. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I just like I've gotten into the habit of like writing out a whole sentence. Like I'm like, this is annoying right now, but this the only way I'm going to remember it is if I write out like an entire sentence, like writing down like one word of something like I want to get at the store, like one thing I need to like one word of something I need to remember.
Or you have to
I'll
have
come
some
back
like
to it.
plan B. Like if this doesn't make sense, contact this number.
Yeah, like I just have to write down the whole sentence. Otherwise, yeah, 2-3 days later, it will have no. I might as well have not written it down because it makes zero sense to me. And yeah, I hate that. It's just so frustrating.
Yeah, having to go back to somebody who you're asking something again. You're repeating this entire conversation. But
Yeah, but like sometimes too, it's like something I'll read online or whatever. Like there won't even be another person involved that that I can ask or something like that. Like it's all on me. It's all on my own head, and I still screw it up. And it's so frustrating. It's like, dude, 2 nights ago, I know I was like just sitting in front of my computer. I know I was sober. I know there was nothing else that could have like clouded my memory. But even this small little note that I wrote down is not helping me remember it. It's just frustrating and makes you want to like punch yourself in the face, right? Like I'm sure most of us have been there. But yeah,
the
go
punch
ahead,
in the
Pookie.
face part, have not wanted to punch myself in the face. So,
Well, I mean, not literally, but you just get like super frustrated with yourself that you can't remember something, even though you have like a small little note trying to help you. You know what I mean? Like you're frustrated, you're angry with yourself. That's all I meant.
gotcha. So, the questions here about not being able to be told something. Advice for that. What someone did tell me is do those crosswords and stuff, work on cognitive abilities, and with that helps with memory. Somebody told me they do that every day. I didn't talk to that person anymore to know how that's going. So, yeah. First comment here says, does anyone ever feel like you annoy people when you ask them the same question over and over again? I feel like a burden sometimes. I don't know why there's a comment in the questions. I mean, a question in the comments, but another comment here says, I do that too, and to a lesser extent, but I've always thought it was medication, like clonazepam, but maybe it's just epilepsy. It's so weird to not know because meds are epilepsy. How you doing there, James? Everybody
I'm
out
all
there
right. What's
watching?
up?
Oh no, I was
Yeah,
going
I'm
to
here.
ask you to tell those people out there, press that thumbs up button.
Everybody on YouTube, press that thumbs up button. I already did.
Oh my goodness, James, that was horrible.
What?
Uh, you got to sound more enthusiastic, man. Um,
Everybody, that
I
thumbs
was
up button. Smash it, bro. Is that better?
I'm definitely gonna get this video and okay. Yeah. Smash it, bro.
you got to be the YouTube influencer.
Oh man.
Smash that
Yeah.
like button, like and subscribe.
Okay. I got something here that says nocturnal and focal seizures. I record my sleep and experience staring spells multiple times a night, every night. They look like focal seizures, but with no movement. My neurologist says they are awakenings, but I'm not convinced. Does anyone have any sleeping stories that they could tell? Or does anyone else have these while sleeping that you can tell a story about? No, you guys aren't having nocturnals, right?
No, I'm not. Or that I'm
Andrew, your
aware
mic
of.
is on mute.
My first one was a nocturnal, but I haven't routinely had them now.
Oh, okay. So you could kind of relate.
I just woke
Yeah.
up with my partner telling me I needed to get dressed because the paramedics were going to be there in a minute. And I
Really,
didn't
that
have
means you've
cameras
been
at
out
that.
of it for a while.
Yeah. And, well, it scared the shit out of him. It was like at 5 o'clock in the morning, sound asleep. And all of a sudden, I just start having a big TC. And, I'm not sure the sequence of events, but other than he thought I was back, but I was obviously post-ictal before we knew what post-ictal was. And I got up and went in the bathroom and fell and tried to smash through the shower doors. And then the paramedics were coming and I had a massive headache and they told me, okay, you're fine. You seem to be all right now. Follow up with your PCP. And that was pretty much the extent of it. But I didn't have cameras back then, so I have no idea what I did. I've never seen myself have a seizure.
Wow. You got cameras now, right, though?
I do now.
Yeah. I'm
I didn't
expecting
have them
one soon.
till I
It'll
didn't
be on
have
camera.
cameras until last summer, and my first seizure was in 2020.
Mm.
I haven't even had cameras a year.
I've had camera for years. I don't know exactly how many, but for some years now, I've had camera in my room. Like since 2023, I can say that maybe. Wait,
I
no,
got
before
cameras
that. So
everywhere.
yeah, I've had cameras in rooms since 2022. Wow. It's funny how my memory comes back for certain things.
Isn't
Anyway,
it?
right. The post right here is
Yeah,
asking.
I've had. Oh, I was just gonna say real quick. I've had times where I've like woken up in the middle of the night and like certain parts of me have felt sore, or I've just been kind of like in a fog, a haze. So maybe I have, but I generally mine are grand malls, so maybe that's what I had. I don't have cameras at home, so I don't know exactly what type it was. They might have been, yeah, that type other than a grand mal, but I don't know for sure, and I feel that like a lot of my muscles being sore after waking up in that way, that they're probably grand mal and just not focal awares. Either way, I don't know for 100%, so I can't really, say for sure on that person's question. But it's a possibility.
Okay. Got something here, and it says, just had a TC. Sometimes you just need someone to talk to. I just had a TC after 2 months, seizure free. I'm feeling sad, nauseous, and scared to fall asleep. I'm uncomfortable in my own body. Have you ever been afraid to fall asleep? My spouse is deployed, and I am at home with the kids, 12 and 15. I can't relax and don't know what to do anymore. I hate epilepsy. What do I do? What do you do? I don't have children with me, so that helps. And I don't have a spouse. Yeah, so I have my mother. That's that. Yeah, I cannot relate. Oh yeah, none of us have mates.
Not
I mean,
anymore.
I was gonna say, me too. I used to have a spouse, but
What were they asking
Yeah.
again?
To be honest, I went past the question because I thought, let's see, we can go back.
That's all good. Don't worry about it.
No, I got it. It says my spouse is deployed and I'm home with the kids, 12 and 15. I can't relax. I just don't know what to do. I hate epilepsy. What would you do? And I don't have kids and I don't have a spouse that's deployed. They're just asking for support, I guess. What do they do? What do you suggest? I suggest going to find someone to talk to, like therapy, or like a group of people like us.
I was just gonna say a group, and you have us now. So,
One foot in
but
front of
yeah,
the other.
that is that's tough. My um one of my best friends from high school, she ended up marrying somebody that was stationed overseas in the Iraq War, and he was there a couple of years, and she was just like, super depressed, couldn't see her spouse, all of that stuff. So we talked a lot, hung out a lot and everything, and I could just tell she was down. She definitely wasn't the same like friend that I had in high school. She was different, and it it really bothered her a lot. They didn't have any kids or anything, so at least there wasn't that hardship, to deal with as well. But it it definitely, kind of, it changed her, personality. What she did was found another group, that was kind of dealing with that. She did see a psychiatrist, and she she ended up getting a little bit better and helped out. Over time, her spouse came back, and he was stationed somewhere else. They had to move kind of across country, and then just over time you stop talking to somebody, after they move that far away and you don't see them, and blah blah blah. But she seemed to be a lot better after being able to speak to somebody else that was going through that situation, not just a random person that you just rant to. You need to know somebody that's going through the same situation. And I think that's why all of us who are strangers and have never met in person can all join on Zoom here a couple times a week and still talk like we're perfectly good friends, though none of us have met in person. So that might be something that person could think about joining and doing. So
Yeah, I think
that's yeah.
I think someone else told me about another group of people, but it was through the Epilepsy Foundation. And it was more like AA meetings, the person that told me. They told me they didn't like the experience, but yeah. There's other places out there to go. Yeah. But I got a post here. It says, can you have epilepsy if you have only had one crisis in your entire life? So let's get straight to the point. I had a crisis in 2017 at the age of 9. I don't know a lot about epilepsy, but I lost the control in my muscles and suddenly they all contracted. It repeated several times and I woke up without any memory of it. The doctors ran some tests and said that there were enough signs for me to be epileptic, but they never determined which type of epilepsy. And I went home after the crisis. Most of the epileptic signals were there, and they were happening during my sleep. And since a few weeks, I start to experience terrible toothaches at the second I wake up. I also catch myself biting my tongue pretty often. I've been having dizziness for years and it's still unexplained. But when it happens, I can't see, understand anything, or stay up without sitting because else I fall. And it's going to happen much more often than these 2 weeks. Is there something who had similar experience? Should I go see a neurologist? Don't blame me on my grammar mistakes. I'm French and it's 3 a.m.
Definitely go see a neurologist.
Yeah, if you thought that was me reading that, if that was by reading, no.
We know
I
you're just
read,
reading what you see.
that's what I was, yeah. At some point, I'm just like, I'm just going to read it as I see it. Even though it doesn't sound right, just know that I'm reading what I see.
That's way
Sometimes,
better than I would be at French, at speaking French. So good on them for
right,
Especially
knowing
at
at
3
least some of
a.m.
the basics of it, right?
right. It says I'm French and it's 3 a.m. LOL. I don't blame you. English is the hardest language to learn, they say, because we have words that mean other words, and no one else has words that have other words, actually. We have like here,
There, and
here,
there.
yeah, here, there, hair. We have hair as an animal and hair as a hair on your head. And yeah. Anyhow, can you
Why do
only
you
have
park in a
epilepsy?
driveway and drive on a parkway?
Right.
Have you guys seen the stand-up bit by it's from the 70s, I think, by Gallagher, where he does the whole bit about the English language?
Probably.
No.
I don't remember it though.
He's holding up a sign. He's like, now this word is tomb, and then he flips a letter over, and he's like, no, this word is womb. And then he flips it over again. The first letter swaps to a B. He's like, now what's this word? It's bomb. So how changing one letter goes from womb to bomb? And then like he keeps going on, like flipping over just one letter at a time and pointing out how everything is pronounced differently in the English language, even though it's spelled similarly and makes zero sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
You want to know something? The Hawaiian alphabet only has 12 letters.
So that's why names are like 42 letters long, but only have 3 letters in them.
I never said that. I never said that.
I didn't say
your
you said it. I said that.
your words, not mine.
Like
Um,
Huwaka Uka Kili Ala Haka, and that's somebody's last name.
You're gonna get in trouble, James. Quit.
Have you not seen NFL
I'm
players?
not saying that I haven't seen it, but that's kind of rude.
it makes sense now. Some things make sense now. But yeah, what you said was
Like how my last name is pronounced Gluth, even though it doesn't have the umlaut over the U like it was supposed to, and how
The what? Over the what?
The little
racist
dots.
white people changed it from gluth to the non the
He's
the
talking about
non
the two little
umlaut,
dots.
the two
Okay.
dots. That's why it's gluth, and why 98% of people that see it say gluth, because that's how it would be pronounced if you didn't see those two dots over the U. It's just how people
Gotcha.
pronounce things based on their language or their heritage that they know.
Yep. Everybody out there watching this, press the thumbs up button. This stuff is hilarious, and we will keep going. The question here, though, is can you have epilepsy if you only have one crisis in your entire life? I'm assuming they mean crisis by one seizure. And I don't know. I think they said you have to have two, right?
Well, my thoughts are they said that they ran a bunch of tests and which makes me think they may have done an EEG that showed epileptic brain activity. Therefore, maybe. But in
Okay.
general, I think it's usually after your second seizure that they diagnose you with as epilepsy.
Okay.
I was gonna say it kind of depends on the type that they had and how recent it was compared to when they're asking today. Right? Like if it was like 2 nights ago, then it's kind of hard to say what you have, or if you've done any tests with your doctor or anything like that. If it was, a year and a half ago and that's still the only one you've had, then I probably wouldn't say epileptic, but I am not a doctor, so do not listen to my diagnosis.
I think it needs more clarification to just because we don't know what tests they run and what the results of those tests were. And
Yeah.
I'm sure the doctor wouldn't tell them they had epilepsy if they didn't have a reason.
Yeah, if it was a doctor saying it, then yeah, you should probably listen to him. If it's just like yourself, self-diagnosing yourself at home, then yeah, that's not going to be the best answer. Go talk to a neurologist or your doctor and get a second opinion.
Yeah. So, James, you taking Lamotrigine still?
No, lacosamide, or Vimpat.
Okay.
And then the new one, Ficompa.
Okay. Do you remember starting Lamotrigine?
That was quite a while ago. I know I like about a week ago I accidentally said that's what I was on, but I meant lacosamide. But I have taken Lamotrigine like in the past. I could probably look up my medical records and see the exact dates. I don't remember off the top of my head. But no, I'm currently on lacosamide and Ficompa.
Yes.
Did you have a
But
question about lamotrigine, Cookie?
yeah, he can help too, and you, and me, of course. It says anyone taking Lamotrigine got worse before they got better. Anyone else experiencing worsening anxiety or depression with any dose of this medication before feeling better? Up to 50 milligrams, I only felt better, but now with 75 milligrams, I started a week ago. I feel more anxious, depressed. I don't know if it's temporary. Has anyone else experienced something similar? I would appreciate any feedback. My seizures slowly got better, but like this seemed like this might be something different than seizures. They're talking about their anxiety and depression. No, it did not cause anxiety.
Made my hair fall out for a while and that finally quit.
Ooh,
Not like terribly. I was just like shedding a lot more. Bigger
Same here.
hairball in the shower.
Yeah, mine would just shed to really be a lot of hair on the floor in the shower. Um, glad that phase is over.
Yeah, me
Uh,
too.
yeah, but basically, the Lamotrigine, it's slowly gotten better. By itself, been taking it by itself for 10 years. Uh, it's been good. It's been good to me. Um, James, do you remember it getting worse before it got better?
uh, I don't remember that specific one, unfortunately. Like I said, it was a while ago, and like I've been telling you about some, like you guys about other stuff. I've been swapping off so many different things. I don't remember like all of them now.
It's all right, James.
It's been like 20, yeah, like 20 years since I had my first one. They put me on meds at the beginning, and yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
So yeah, I don't know names anymore. Yeah.
Someone here just want to know if they had a seizure, and they said they don't know if I had a seizure. I am not a hypochondriac, but yesterday when I fell asleep, for work, okay, that didn't make sense. But yesterday when I'm going to read it how it says. If it doesn't make sense, it's how it says. It says, I am not a hypochondriac, but yesterday when I fell asleep for work, I had a very short-lived dream. I was standing by my bed and I had an earbud in my right ear. The earbud was violently speaking to me, and when it finished saying whatever it said, I couldn't understand what it said. Its voice started to sound muffled, like my head was going underwater, and it felt like I was being electrocuted. When I finished, I stood up and was confused as to what happened. In my dream, my TV was going on and on, playing Rick and Morty, and slowly the TV started to get muffled, like my head was underwater, and then the electricity started pulsing through my body and went stiff. I laid down, I laid down and couldn't speak or yell for help. In my head, I was yelling, but I don't know if anyone else heard me. Whenever it was over, I ran straight into my girlfriend's mom's room, and she and her mom was there. I told her I didn't know what was wrong with me, and she was confused to what I was talking about, which was strange because my dreams, people automatically know what I'm talking about. Then her voice started to get muffled again, like I was hearing her underwater, and I fell to the floor and started violently shaking, trying to speak when I couldn't. I waited till the electricity was over and hugged her and told her I loved her, that was what it was and what it had been happening. She was asking me if I was okay. Whenever she had asked me that again, her voice got muffled and I could understand her, but her voice was muffled. I started shaking like I was being electrocuted, and I tried waking up, but I couldn't whenever. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry if some of this doesn't make sense. Um, Could anyone explain this to me? It was the weirdest experience I've ever had, and possibly thought I had a seizure mixed in with a dream. Part of me thought what I had was a seizure in an alternate life and died and watched myself die. In that verse, I have no clue what had happened to me. Is this a seizure? Uh, that sounds like it could be drugs. I'm sorry to say. That's a wild experience.
Could it be the VU that's the dream, but also maybe semi-aware tonic-clonic?
I don't know that.
Definitely
Okay,
wild.
they said the TV started playing Rick and Morty, and it started going. The sound started going out. Basically, the earbud was violently speaking. That I didn't understand. Uh,
Yeah, I don't know what to say about this one, really.
yeah, I read it as it says, and it made
I understand. I don't know what to say. Possibly go see your doctor.
uh,
Maybe get into a neurologist.
okay. One comment here sounds. They said sounds like it could be a nocturnal seizure, maybe a type that is called focal seizures with impaired awareness. Since if I understood it correctly, you were kind of conscious during these episodes. I highly recommend you visit a neurologist. That
So I looked up Lamotrigine, and the generic name for it is Lamictal. I remember that one. So yes, I did take that one, and I did not take it very long. It screwed me up. I was constantly like tired and just barely making it through the, couple hours of work. I would get home and I would, take a nap. It just made me feel, kind of tired and like foggy. Um, so yeah, now that I saw the other name, I remember it a little bit differently. But it for me personally, it was not a fun one to be on. I got it off of it after I believe like 2 or 3 months before I had to switch to something else. I couldn't deal with it.
mm,
But yeah, just going back to that.
um, I got something else here because that was a lot. Uh, there was a few things I wanted to comment on, but those thoughts have gone because I forgot what it was after so many different subjects in that paragraph or two that you were telling me.
So,
Yeah.
sorry, I just wanted to chime back in and answer that person's question since I couldn't a couple minutes ago.
Oh, thank you. I got something here though. It says constant shivering. Ever since I had a seizure last Monday, I can't stop shivering, especially in the morning. I'm not cold, but I'm shaking constantly. Has anyone else experienced this? I can't tell if it's epilepsy related or maybe just nerves. Maybe it's just nerves, and I hesitate to reach out to my neurologist on it. Since the last time I was having trouble, she insisted that it wasn't tremors, it wasn't epileptic. Could I be misunderstanding what's going on? Uh, Shivers have not got that.
I haven't either.
I've seen people, maybe do the shakes. I've heard people join and they just said that shaking was something that happened. Um, I think that was like postictal though. Oh yeah, that's what this person is saying. Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about constant shivering personally. There's no comments to give advice to anyone about that. You ever take Keppra?
I did.
Do you remember it?
Yeah, I did. I did as well for quite a while.
Remember what?
Remember that phase of time? I mean, that little
Or
bit of
just I
time.
remember that I took it. That was the first one that they prescribed me on in 2006, and it just put me on my ass. I was tired all the time. It wasn't working. And then so I didn't take it for another almost 20 years, and they were like, we're out of other shit. Let's try this again. It's been a couple of decades. And then that's what I was stuck on until they switched everything last week, until I basically begged them to take me off of it because I felt like poop the whole time I was on it. It just made me feel tired and always wanting to take naps and grumpy with people and stuff like that. So I asked them to take me off it, and that's why I went through a couple other different medications last week and settled on what I am now. So it could be worse, but hopefully it's going to be better. We'll see.
Definitely
We'll
could be
see
worse.
after, a month or so. It's only been, what's today, Friday? So yeah, it's only been a week that I've been on this one. So I don't even know if it's like fully, working in my system quite yet. Yeah, we'll see in a couple more weeks if it goes good. I know Katie said she hated it and it didn't work for her, but then I think it was Jeff said that it was working perfectly fine for him. So it's hit and miss. We'll just see. We'll just see in a week or two, right?
Right.
I agree with the tired and grumpy and mental health issues, which is why I was taken off of it.
Yeah, and for that too, for the Keppra, they put me up to 3,000 milligrams a day.
I don't remember what I was on, but it was a lot.
So I was taking it, yeah, a couple in the morning and then the rest of it all at night. And
I
they,
probably still
yeah,
have some in
finally.
my bedroom.
Oh yeah, I have a little
Maybe
like
not.
leather bag, a little pill bag that I have like a bunch of spares in just in case I head out. I always have it on me, so I have it just in
Actually,
case I head out of the house and I forgot to take them or something. I'll always have a backup dose or whatever you want to call it, of that, so I don't go without, with skipping a dose or anything. But it was not ever fun. I just hated that damn thing, and yeah, it was shitty.
I got
I think
something
I
here.
Go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead.
I
You
was just
think
gonna
what?
say I think I have every medicine they ever gave me back there because every time they changed the dosage, I still have half a bottle, so I'd go put it on the shelf just in
Oh
case.
yeah, I
I
always
got a
keep
whole
the old
shelf full
one.
of pills.
Yeah, I always keep the old ones even if I'm not taking it, just in case they switch me back to it or something. Obviously, when it expires, then I take it back to the pharmacy to have them toss
I'm
it
sure
out
I
or whatever
probably
whatever they
have
do with
some that
it.
need thrown out.
But yeah, even though I stopped the Keppra, I still have it just in case they put me back onto it. I have some others, um, just in case. You never know what you're gonna swap to or what's gonna be needed, especially when some of these meds like last for a year and a half. There's no reason not to keep them in case they prescribe you back again, so you don't have to pay for a new subscription of it, right?
I probably got 5 or 6 years worth of pills back there. Just all the shit they've had me on over the last 6 years, 5 years,
I
whatever
would
it's been.
I would say a couple of those might be expired
Yeah, probably.
after that long.
I'll get around to cleaning the shelf eventually.
Uh,
What's your post, Spooky?
it says, um, switched from phenytoin to Keppra a few months ago. Now experiencing ocular migraines once a month or so. As the title says, I switched to Keppra several months ago after 40 years on phenytoin, which is Dilantin. Since the switch, I've
Oh,
had 3 episodes of what I call ocular migraines, basically a C-shaped crescent of a distortion that slowly enlarges and moves out of my field of vision, disappearing completely within 20 to 30 seconds. I never got a VU or etc. Has anyone, wait, I never get a headache, just a visual disturbance. I wouldn't call this an aura since there are no other sensations, pain, deja vu, etc. Has anyone else had a similar experience? Other than this, the switch to Keppra has been smooth and side effect free after the first month.
I hope you
The switch,
remain side effect free.
come again.
I said, I hope they remain side effect free. I've never had anything like that, but I wish them well.
Right.
I was gonna say I went from phenytonin to Keppra as well. I went off the phenytonin because I went to the ER for my pancreas issues, and I knew I was taking my seizure medication when I needed to. I was up on my meds, and when they did the blood draw, they're like, "When's the last time you took you took your phenytonin?" And I was like, "This morning when I'm supposed to take it. Why?" They're like, the blood draw showed that the level in your blood was really, really low. And I'm like, I haven't missed a dose in like weeks. How could this be low? So then they were starting to say that I was, resistant to that medication. I should start because I was already at the highest dosage that they were allowed to give to patients. So that's when they said, you need to stop taking this. You need to switch over to Keppra. And then or you need to switch to something else. And they decided that it should be Keppra. So I went back onto Keppra. And like I said, that was, I think, 2023 ish. Can't remember now, but yeah, I was on the highest level of phenytonin that they were allowed to give people, and it still wasn't really registering in my blood. So then that's when they switched over to the other one, and that one definitely didn't help either. So it was just a whole like rabbit hole of BS that I had to go down with different dosages and medications and times of day and all that crap. So
I would say
what
if this is a new symptom for the OP, that they should contact their neurologist and talk to him about it, though, because anything out of the
Mhm.
ordinary like that when starting a new medication, it's important for them to let their doctor know.
Yep.
Yeah, and it would be nice, or if they're still listening to us, if they could let us know what dosage of Keppra they're on, as well. That would give a little bit more.
That'd help.
Yeah. What's the word? Damn it. Anyway, a little bit more of us to know what they're on to kind of help them out. Because it's hard without knowing that. Like I said, I was all the way up to 3,000. If this person's just on the lowest dosage of 500, then obviously that's a big difference. They still have a little bit more that they could have their dosage upped, and that might be a little bit helpful to them as well. So yeah, I'm done.
All right. I got something here. It says, "Am I a burden? I hate not being able to drive. I feel like I've lost my freedom. Last September, I had my first seizure after being seizure free for 5 years. I wasn't taking any medication, but since then, it hurts so much not to drive. I felt I feel like a burden, especially to my boyfriend. He's annoyed of driving me places and scared to ask. Oh, and I'm scared to ask because I know most of the time he complains about it. I usually take the train because it's easier, but sometimes there are places in the city in which you would need a car to get to. Where I live, Ubers and Lyfts are incredibly expensive, and last month I spent over $500, which is something I can't afford all the time. He knew I had seizures when we met, but didn't believe me because I didn't have any episodes. In just over 1 year, I had seven, which is something that never happened to me before. I hate it because it's my car. I bought it. On average, I usually get one or two seizures every 2 or 3 years, but now that they are more frequent, I hate not being able to control my own body. This Saturday, I have a lab appointment with my neurologist, and he told me to not treat him like he's my chauffeur. Unfortunately, the hospital isn't close to a train station, meaning I'd need to take a Uber. Sometimes I think I'm depressed, never asked to live with this condition or have it. I want to feel normal again. Anyways, have you felt this way before? How have you
So
managed it with your partner? Any recommendations? James?
yeah, my ex-wife was a bitch. I literally, yeah, I gave we were when we were married, obviously not now. I gave her my car. It was just we were married, we were together, and I couldn't drive anymore. She had a much older car that was not the most reliable, so we were just like, just go ahead and sell this thing for a few $100. We'll use that money for something else, and you can have my car. It was a newer Honda, it was going to be reliable for quite a while and everything. And just certain she yeah I think I've said this before. I don't know if I have or not, but anyway, she just straight up one night said to me, she was like, this is just fucking stupid that I have to drive you everywhere. You're a burden to everybody in your life. Like dead ass, like not on the phone, like dead ass, like straight
In the
looking me in the
face?
face. Yeah, like in person, like said that to me. And I was pretty much at that point like, okay, yeah, this is pretty much done now, bitch. Like I am sick of this. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with this. Like I gave you like a nicer new ass car because I can't drive anymore. All I'm doing is asking you to like drive me, down the street to the ER, and you're still gonna talk shit about me. Like, yeah, it was toward the end. It was not a good relationship that I was in. So if this person, like, I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not trying to give relationship advice, but from my own personal experience, it sounds like this this person is not in a very good relationship. Like if that person truly loved you and cared about you, it wouldn't be an issue. They would drive you to where you needed to be. They would care about you and care about your health and your safety. I can understand maybe being a little bit annoyed, like if you just made like, like a rotisserie chicken, you're about to like sit down and eat dinner, and then all of a sudden there's like, yeah, can you drive me somewhere? Like that might be a little bit annoying, but you'd still be like, okay, this is the girl I'm with, this is the person that I love. Like, okay, I'll do this for them. you, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not just like some casual, it's not like you went over and like knocked on your neighbor's door and were just like, I don't care what you're doing, I need to ride somewhere right now, please help me. Like then yeah, you could be annoyed, but if it's somebody that you're dating and you know their situation, like they should be a little bit more like chill. I i feel, but I'm obviously coming from a jaded, you know point of view because I've been through a divorce and, somebody that's talked shit about it and everything, but I still feel like I don't even know this person, but what they're going through, if it's somebody that they're dating, the other person should be a little bit more respectful about it. right? Am I going too far and being too jaded here
Oh,
on
my
this? Or
comment
No.
was my comment is that first of all, you're not a burden. You're dealing with a medical condition, and tell that guy to fuck off and go find a better boyfriend.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was just trying to be a little bit more polite. I don't know. I guess just
I'm
because,
not
yeah,
polite.
yeah,
I'm
no,
very
that's fine.
blunt.
If we're not going to be polite, then yeah, fuck
Love
my
that.
ex-wife and her stuff, her saying that like to me, like I could understand if maybe she was like hella drunk and it was over the phone or something like that, but no, it was just something that I
You don't
asked
treat
her
somebody
when,
you love like that. And if
yeah,
he's claiming that I
exactly,
mean,
exactly.
especially like he knew what he was getting into when he got in the relationship. He knew she had
Hmm.
seizures. So, if he's not going to be there to support her, then go find someone who will. There's somebody better out there, I promise.
Exactly, and that's how my ex was too. It was like we were together for years and years and years. Like you had already known, you had already taken me to doctor's appointments for my seizures before we got married. Like you knew what the situation was. Yes, I'm sorry they started happening more frequently, but if that's all it takes for you to start hating me and to not be a good spouse, then you didn't truly care is what I feel like. Like she can go fuck herself, dude. Like yeah, I'm
What are
still
your
not
thoughts,
happy about
Pookie?
that.
Uh, just want to give him a hug.
Right. You're not a burden. You're dealing
I
with a
would
medical
I
condition.
would take one right now because bro,
Dave
that
just
yeah, it
needs a
still
hug. Uh,
it it hurts me because I still did, like, before that point I still did obviously love her and care about her, but it was like once that sentence came out of her mouth, it made me realize that one,
Not worth
either I
it.
am a burden, or two, yeah, she ain't worth it. And yeah, it was not too many months longer after that we, yeah, split up, and I um had a very good friend to be there for me after that. Well, I'll leave it at that. But
did you?
I definitely did have somebody that did care and was willing to help me out, just after that. So it it
Did
got a
you
little
ask
bit
for a
better.
divorce?
Who did you say, me or her?
Did you ask for a divorce?
Yes. Yes, I did. And then then she screwed that up, and I basically had to pay for it twice because she was just a drunken bitch after that. It was yeah, it was a bad relationship. I don't like to admit that I got into it because she was, yeah, just a pain in the ass.
Just look at it this way. The money you spent was worth it to get rid of her.
Exactly, exactly. We we split up in the end of 2016, and through all of her shenanigans and everything, the divorce wasn't finalized until 2021. It took that long between the
That's a
money, the
nightmare.
paperwork, her bullshit. Yeah, it was not fun. And
Divorce is never fun.
oh yeah, of course it's not, but yeah. But basically from like a month after us splitting up, I already have one of my really, really good friends. She was going through a divorce at the same time too, so it kind of worked out, but she lived about an hour and a half from me, and she still didn't care about the drive, about my health issues, about seeing each other. She was 100 times more there for me than my own wife
So you
was.
won.
So it yeah, it took me a bit to get over. It really sucked, but I ended up in a better friendship with someone else. And
You're in a better
yeah.
place, and that's what matters. Just keep putting one foot in front of the other.
Yeah, that was definitely what it was at the time, and it helped me get over everything. And yeah, so I think I'll shut up now. You guys have listened to my therapy
No,
session long enough. Bring up the
I
let's
mean,
bring up the next comments or
you're
something.
more than welcome to tell me what you like. I'm here for it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
not
sorry you
not
felt
not a
hurt.
drunken lying female. I'll be respectful and at least use that word. But yeah, not what I went through. I don't want to do it a second time. So yeah.
Gotcha.
So what's
Yeah.
the next medication we'll talk about?
No, we're not going to move that far ahead. Am I a burden? There are comments here. Yeah,
Oh.
one says you're not a burden, coming from a husband with a son and a wife who both have epilepsy. If you're not getting the support you need, seek help elsewhere. You're not alone, and hang in there. Another comment here says, you're not a burden, your boyfriend is. My husband happily drives me or Ubers me wherever I need to go because he loves me and cares about my safety. If this guy doesn't care about your safety, he's really not a good guy for someone with epilepsy to date. Another comment here says, you are not a burden. I feel the same way as you do. I feel like my friends and my family get annoyed when they have to drive me. And I also feel like an idiot that can't drive. It's embarrassing to me, honestly, but none of us can control this. And it's not our fault. And it's hard having to deal with people that don't understand that. Maybe try and have a talk with your partner and tell him how you feel. The fact that he didn't believe you in the first place pisses me off. Why would anyone lie about something like this? Also, if you don't go already, therapy is a really nice place to talk to about this. But I understand if you wouldn't want that anyway. Sorry for the long paragraph. Things will get better. I
You
like
said
this.
it all
Yeah,
much
what?
more eloquently than I did.
Yeah.
What were you saying, James?
Oh, I was gonna say back before all the seizures got so bad when I've mentioned that I worked at I was manager at a bike shop for years and years and years. And there's a couple of when you work at the same place for a long time, you have customers that become friends and everything. So I had this one guy, he mountain biked all the time. Him and I would go mountain biking pretty frequently. There was a few times that he brought his kids. When we first started hanging out, they were 7 and 3, like super young, right? So we just do like real casual rides, just hang out and everything. And this was when I was still at that shop, Dan, like 2015 or so, so they're older and we've been friends ever since then. Like I still texted dude a couple days ago. Like we're still friends and like good friends and everything. And like a couple years ago, I was just like, shit, dude. I was like, oh my parents are out of town. I am not feeling good. Like I'm really, really bad right now. Like, can you pick me up and drop me off at the ER? And he lives in Fremont just like I do, and literally less than 15 minutes he was at my front door, like ready to
What
pick
friends
me
do.
up and yeah, and drive me to the ER. And I'm sitting there thinking like just some random dude that like used to be a customer of mine where I worked was like instantly ready to come pick me up. And my ex-wife called me a burden for needing to go there. And it was just like that was just the like cement in the divorce. Like her and I were already like we were, split up, but there's still like, I don't know, that emotion of like you still want things to work out, right? Like it's the person you married, the person you loved and everything. And like at that point I was just like, this chick over here like calls me a burden, and some random dude I know through
Run.
the place I worked is ready to pick me up in 15 minutes and drive me there. And I was just, that was like the nail in the coffin or whatever you want to call it. And I was, yeah, so I was just like, okay, cool, time to move on. I'm gonna lay there in the ER bed and just think about all the ways I hate this bitch.
Hey,
So it was
how you feel?
it was a rude feeling, but it was something that I needed to realize and to, to get in my head, I guess.
Hmm. How do you feel these days? 20 years into having epilepsy.
You asking me?
Yes.
Um, oof. I don't know if I I hate it, but I'll do what needs to be done to try and get it a little bit better. I mean, for my situation, it's kind of a little different. Like I've said a few times before, the first, few years when I had it, it would just be like once a year or once a year and a half. And now it's, a couple times a month. So it's a little more frequent, it's a little more necessary, having to do tests and medications and ER visits. So I can't even imagine what she would say about it now these days, having them every couple of months versus every, 6 months or once a year. So I between having it and between being with her, I'm glad that she's gone and out of my life. Um, with having it a little bit more often, it does make me feel what that person said as being a little bit of a burden to other people. I know you're gonna say, no, you're not a burden, don't say that, but at the same time, it is. You have to ask somebody, on a Saturday morning while they're cooking breakfast or something, you got to be like, yeah, we need to go to the ER now. I just had a seizure, versus it being once every 6 months, being once every 6 weeks. It's a lot more, or, however, I'm just picking out a random number. But it being, a little more often, it does place people in a random situation. Yeah, like, you know what I mean? If it were any other reason, people wouldn't do it. Like if I just said, "Oh, it's 9 a.m. I need to go to the liquor store and pick me up a beer." Like people would be like, "Fuck you, quit being an alcoholic." But if I said, "Oh, it's 9 a.m. and I need to go to the ER because I had a seizure," a ton of people are like, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Let me help you out. It it just depends on, different things like that. So it's tough, it's frustrating. But the person that's mentioning this, do what you need to do. If that dude is going to keep treating you like that, then get the heck out of there. That's that's not the person you deserve. That's not the person you should have around you with that medical situation. Like it might suck at first because if you break up with him, then you won't have somebody around you, and that might feel tough for a little bit. But once you realize that and have that person out of your life, it's probably going to be a better situation for you because you'll find somebody else that cares and will help you out more.
Better off in the long run.
Yeah. And that's just my personal situation because of what I have gone through. Everybody's friendship, relationship is different, but that's the kind of jaded underside type of relationship that I had to deal with. And I just based on your post, it sounds like it's kind of going that way. If he's already telling you that you're a burden just for having to drive you once or twice somewhere, then he's not going to be happy if it keeps going on, and you do not deserve that. So please either have a talk with him about that's your situation and you're going to need somebody to help you out, or have the conversation with him of get the heck out of my life, I deserve something better. I
Yeah.
hope I hope people agree with that. I don't know if that's just me being a jerk about my past or anything, but
I don't know. I understand where you're coming from. You're coming from where that person's coming from. Yeah, you guys can relate to each other. Um, I'm so sorry to hear that you guys went through that because I did not go through that. Yeah, that sucks a lot. Gonna read some of these comments though, because of course I'm gonna read them
yeah,
because they're
yeah,
comments. And then
I've
the
been talking
topic
a
I want
while.
to keep moving. So we can stay on topic. It says, okay, just to be clear, you're not a burden and you never will be to the people that are actually worth your time. What car is he driving? Because it kind of sounds like yours. Either way, it sounds like you have a good setup with Uber and Lyft, and the train. I don't drive at all, and spend around $400 to $500 a month as well, which, if you do the math, is way less than a car payment, gas, and insurance. So, if that's your car, sell it and get that money and use that for Ubers. Another
That's true.
comment here says, ditch your boyfriend. He sounds like an a-hole. Nobody should make you feel like a burden. Another comment here says, your boyfriend is not a keeper. If he is annoyed at you, he's annoyed at you going places and having to take you to those places. Theoretically, a boyfriend is a trial for being a life partner with who would be there when you are totally incapacitated. He should be reassuring you that you're not a burden. I understand what you're going through. I'm riding my bike as much as possible, but it's sub-freezing temperatures here. And last week, I also tried to bundle my outings so that I get them done on fewer trips. I also add in a treat for my driver when I can. Luckily, my drivers are often kids, so they're happy with the slushy or a latte of some cookies or some cookies. Oh, nice. Bring your Uber driver drinks. I'd be kind of suspicious of just taking a drink from somebody. But two more comments. One says, I know how you feel. I tell my wife this all the time that I'm a burden, and she asks me why I think that. I five I five her a multitude of reasons, but she dismisses them. Oh, and I almost completely immobile in a wheelchair due to a massive stroke back in January 2022.
Let me
Sometimes I have
in.
no room.
I was just gonna say, let me introduce my ex-wife to her boyfriend, and then they can just be complete assholes to each other for the rest of life. Let them marry each other. I'm
Oh,
being over the top and being a jerk again, but
oh man, it's great. You're here. Yeah.
uh,
Um,
I
James, you aren't having myoclonics, are you?
no, it's been mostly the grand malls, couple of times just random slower ones. Like was on camera that one time here.
Okay.
But they're mostly like grand malls, and hopefully whenever Kaiser sends me the footage of my other ones, I'll post them. You can see what they are, but they were full body shaking, making a random noise when it started. Um, just a random like type of noise like the entire time it happened, and then my legs and arms shook, and those are pretty much all the ones I have. I really don't have any smaller
Okay.
ones.
Um,
So
I got something here. It says, any tips for this? I've had epilepsy since I was 8, mostly absent seizures and some bigger ones. I've been on medication pretty much my whole life. It helps, but not completely. And it's come with side effects that have been hard on me, mentally and physically. I'm currently on 500 milligrams of Keppra and 600 milligrams of Lamotrigine, and we're slowly trying to taper things down. We've managed it once before, but it doesn't last. I've never gone more than a year without an episode. The smaller ones are mostly controlled, but the bigger ones still happen sometimes. When they do, I can't drive for 6 months. That part really affects my independence. I would like to think I have a good routine. I go to bed and wake up at the same time, full 8 hour. I eat good and work out at the same time. I feel stuck because I can't just take any job. If I earn too much, I risk losing my insurance coverage for my medication. So right now, it's just school and the gym. A lot of goals are tied to being able a lot of goals are tied to being stable for a year. And when something happens, it feels like I'm back at square one. I'm turning 22 soon, and I feel behind compared to other people my age. I want to move out, travel, build a career, but everything feels dependent on my health being stable. It's frustrating. I also have an RNS device and have gone through multiple procedures for it. It has helped some, but I'm still not fully where I'd hope to be. For those of you living with epilepsy, long term, how do you cope with it mentally with the setbacks? Has anything helped you feel more in control? I'm just trying to figure out how to not feel like my life is on hold. To the audience out there, somebody please answer that question and subscribe, press the thumbs up. Go ahead, Andrea. You look like you had something. I'm ready for you.
One step at a time, and welcome to epilepsy. I mean, there's no controlling it. It's going to do what it's going to do. And you just kind of have to deal with it. And I've only been doing this since 2020. So it's one of those things you got to accept it for what it is.
Yeah.
But you can do it. I mean, it is possible.
Yeah.
You're just going to have to find ways around the obstacles.
And I know somebody who is living proof, Kevin. It is possible.
Yeah.
He gives me hope. Yeah. Anything is possible, you guys. That VNS thing, James, you said you're thinking about getting that?
Yeah, that was pretty much what the doctor the last week had given me. Told me that I was on the last medication that I could take. So yeah, he gave me like the brochure for it and told me to, read about it online, and he answered all the questions I had for it. But yeah, that's pretty much if this last medication doesn't work and I keep having seizures regularly, that's pretty much my next option.
I'd rather do the VNS than any of the other ones personally.
I honestly, yeah, me too. I asked him, I was just like, okay, none of the other medications have worked. I feel like crap on pretty much all of them. I was like, can we just jump to
Right. Can we
the
just do it
VNS?
now?
Yeah, I was like, can we just do it? And he just kind of laughed at first. He's like, we're gonna get you taken care of. You have such a better attitude than so many other patients I've had. He's like, I have a patient now that's been about 9, almost 10 years that I've been trying to convince into doing the VNS, and he refuses to do it. So the fact that you're asking for it before it's necessary means that I know we're going to get everything taken care of for you. So that, I mean, I know he's just a doctor and he's, just saying what needs to be said, but it still gave me like a little bit of like, like, a little bit of happiness, within the whole situation. So yeah, I don't know. Either this medication is going to work, or if I have a seizure or two while still on it, then I know that he's down to, to do that right away. So we'll see. We'll see where it goes. I mean, if I don't have to have a surgery, that would be cool with me too. um, but if I have to keep taking this medication all the time, that's also going to be kind of annoying. I'd rather not do that. But I
I
don't know.
think the
Like I
VNS
said a
is
few other
used with,
times.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, all I was gonna say is if a few months go by or something, I'm still gonna be ready to do it. I really don't want to take the medication. So if he'll you know approve me for it, I would be perfectly happy. Um, at this point, I mean, sure, it's a couple little cuts to get the thing in me, but what's the comparative to taking tons of pills, a bunch of pills each day? Like which one's better? Which one's a better, opportunity or something? I still haven't decided in my head which one would be better, so I'm still up in the air about both.
I'd go hop on that operating table for them.
That's yeah, that's why I was asking him, because I wanted to do it right away and just be like, put this shit in me. Let's just get all this done with and over with. Let me,
Oh,
get back to my normal life, maybe have a regular job that I work more than a few hours a day. Let me go back to working on watches, working on bikes, working at a restaurant, any something that's more than just a handful of hours a week. I just want to be a normal human being again.
oh man,
It,
I understand you there.
and that's just work too.
I
Like
mean, I'm normal, but
I've been
things could
single
be
for
better.
so long now. Like I want to meet somebody. I want to have a friend.
That's a
Sorry
different
for
road.
saying this, but I want to meet somebody. I want to get a little action. I'm sorry to say it, but come on, if y'all are single for like a few years,
Hey, that's how you
it's
feel.
it's tough, man, because it's not just like, oh, I'm some, I don't know, some lonely guy that doesn't go out and I'm introverted and I don't want to talk to other people. That's not the reason. It's because I can't drive. I live with my parent. There's so many situations I have to do with the epilepsy, So like it would be nice to, one, either go out and have some fun, or two, just meet somebody that has the understanding of what the medical situation is. I'll just
Okay,
leave it at
so
that. Like you said, we're on YouTube,
James,
but yeah, it's yeah,
James,
yeah.
so is it that you said I can't do that because I live with my parents? Uh, I don't drive. Is it just you don't ask because you assume somebody's gonna have something wrong to say about that, or has someone said that was a problem?
Uh, pretty yeah, pretty much. Just because I just feel like even if I like try or start a conversation, let's just say with somebody, it just feels like I just feel like a I don't know, like a high school student or something, you know what I mean? Like I feel like I'm like 16, 17 or something like cuz I'm 40, so it's like if I go out to a bar and try and talk to somebody or something, it's like okay, I
It's
can't
likely
take you
that you're
back to my
under.
house. Yeah, it's like I can't take you back to my house cuz my parents going to be there. I can't like drive you to like back to your place or like anywhere else to go. Like I'm just sitting here, like my bicycle is parked right outside. That's kind of embarrassing. Like there's just so many things that I feel like it just shoots me down, you know what I'm saying? Like I can
Yeah,
I can easily talk and make friends with somebody. That's cool. Like, yeah, let's share a drink, let's chit chat for a little bit. But anything beyond that, it 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 doesn't work out. Like, I
mm.
mean, do you feel what I'm feeling too? Like you
um,
can't you can't drive or like your mom's like in the next room over. Like it just makes things tougher. I'm not trying to insinuate that you feel the way. I'm asking you. You don't
I
yeah.
don't feel that way.
Okay. Okay.
I want to give you some advice. Rip the
Please.
band-aid off.
Yes, please
Just,
do.
just, just get out there. You got to put yourself out there. I'm telling you, you can't use what you're saying is you think that's going to be said. Don't hold back because you think that's what might happen or being embarrassed. Because, yeah, if you're in front of somebody or you're internet dating, you got to try it. Try just saying it, just putting it out there. And it's not
I mean, I
something you
could throw
can,
it out there and they'd be like, "Hey, let's go back to my place." Like she could say that or something. Like I might get like super lucky
that's
or something. But
okay. Yeah, that's different. I'm just talking about dating. You're talking about you trying to find
uh,
somebody to fuck. Um,
no, 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 no,
I
not
think he
that.
wants both.
Not just specifically that. I'm looking for like a relationship, a friendship. I'm just I'm just saying like if you're meeting somebody once you get to that point, like there's not really a way to break into the conversation. Like, yeah, I'm I'm 40, I work 2 hours a week, and I live with my parents. You want to date me? Like that's not exactly the best pickup line, right?
you don't gotta use it like that.
You're shooting yourself in the foot before you even get out the door, James.
I
That's
well
what I'm saying.
because
Like
I'm blunt and I'm honest and I don't want to like lead into a relationship with somebody lying to them about it.
Don't lie about it. Just go out
I'm
there
not
and meet
lying.
people, and it might happen. You don't know.
right.
Yeah.
You
Um,
don't know unless you go, man.
uh, yeah.
I
I'm
mean,
not.
I've met a couple of ladies that have been okay with it, but they're just like, "Oh yeah, it's not a big deal.
What?
It's fine, blah blah blah." And then once they actually hang out with me a couple of times and realize what that actually includes, then they're like, "Yeah, so I'm gonna go over here and we'll talk again. Never. Bye." So
That
Is
was their
that the
loss,
vibe
man.
you got? Is that the vibe you got, or is that what was said?
Well, obviously they didn't use those literal exact words, but that's genuinely what, came across is that type of situation, that type of vibe.
James, I guarantee you there's somebody out there for you. You just got to go find them.
There,
Yeah.
Just put
I mean,
yourself out there.
there is. I started chatting with somebody a few days ago, but I still
You
haven't
always have
met.
a butt.
Right.
Yeah, I haven't met them, so they know my situation, but they haven't actually. We haven't actually met yet, so they don't know what it's going to be like. So
The
I
only way
just,
they're going to find out, and you're going to find out if they're the one for you, is to put yourself out there. If you
yes,
never put yourself out there, it's
seeing them
never
in
going to happen.
person. But that doesn't make me feel any better about it.
You can't let epilepsy stop you, man. You can't and the part where he said, because I stay with my parents, that can be, I'm not gonna say it's a problem, but once you let them know what epilepsy comes with, then that'll be nothing. But if you just never try, then you'll never know.
That's what I
You're
said to him.
letting
I was
your
like,
ex-wife haunt you.
I, yeah, yeah, that's a,
Stop. Stop it. She's not worth it. Move on.
fuck
I mean,
you, fuck you for making a good point.
fuck you too, James.
How dare you make a good point and be serious?
Um, yeah, man, James,
I
you're
mean,
not the only person.
yeah, one maybe I'll get over it. Maybe one day I'll meet her. I mean, we've texted on the phone, little phone or
Little
video.
phone sex.
No, not that. No, not that much yet. So
Oh
she is
man,
goddamn cute though. I got super lucky. But seriously, it's just yeah. And her being very attractive makes me feel like I'm also not quite worth all that. But yeah, we'll see. Let's just say I'm not expecting anything
Okay, James, let me tell you
enormous.
something. I don't know you all that well, like personally, but you seem like you're a really great guy. You got to put yourself out there.
I
yeah,
Just do it. It's not
man,
gonna.
I'm telling
I
you, I live with my mom is not a problem. Um, if you're a good person, you're a good person. Somebody's gonna like you for you, and then everything else they just learn comes with it. It's like, are you gonna be mad because I live with my mom? I mean, if you're gonna say no, then I'll swipe left. So
If
you
they
mean
I mean,
end up,
I guess that's a good point, but at the same time, it's not just like you got like 50 chicks a day to like swipe through. Like,
it's
I literally have not, I have not even gone out to dinner with anybody since 2022. It's been over 4 years since I've even gone on a date. So the fact that
that
I
all.
like, the,
I haven't been on a date since 2013. You got to
well,
put yourself out there, man.
Are you
If they
looking for anybody? Are you looking for
not
anybody?
currently,
See, exactly.
I
I am
I
trying to. I just don't meet anybody. So it
but
like
if you
it.
don't put yourself out there, how are you going to meet anybody? And if they turn out
right?
to be shallow and
Well,
hold all that shit that you're worried about against you, it's their loss, not yours.
but
Because they're going to turn out just like your ex-wife. And that's
I
not
mean,
someone you want in your life.
I'm kind of looking for somebody. Like I'll go out to restaurants or places, you know, in the evening and look for
You need
somebody, and it's just like I see somebody and I'm just like I'll talk to him for a minute, and it's just like, okay, I know the second I tell you something, you're gonna be over it. So
you don't know
I'll make
that.
it easy for you. Internet dating.
that's sort of how I met this person. We'll say it wasn't a dating place. It was a random text out of nowhere, but it it's just I don't know. It's just different.
I mean,
Like
it sounds much easier for you, is what I should say. Because you're talking about you see her and you can't say anything. You sound like you I was gonna say profit from internet dating. Forgot what the word is. You'd be internet dating would be good for you. Um,
I am not on any
Walking up
website
and saying, "Hey," never
or
worked for me.
anything like that. So
You
okay,
just need
so I'll
to
just
be
say
more confident and put yourself out there.
so this random person, I was just riding my bike to work, right? And I stopped off like on the side. I just grabbed a drink of water. I checked my phone, and this random ass person was like, the number wasn't in my phone. It was an area code from fucking Illinois. It was just completely, I was just like, what the fuck? And so the person was like, hey, are you down for lunch today? I was like, who the fuck is this? So I just love talking shit to people and random phone numbers. So I was just like,
I
oh,
swear I thought
sure.
you were gonna say you accepted the meal.
Yeah, yeah. So I was just like, oh, sure. I'd love a free lunch. Where do you want to meet at? And then the person was like, what do you mean? And I'm like, what do I mean? I was like, I this number isn't in my phone. I don't know anybody from this area code, but I'm always down for a free lunch. Like I was just talking shit because I just thought it was some like spam, right? And so they replied to me, she's like, you don't remember we? You don't remember me? We met in Napa. We went to the business meeting at the wine tasting. And I'm like, uh, I work at an
That
Not
wasn't
ringing a
me.
elementary
bell.
school. I don't have business meetings that include wine tastings. And so she sent me a picture of her, and she's like, this is me. It's not anybody you remember. And she was hot as she was hella hot. I was like, no, I don't remember you, but I would you are totally somebody I would love to remember. Like I'm still talking shit, right? Like I had no clue who this person was. She's like, my name is Vanessa. We met at this place, blah blah blah. And I'm like, dude, okay, I think you have the wrong number. I was like, I work at an elementary school. I don't go to business meetings. I don't go to places that include wine, blah blah blah. And then she texted me back and we just kept texting the entire day. This was Tuesday. And we have done nothing but text and call and talk to each other since then.
So
That
she's
Because
loving
at
your
reminds me.
first,
personality.
That
yeah,
reminds
yeah,
me of
and because
people who
at
talk
because
to
at
AI.
yeah, that's exactly what I said too. I was like, uh, yeah, we should get to know each other first. I was like, I just want to make sure you're not some like 60-year-old Indian dude or something. And she's like, no, 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 I know you can't trust anything on, online. And then she sent me a couple of other pictures, and then we started talking on the phone, and we've been like chatting with each other, sending pictures like since Tuesday. So I was like, okay, this might actually be a real chick. And she was, yeah. I'm not gonna post her picture or nothing, but yeah, she to
Why
me at
not?
least, she's all right, fuck you. But
Don't
anyway,
do that to her, man.
to me
Don't
at
do that
least,
to her.
she's super attractive. So she sent me her picture, and I was like, and I was still joking around, of course. So I was just like, oh, damn. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, and then she asked me how old I was. I was like, yeah, I just turned 40. I was like, which obviously is way too old to hang out with you. You got to be like in your early 20s, right? And she was like, no,
Don't
I
show her
just,
picture. Don't do
I,
it.
oh, that's right. It's
Oh
on YouTube.
shit!
Fuck.
Look at the rack on that one. Oh man. Uh, yeah.
Don't
So
be
you still texting?
disrespectful. Yeah, she sent me a few pictures of her. I sent her a couple. We were just talking on the phone on like on hey, I hate technology and shit like that. So it was like video stuff. I was making sure I wasn't getting fucking played a fool for, but I probably still am. But I'll admit it. I'll admit it. But we've exchanged much info. I don't know. We'll see within a couple of weeks or something. It it seemed like her. I got three of her different numbers, her personal cell, and then she had one on WhatsApp, and then her work one as well. And it was, yeah, I don't know.
I'm just saying, she's loving you for your personality. So give it a try. Don't shoot yourself in the foot before you get out the
That's
door.
what I'm gonna try, because like if she was trying to fish me or something, then she wouldn't have known who I am with the original accidental text. And you know me, like I've been saying, I live at home. I only work a few hours a week, so what exactly is she trying to fish me for, right?
Just be honest with her. Let your
There ain't
personality
shit to get out
shine.
of me. No, I already told her, because we were um talking about where we live and everything, and I straight up told her, I was like, yeah, I can't drive. And her immediate response was, okay, I don't care. I can drive.
See?
And she lives in
You
Southern California. So it's just like, okay, that seems kind of fishy, but then also again, you don't know who I am, you don't know that I have zero money. You don't like there's no reason for you trying to do something, kind of fishy, kind of strange.
Okay.
And that was her
What I was
immediate
gonna say
reaction.
is
So, oh, I'm gonna be careful. I'm not
randomly
stupid,
send her a
man. I'm not.
text. Send her a text like 2 a.m. and you'll know if it's a real person or not.
Oh,
why would that make you
someone is.
realize?
I already have. I already have. We've already talked at that time.
Oh, you've heard vocal.
He said
Yeah.
they video
You talk to
chatted.
this person?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. I thought I heard that.
I've done
Wow.
phone, and yeah, like we've sent each other pictures and talked on WhatsApp, and like,
I'm sorry. Would you stop with say pictures? It just makes me laugh. Um,
I
yeah.
I just tried to show it to you, but you said no. Don't.
Oh no, I'm on a different page. Yeah. I'm not telling you
That
what I'm
that's
taking,
what
but yeah.
that's what I'm trying to say is like it does sound kind of weird, but like I've tried to like screen.
I mean, that's cool. If she don't
I've
care,
screened
then
the shit. Yeah, it's weird, and yeah,
yeah.
she's hell into working out, so I sent her like pictures of my bike ride this morning, and she like replied instantly, and it wasn't just like a generic shit. It was like, commenting on the picture, which doesn't really mean anything, I guess. Any, AI can do fucking anything nowadays, but
Well, they have this thing called catfish. I don't know if you
yeah,
heard of them.
exactly. That's why I said fishing earlier, because yeah, I know that's the term and everything for it. Like Like obviously, if they're like, "What's your social security number and your credit card number?" Like obviously, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not that freaking stupid.
Okay. Cool, cool. It's good to hear. That is good to
Like
know.
I ain't that dumb, bro. but yeah, I'm also not just gonna like randomly buy a plane ticket down there and like, show up and meet some. Sorry, hold on one sec. I'm not gonna meet some, random like 50-year-old dude trying to get my credit card information. Like, yeah, I'm not.
So,
I'm not
um,
that. I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid.
I have so many questions. I don't know if you're ready to answer, but I have so many questions.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead, ask.
Are you looking to eventually start a relationship?
I I don't know. Like I said, it's only been like a week since I've known this person, so that's a
Have
hard.
you told her that?
We haven't specifically brought that up.
Good. I mean, cool. I'm
Like I'm
just,
not, like I
just,
said, I'm not that.
I just
I'm
want
not
you to
that
be
desperate,
safe.
bro.
I just
Like I
want
said
you to be
already,
safe, James.
it's been 4 years since I've dated anybody. I'm not looking to jump into something. I'm gonna make sure this this is a real human being before I
Gotcha.
before I book a plane ticket or anything. So
uh-uh. Yeah. Uh, you gotta be like, meet me halfway.
well, like I said, I already told her I can't drive, and she was like, "Oh, well, I can drive." So I mean, if that means them driving the fuck up here, then that's on them. So it's got to be a real person. And
Okay.
if it's not, then good. They're all the way up here, and that's their fuck up for driving this far to attempt to fish somebody. So
All right. I got something there. Um, the dating section was nice, but this says, I need advice on boyfriend seizures. Hi, everyone. I'll try to keep this as short as I can. I'm not very familiar with epilepsy, and my boyfriend was just diagnosed with it. Was just diagnosed with she. She is in all caps, so it does mean something. My boyfriend was just diagnosed with she and prescribed gabapentin 3 weeks ago. It seemed to help somewhat, but he's still having seizures at night, just not as often or as severely. He's currently waiting for a doctor appointment to address this. In the meantime, he asked me to wake him up when he has a seizure. And last night I tried to wake him up. He just brushed me off and said he was fine. So I thought maybe I misinterpreted what was going on. His seizures are more like twitching or making mouth noises. So I thought maybe he was just dreaming or awake, and that would be better to let him sleep because deprivation is the worst trigger he has to having more seizures.
well, yeah,
I
but
told him about this morning. I told him about this morning, and he was really
but
upset. Said it's critical to wake him up and make sure he's fully awake and not falling back asleep because I just leave him alone. My question is, what can I do better when he's having seizures? And does anyone have experience with nocturnal seizures that they can give me advice on? I'm really distressed with how upset he was, and I feel badly that I let him have a seizure. First of all, don't feel bad. You didn't let him have a seizure. He had a seizure. It was going to happen regardless to you being there or not. Um, Wait, maybe not, depending on if he's taking his meds or whatever. But you can't stop a seizure. That was my main thing. Is it's not your fault. Never feel like it's your fault. Uh, might be hard to say coming from the opposite end. But advice, just be there for him. If he asks you to wake him up by any means. I mean, like,
If you have any
shit.
questions, see if you can go to the doctor's appointment with him to talk to his doctor for recommendations. That's a good idea too.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too, is or similar is a lot of the seizures I've had, even just last week when I was in the hospital and talking to nurses that I know obviously could help me, I was still a jerk for that time. I don't know about you guys, but sometimes, after I've, come to after a seizure, I'm just a grumpy shit talking asshole. I I've had times where my, you know, parents have been like, "You fell and slammed your head. You are bleeding from your nose. We need to go to the hospital." And I'll be like, "No, fuck you. I'm fine. I'm just gonna lay down in bed. I'll be fine." Like, so people after a seizure can say that they're fine, they're doing okay, they'll be good in a little bit. So I don't want to I don't want to tell her to have patience with him, because that's obviously really, really hard to take for somebody looking in on the outside. But at the same time, yes, give him a little bit of patience, because he's just coming out of a seizure. If he does have like a physical injury, then yeah, he does need to go to the ER, which is hard for me to say, because the time I came on here with my big ass broken busted lip and my black eye, I refused to go to the ER despite my parents, insisting on it. It's yeah, it's a 50-50 thing. I would say slowly talk him into going. Just be a little bit more patient. He might not want to. Maybe even if it's 12 hours later or something, try and talk him into going. Because if I had the same injury falling and hitting my head on my desk here now, I probably would be a little bit more welcome to going to the ER and getting checked out, because I know that was incredibly stupid for me to not go. But yeah, it sounds like her and him need to come to a a bit more of a compromise on when those types of things happen to him.
What can be confusing is, I've been looking from the outside in, because I watched it happen on camera. Looking at the camera, I was at one point telling my sibling, "I'll be okay. I don't need anything." But when I mean that can be confusing is because one time you can be like, "I don't need anything. I need some space. I'm good." And then there's times where you're totally not good, and now you're trying to tell this person like they can't tell the difference. So there is that. Everyone is different. So with him, if he said, "Wake me up when I had a seizure," do that. Everybody's seizures is different, and especially because he's having nocturnal. If he has them in his sleep, wake him up.
That's what she is.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
sleep-related hypermotor epilepsy. So it has to do with his sleep.
Okay. Yeah. That sucks. But if he says wake him up, mostly I'd say do what he says without, he knows his body and he knows what's going on with him.
And
Yeah, because you don't want to wake up just the body.
I had one, and a stranger was close to me, because all Teslas have cameras on them at all times. Yeah. So anyway, the person had come out and they saw me and my bike laying on the ground, and I tried to get up, but it took me like a second to get up because I just had a seizure on my butt. Or I'm not 100% sure if I had one or if I just fell, but anyway, the person came up to me and they're like, do you need help getting up? And I was like, I was like, yeah, I think so. I just need to sit on the curb real quick. And then the woman was like, how drunk are you? Are you intoxicated right now? And I was like, no, 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 no. And it was like just around the corner from the school that I work at. And I was like, I work right over there. I was like, you can grab any of the teachers. I was like, my mother even works over there. You can grab her. I was like, no, I don't remember crashing. I'm so sorry that I hit this. And luckily it was a time where one of the teachers was having a break, and her and I are really good friends. So she happened to be walking around the corner of where it was, and she came running over and she explained to this lady. She was like, no, he works with us, I know he has epilepsy, blah blah blah, and said a few things. And then so she picked me up and my bike up and walked it back to the school. And then my mom was there, so then thankfully she was able to help me and explain to this other lady. This lady was just ranting the whole time we were walking, and she was like, ah, he's intoxicated. How can he be drunk at this time of work? And he works at a school, blah, blah, and just kept going off the whole time. And then finally we got over there, and there was a couple of other teachers. There was the principal. There was my mom. They were like, yeah, he has epilepsy. We can prove it with medical paperwork. Like, what is your problem for doing this to him? And she was like, oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry about that, and just left, like out of the school office. Like as soon as she knew that she had a bunch of other people like proving her wrong, she was like, "Oh no, I'm out of here. I'm out of here." It was an interesting day. And then I just left my bike there in the school office, and one of the teachers who was, she was a kindergarten teacher, so she was off, at that time of day already, and she just gave me a ride home, since I only live a few miles away. She just gave me a ride home, didn't ask a question, just made sure I was safe and okay.
Shout out to everybody out there watching. Please like, subscribe, and all that good stuff. I'm gonna
Thumbs
go. I gotta
up.
go to the bathroom really soon. Like